Oh, look at that. There's humans. Hello, humans. Let's see. I got a Shabbat Shalom. That's cool. Let's see. Oh, got that share thingy. I don't know who all sees these or not. Oh, no falling. All right, it's 2. Sliding along. I gotta come up with a less cumbersome way to do this. Send these things out. Really seems kind of goofy. Alright, last one. Alright. Let's see. No one asking to pop up yet. Let's see if there's something in the little chat. Can you talk about how the U.S. might lose internet? Someone asks, can you talk about how the U.S. might lose international credibility over the recent legal proceedings? I guess the question I'd have is, who thinks the U.S. has any credibility on things like this? Because most countries know we don't. I mean, the ones that already share a lot of our views, no, it's not going to change their opinion at all because we already agree. And ones that already don't like what we think already don't like us because they kind of know. I mean, that would actually be most of the former colonized world. Doesn't have a very rosy view of U.S. foreign policy. I think that's probably the nicest way I can say that. So I would say the U.S. won't lose a damn thing over this because it doesn't change anything about the way that we have behaved for the last 80 years. So I don't know if that answers the question, but that's the first thing that occurs to me. Oh, what is that doing? Hey, what is this doing? What is it doing? Oh, there's like these slide over menus. Look at that. There's a whole bunch of stuff here I haven't figured out yet. Real-time performance, duration of 5 minutes. Ooh, gives you some statistics. That's funky. Look at that. Yeah, I'm still a noob. Still trying to figure out how all this shit works. This is what you get when you put, like, you know, hairy middle-aged autistics on TikTok. You get a lot of like, huh? On early. Yeah, I'm hoping to get on sometime between 15 and 16 on Fridays 3 and 4 p.m. on Fridays each time. It'll depend on what all I'm doing, traffic, this, that, and the other thing. It usually should be closer to 3, but sometimes safer to say a little later. Hello? What reputation is somebody else agrees? Yeah, Germany popping in to defend Israel from charges of genocide is got to be the most tone-deaf thing I've ever heard. But it's not surprising at all. The sad thing is, they think that their experience of having perpetrated horrific crimes gives them some credibility on this issue. And had they really figured out why they did it, had they ever really done that work, that might be the case. It's sadly not. I mean, I don't know if anybody saw earlier today I mentioned the Herero revolt that led into the Herero G-side in a video earlier today. It took them until, 2004 or 2005 or something like that to finally say, yeah, I guess we probably shouldn't have unalived 75% of the population. That was probably our bad. Sorry. But at no point did they really change anything about the way they thought about the world. So, yeah, it's sad, but it fits something I've been saying in these things for a while. I don't know if you guys have been noticing, but a lot of countries, Germany included, use support for Israel as an emotional crutch to prevent the real work of thinking about what the fuck is wrong with them. What is wrong with their society? What's wrong with their culture? What's wrong with their ideologies that made this shit happen? Rather than actually correcting that and being better, they think, well, we'll just be really nice to a former victim and that makes it all good. We're all good, right? We're all good. Yay. But, obviously the same kind of shit's going to keep happening in the world and, nothing's going to change. So, yay. So, Erica asks the Druze and the Moors people. I'm not sure what the question is, and Druze and the Moors / Berbers / Amazi people are completely different and from different parts of the Mediterranean world, so I'm not sure what that means as a question. If you can clarify, let me know. Middle-aged. Yeah, I mean, I'm pushing 50, so that's kind of middle-aged, isn't it? I mean, I'll be shocked if I make it to 100, so I'm already on the way down the hill. So that's just kind of how that works. Let's see. Yeah, it's very tone deaf. Can't participate in. Yep. Yeah, I can never know how to pronounce a lot of these names, so MZ Leo, yeah, I totally get why it would be a toxic time to be in Germany. Totally get that. Yeah, they're not nice to Jewish people there. They're nice to the state of Israel. And ultimately, by being nice to the state of Israel and its government, they're actively harming Jewish people around the world. So that's nice. So again, really doesn't fit there. And yeah, everyone who doesn't like what my government does is an anti-Semite. Yeah, that's a lovely way of saying things. Shalom to Syrian Lulu. What's up back at you to Muffin Man. And let's see. Oh, someone's asking about the Wobblies. Neat. And a first person asking to pop up. So let me do that. What was I just doing? Oh, I need to wiggle this. Keep a little bit of an eye on the computer over here because it's still trying to download the live from yesterday. If it makes it, it's got 4 minutes left, but it frequently fails along the way because these files, given I'll babble for hours without shutting up, this one is 16.5 gig, which is a lot to download through a browser. Computers tend not to like that sort of shit. So it's struggling to do that. Once it does, I can start the upload, though, and it'll run in the background and be done by tonight. So,
hey, Professor Liam, how are you?
Hey, good. IWW. Let's see. The Wobblies are an anarcho-syndicalist union. So they put the basic philosophy front and center. Instead of being just a trade union or an industrial union to pull people together and say, hey, let's get better wages and better working conditions from these bosses, their goal is to change the economic system as a whole and to do it as peacefully as possible. So rather than arguing for violent revolution, which a lot of anarchists and socialists and communists throughout history have done, as well as tons of other philosophies, but I'm just staying on the same left side. Instead of arguing for radical, rapid, violent change, they're arguing for a kind of gradual change that gets more and more and more people involved in a giant union structure. It's basically a union of all workers is the goal. So it doesn't matter what field you're in. It doesn't matter, what you make. What matters is you're not a boss and you're not a capitalist. Those are the only two. Well, and you're not a cop. I think those are the only things that they have as rules. So no cops, no capitalists, no bosses. But that would mean, 95% of us easily. It's most of the population. And the goal is to get all the workers together. And then what you can do is, all you have to do is say, stop. And everyone stops and no one works and nothing happens until they fucking change the system. So the goal for them, simply put, is to end the wage system. And the short way to explain this as a concept, I guess, since I know a lot of people are not really familiar with this as an idea, we all grew up in a world where people get jobs and they get a wage for that. But prior to the 18th century, that was extremely rare. And through much of the 19th century, it stayed rare. You look at middle 19th century United States and 25, maybe 30% of the population had a job. It's not that no work happened, it's that people worked for themselves. It's that people had their own farm, they had their own business, they worked for themselves, kind of like a pre-21st century gig economy in a sense. People worked for themselves and they therefore controlled their own labor. And the goal here is to get back to something a bit like that, where we work largely for larger industries. You work in a sense of co-ops. A bit of an improvement on the co-op model as a whole. So imagine your job. Think about wherever you work, right? So where everybody works. What if for your job, the ownership of it was for all of the people who are so-called employees? You weren't an employee, you were a co-owner of it. So there wasn't an investor class sponging off the top for not doing any work, because that's how capitalism works. There's the investors put money in, it floats around the stock market, money flows to them just because they had money. What if instead all the profit stayed with the people who actually made the work? And that would technically count managers to some degree, because, workers should be able to choose managers. We would elect people to be among us, to be our supervisors, our managers, whatever. Oh, we're going to elect you to be like a CEO type figure. You can help run the company. But then if you start running into the ground and we're not really comfortable with what you're doing, then we're going to vote you out of that position and put somebody else in that spot. It leaves the workers in charge because they literally own the fucking company. That's what the IWW wants. So it's not like one of those state-centered, Soviet-style command economies, but it's not capitalist. It's putting the economy directly in the hands of the workers. Now, you're working at a company, you're a part owner in that company, and you are sharing in the profits from it. That's where your salary comes from. You get to choose, your workers can decide how much gets reinvested in the company to grow the company, how much stays with the workers as wages for them. But if you don't want to work there anymore, what you do is you're kind of like you kind of like sell out of that position. You start into another one. You like take a job in another place and you become a co-owner in a different business. So the workers in those businesses get to decide, I don't know, this Bob guy seems kind of sketch. Maybe he shouldn't work with us. So there's always choice. I mean, we get to choose our social relations, right? But they're like, hey, Bob looks like he'd be a great addition to the company. You joins the company and you're a co-owner of the company, and that's that. So you then share in its profits, you get a vote on how it works, and there's that. The key to this, if people want to understand why would that work, some of the complaints about any kind of left economics is like, well, why would people work if there wasn't a profit motive? There is a profit motive. It's literally for everybody. So I would bust my ass because if the company succeeds, my wages go up directly. I don't have to beg for the bosses for a raise or look for another job. I know if the company's profits go up, so does my income. It's directly tied to it. So I care about the success of the company. It's really as simple as that. So the goal for the IWW is an economy like that, where workers directly control and own where they work. And the way to get that, instead of some kind of violent overthrow that changes things like look at that, that tries to like impose a new system on people that are like, what the fuck is this? I don't understand. I mean, think about it. How many people do you know that have literally no idea what socialism means? I would assume it's probably nearly the entire American population. So, trying to change things very rapidly in a revolution tends to go badly. If instead groups like the IWW get bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger, what if it goes from like a few thousand to a few 100,000 to a few million to like, oh my gosh, there's 100 million workers, and then all we got to do is say, okay, so bosses, owners, your time is up. Surrender your profits. The companies are ours. Otherwise, nothing ever happens again. We're just going to stop right here. We're going to sit on it. We're going to throw our bodies on the gears. We're going to grind production to a halt. You will get not a damn thing out of this. Or you can work with us and take a share of the profits and maybe use your experience and be elected into a job in management. Oh, you don't want to do that anymore? You want to, like, I don't know, go to Bahamas? Okay, bye, fuck off. And we don't care anymore. But we still take the company. We take it because it does nothing without us. You like directly occupy the means of production and take control of it. You can only do that when you have the numbers. So at the end of the day, it's a simple numbers game. If enough people were to sign on with a syndicalist union that has that kind of goal and the kind of direct action ethos for it, that's really all it would take to change this economy. And I think that they really don't want people to know that. It's why the state puts so much effort into propaganda to convince people socialism is always Stalinism or something, socialism bad, and arrested, unalived, organizers, things like that. So yeah, I mean, I've got actually, gosh, there's quite a few books on the history of the Wobblies and their activism and whatnot. So if anybody wants any suggestions, I can show some books on them that you can look at. Yeah, there's actually quite a few on that shelf. I don't know if you guys can tell. I'm sort of a fan of the idea. I kind of always have been. So, somebody let me know if you're interested, and I can just pull a few.
I've got a question.
That's that question.
With this though, yeah, it definitely sounds great, right? But in reality, what's the likelihood of something like that actually happening and being successful?
Yeah, the likelihood of it is, will we do it? That's really all there is to it. If you get millions of people to sign up with the union, become dues-paying members of the union, so it can organize effectively. There are laws today in the U.S. that technically protect labor unions. They sometimes try to go around those, but technically, the existence of unions is now legal. And so they can't do the kind of shit that they did in like 1917, where they arrested all the wobbly leaders and threw them in prison. So it gives a little bit of cover to start growing. And once you reach a critical mass, it gets a lot harder to stop the growth of something like that. So it's really just a matter of whether or not we choose to do it. It's not like they can realistically declare it like a T-ist group, because they're not calling for violence. They're calling for economic change. So, yeah, I think the only thing we really got to deal with is like our choices. I mean, obviously the state will oppose it, but I don't know that they could realistically stop it if we stuck with it.
So do you think that just the way the political environment, especially the last 3 months, has been, your face said it all. Your face said it all. Do you think that the last 3 months, that what we have seen, do you think that's enough to like get people to be like, okay, you know what? Things need to change so bad that we have to take a little bit of a step towards what you were saying?
I don't know, because the issues are quite different. We're talking about an economic transformation that would ultimately transform politics. So realistically, anybody who really wants to stop this kind of violence in the world, if you want to stop nationalist violence in the world, worker states would do that. I mean, you wouldn't have the same kind of structures around that. But I don't know that it's the same audience per se. I don't know how many people would really share the same drive for it. And the growth in numbers here too. There are more people who care about the Palestine issue than before, but it's still not huge in any given country. It's sort of scattered around the world and in little pockets and whatnot. That we kind of like find each other and we can get together. But there's not like 50 million of us that can all march in the street at once. But we're getting there. It's a start. I think any kind of organization and activism that you can build it this way, if there is a shared interest, there's the potential of building off of that. But I'm not really sure. I'm not sure how much they really overlap.
Yeah, that
I don't
makes
have the
sense.
data for it.
That makes that makes a lot of sense.
At the end of the day, I mean, data does kind of matter. I don't have any here.
Oh, okay.
Oh, oh, there's a
It
someone's got a.
doesn't even matter.
Oh,
I
oh,
can, I can, but I could push this out,
Uh-oh.
but I could walk this out. It's motorcycle.
okay,
That's good, Dave. I want to feel that feeling one day.
it's just the those mics on. Okay, so I'll do that. If I hit the mic button, somebody can undo it for themselves, right? Because
Yes.
it's not going to mute. Okay, cool.
Yes. You are just muting their mic temporarily until they go ahead and unmute themselves.
Groovy. Okay, let's see. Are any of the regular mods in? I don't see. I don't see Jax or Pete Blast. Or let's see who's on here.
Hello, sir.
I don't see any of our usual mods. Does anybody want to pop in and help out with that to at least watch the chat?
I will.
I think Nat just got here. She's one of
Tell me what to
yours.
Oh, sorry, that was loud. What was that?
I think Nat just got here. She's one of your mods.
Oh, okay, cool. Ah, right on.
Participate still.
Good. Yeah, as long as there's somebody can keep an eye on things. Oh, hey. Hi.
I actually love the fact that TikTok has this option for moderators because sometimes they're very, very much needed.
Yeah, I don't know how these kind of things would really survive or thrive given how easy it is to do like big reporting things or whatever, people coming in and saying all kinds of shit that can get something thrown off if they don't like you. If there isn't somebody to keep an eye on that and get rid of them or whatever, what do you do? I mean, you could have like gangs of droogs out there like attacking different lives.
Yeah, it's actually gotten crazy because I do think that from a lot of our lives, from our videos, people are trying to find out who's who, and they're finding personal numbers and prank calling them. And like, I mean, I got one today too, which was so insane. Like, I cannot even tell you how they pretended to be the FBI. I was like, okay. And I think it's getting to be a little ridiculous. Like, I'm like, you guys have way too much time on your hand to do like dumb crap like this.
Yep. I have not only been doxxed, I've had just some rando trolls on the internet like find out my employers and call them up and pretend to be students and say that I was like molesting them or some awful shit. It's like, what the fuck? I mean, the schools knew, okay, yeah, this is bullshit. That because the first things they're going to ask is like, okay, so who are you? Like, student number, that kind of thing.
Whoa.
Process,
Yeah.
go through the right channels. So of course it immediately fails, but they did let me know that it happened. So that was fucked. But I think the worst is
Yeah, that's
uh,
awful.
yeah, it is. That kind of shit is stressful. But the worst, really, for me is I had a series of home break-ins where people tracked down my residence and attacked it. It added up to about 17 different times they broke in that I could tell. Before I literally I gave up that home and moved. So
I'm
it's
so sorry. That's not easy. Like, and that's the thing for I think I'm noticing a lot more that the more vocal you are, you just have absolutely like no privacy, even if you wanted to.
yeah, exactly. And there, at the end of the day, there's plenty of neo Yahtzees out there that want to do horrifying shit. I mean, I was tempted to think maybe it's just random poor people, like It was early in the pandemic. Maybe somebody doesn't have any money or whatever. But the first few break-ins, what they were doing were digging through the closet for papers, like dumping out boxes of papers and looking through them, but not taking anything valuable. They in the first few break-ins, the one things I really lost were old laptops and external hard drives and whatever papers they took. So they were looking for shit. So that was somebody who I think knew who I was already. After that, yeah, there was just tons and tons of damage, and there was just all kinds of weird malicious shit. Like there was a box of wedding photos. I got married in the early '90s to childhood sweetheart, high school love, whatever, and she ended up developing being schizoaffective and needing more and more care. So yeah, after like 13 years, we ended up having to divorce because the state had to step in. There was no way I could take care of her effectively anymore. But it's a hard thing. It marks a significant part of my earlier life, and they're memories. And they took the box of all the wedding photos and they threw them out in the mud. So every one of those wedding photos was destroyed. The videotape of it, everything. And then they took my doctorate off the wall, took it outside, smashed the frame into the mud. Like somebody chose to do that. That wasn't just random, like, I'm going to steal this one degree and leave the others up and take it with me and accidentally dropped it. No, they took it outside and ground it into the mud. So
That's so horrible. I'm so sorry that you had to experience something like that. I think we've always known this, but I think the last several years, the last few months especially, there's just been a whole new level of hate that has people have, I don't know, I want to say the guts or no, I don't know. There's no way to say it, but it's increased.
yeah, yeah, it's definitely been building up. I think especially since the beginning of the Trump era, because it's really effectively mainstreamed a lot of it. But it had been building up for years before that because of the radicalization of a lot of right wing media. People keep talking about like Fox News as if they're conservative. That's reactionary as fuck. I mean, a lot of Fox's hosts are straight up neo fascists. I mean, Tucker Carlson's a white supremacist. Like, period, full stop. And it's just normalized it. It's made it okay. And then when you've got presidential candidates and then a president saying, hey, it's totally cool for you to be like a white supremacist militia supporting me, yeah, I'm totally with you. So they feel emboldened to then lash out at people. So there has been a spike in hate crimes, and there has been a lot of shit that's been getting worse and worse over the last decade. So yeah, I for a little while got caught up in that, and I hope to God nobody finds me again. I live in a totally different county than I lived before. So yeah.
Well, we all got your back. We will
Yeah,
show up. You call
thanks.
us, we'll show up and be like, listen, you're not messing with our
Yeah.
professor here.
Yeah, I was happy that so many people actually did step up to help me get out, because I mean, shit, this alone is a lot of shit to box up, I mean, packing up my books fills an entire like large-sized U-Haul. I mean, it really adds up. So packing a house to leave took a lot of people and a lot of days, and a lot of people showed up. Just like, yeah, I'll help you, I'll help you. Tons of people showed up, and we boxed the whole house up in a few days. But
Well, I'm glad that you're safe now. I
yeah,
am, but
yeah,
I think you are the information that you provide, the education that you provide. Like I'm surprised that you don't charge for your lives at this point in time. And
I don't. I mean,
I almost wish that all those many years ago, I wish that I had a teacher or a professor like you, because I think I went to school I went to high school and college after post 9/11, so you can kind of figure out my age. But it was very difficult to have any sort of conversation about anything because I was looked at, stared at, and it just was not a great place to be or a great time to be in school. And I'm glad that a lot of people have woken up that, hey, our
yeah, no, it's
education
great.
system truly lacks education. And
Yeah,
I think it would have been
yeah.
a different educational experience.
Yeah, it really always has. And it's difficult in primary and secondary education. Teachers are pretty constrained because they're forced to teach a particular curriculum chosen by the district and the state. they don't have a whole lot of choices there. So it really affects what you can do. And I mean, most people don't manage to go beyond that. So it gets really difficult. And the state education, and gosh, this really isn't any better in private education too, because then you got the profit motive in supporting that, and often they still care about supporting the state too. But you're going to get a really slanted view of things. It's less that they're lying. It's less that they're telling you things that are directly false, and more a matter of what they choose to leave out. So there's a lot of really important gaps in our social studies type education in this country, and they instead waste your time with a whole bunch of shit that you will never ever use again. I mean, when I was in graduate school, I did tutoring for like the good high school students who were doing like AP classes and shit and wanted to go off to college and all this crap. So they were willing to pay a PhD candidate to come in and like help them out. And just the kinds of things that they would be told, the kinds of things I was told actually are coming up in classes. Holy shit. Like, one of my students got dinged once for a wrong answer on a practice quiz for their AP exam. And the question was, this one really stands out to me because it's so ridiculous. It's, what did Martin Luther's father do for a living? And it's bad enough, I think, that they don't teach the real significance of the Protestant Reformation and talk instead about the theological issues. I've not seen a high school textbook yet, and I have quite a few of them that I've had to look through. Even most like sort of like college texts, they don't really talk about the important effects of the Reformation. They talk about sola scriptura and blah, all the theological issues that they had. What makes it different from Catholicism. But it's bad enough that they don't do that, but then picking a completely random factoid out of a paragraph and putting it into a test as if it was a really valid question. What Martin Luther did is important. What his father did for a living? Who the fuck cares? Like, it's completely irrelevant. And if you get people trying to memorize completely pointless shit that they're going to forget immediately, you've done nothing to help them. You haven't helped them to think better. You haven't made them a better person. You've not prepared them for the world in any useful way. It's just jumping through hoops to teach them to be docile subjects.
I was gonna say, I was like, I don't even think I was taught what his father did. So I was having like a moment. I was like, oh my God, that's really bad.
I don't remember what he did because it's not important. Who cares? It's one of those, I mean, there are things in books that are important to know and things that you can pass over that are just fun little factoids. If you want to be if you want to write a future biography of Luther, if you're like super into Luther, you're like, yeah, Luther, then cool. But most of us don't need to know what, a 15th, 16th century figure who wasn't himself an important historical figure had for a career. It's not important. Knowing that Luther was a monk or something and then challenged the church and all that kind of shit, okay, we got to know that. But it's irrelevant what his father did. It's pointless.
Yeah,
We have to teach things that are really useful to people, that actually help them to understand the world. And that's just not it. So I have a pretty dim view of a lot of our educational preparation in this country. It's not just because of the things that they leave out of the curriculum. A lot of it is also the way that they teach to tests and just how badly prepared a lot of people are for the job, and the fact that it's so low paid. Most people who go in and get a teaching certificate and start teaching, they don't stay. Most teachers quit because you don't make enough money for the amount of labor that they demand. So it burns you out.
We've definitely seen that in the last several years, especially.
If it burns people out, they're not going to give their best. I go into the classroom and I'm excited to be there. I'm like, oh, cool, I get to talk about this groovy shit today. Let's talk about something fun. And a lot of teachers show up, and this is true for a lot of professors too. I don't know how I maintain the enthusiasm, because a lot of us are paid like shit too. And I drive about 32,000 miles a year to teach at the campuses I do, because you have to work at multiple places just to survive. So I'll spend, 3 to 8 hours a day in the car, depending on the day, in the campuses. Plus all the grading, then the preparing and writing the classes, and then at the same time, you're supposed to continue out the rest of your research. So it's really stressful when it piles up. So a lot of people burn out. And when you're burning out, you can't give your best. So the students suffer for it too. The way we treat primary, secondary, and tertiary faculty directly harms the students and their ability to succeed. And it's so hard to get people to understand that. You can't pay somebody 30 grand a year and expect them to do a great job.
No, of course, of course. It's sad. I mean, I had some really great teachers, but I do understand and acknowledge that my American education system has failed me in terms of the knowledge that I should have had once I left high school, especially high school, because obviously in undergrad you're focusing on your major, right? That's when you kind of go into depth, things of that nature. But I acknowledge that. But Professor Liam, if you're okay, can we? I want to know. I'm sure you watched today's hearing. Just based, I don't know if you,
I looked up. I
yeah,
never actually watched.
yes. So just, I would love to hear your opinion on some of the, um, in their words, their historical facts, just the evidence that they brought today in terms of their accusations against South Africa.
Um, yeah, offhand, I really don't know where to start there, because I can't say I paid a great deal of attention to it because I've seen all this shit before. I mean, they were never going to say anything really original. So it was just like, yeah, crap, off to the next thing, and I went back to grading papers. Um,
I
I
don't blame you.
I don't. I mean, I'm sorry. I wish I could do better to help y'all, but I have spent enough decades studying this conflict that what a political figure is going to say in front of an international court coming over this shit, it's irrelevant. I mean, I just I don't care. The main thing I focused on was the core of it, and I did comment on that, is that they always keep coming back to this is a war, bad shit happens in war, we were attacked, we have a right to defend ourselves. And as far as I'm concerned, all the rest of it is secondary to that, because since that is flatly false, why pay attention to all the substantive details? Why pay attention to all their excuses for all the things that they're doing? Because it's all based on a lie. So
So
kind of,
I
I mean,
understand
it's like
that.
that. It's one of those like I can't even with this shit.
No, I think we're all on the same boat as you. So knowing that, and knowing how the judges panel of judges are, do you think that they're going to take that evidence into consideration when they're making their decision, or are you thinking that this is going to be more of a political decision than actual evidentiary decision?
um, as far as evidence the Israelis presented or evidence South Africa presented,
South Africa presented.
their stuff presenting there. I mean, the people involved will actually think about it, but their ultimate choices are constrained by government policy. They're not really going to vote outside that. That's one of the flaws of the structure of the court. The people involved don't actually have the freedom to vote their conscience on a damn thing. And generally speaking, they often don't have much of a conscience because they're chosen because they're political operatives. They're chosen because their government trusts them not to violate it. No one's going to appoint someone to the court that could possibly vote against your own government. They just wouldn't. The Americans would not pick somebody to be on the court that would ever vote against the U.S. It's difficult. So enough people are on there. If you look at the positions their governments take, it's relatively unlikely that they can do anything. But I can't say that I've given it much thought outside of the time that y'all are asking me these questions. When you ask me the questions, I get to think about it for a second and go, huh. But I put no thought into this normally because I don't expect anything from it. Even if the court were to unanimously support it, it wouldn't matter. The World Court has voted against the U.S. repeatedly in different issues. Like over and over again, the World Court has voted against the U.S. and we have never supported it. We just okay, cool. It's very cute that you think that, and then we go on doing what we're doing. It's not going to change anything. I
So
mean,
I do agree with you for sure on that. My next question based off of that is, quite honestly, I'm anticipating them voting against South Africa, just
I
knowing
am
the
too.
situation and being honestly being realistic. I mean, the hope and the prayer is, of course, that they vote in favor for South Africa, because I
Mhm.
think that in itself is going to be a huge win. But
It would be.
realistically, thinking that the likelihood of that happening is not very real. But after seeing, let's just say they all say they vote in favor of Israel, knowing that the judges made their decision based on politics and their own government policies, do you think after that there will be some sort of like global change in terms of another opinion on this, or the way the system is set up?
That's the point I keep coming back to in these for people, and the one that I tend to focus most hope on is if ordinary people in other countries and the political class in other countries, if anybody can see this stuff, weigh the evidence for themselves, they have a chance of changing their government's position. The problem with a lot of governments doing that is that they have to play the realpolitik game. They have to deal with other countries. If you suddenly take a position that the major rich countries don't like, it can have really significant economic and political consequences for you, which is why most don't do it. When people push back, it's usually on issues where there's already a lot of support among the public, or where it isn't actually going to have, it isn't significant enough to really register and cause retaliation. An issue like this can cause retaliation because Israel itself is a powerful economy and a big player in the world, and it has a lot of really powerful friends who are in lockstep with what it does because they agree with what it's doing. So it would be relatively difficult to get them to do it. The biggest hope there is more the people in different countries, and why I like the fact that so much has been publicized. So the fact that I don't pay as much attention to it, don't take that to say that you guys shouldn't, because the more people talk about this, the more they spread about the information about it, the more they talk about the charges, the more you can change opinion in other countries. And if you can change the opinion of enough ordinary people, you can change those governments. That's, for me, the bigger hope, is that people can see this and say, huh, and my government doesn't think that's real? My government opposes a ceasefire? Huh. All this, 75% of the houses are destroyed and my government opposes a ceasefire? What the fuck is wrong with my government? And then you get up and you change your government. That is a hope for me. And I think it's the most realistic hope that we can take out of this whole thing. The actual proceedings
Yeah.
themselves, I mean, yeah, it'd be great if they voted against Israel and for South Africa, but even if they did, it wouldn't matter. So I can't say I've really thought much about it. I mean, I sort of assume by default that it won't vote for South Africa's position. But even if it does, I mean, it's my position would still be like, whatever. What's important is what y'all do, not what these governments do, because they're fine with the world being the way it is. I mean, look at Germany stepping up on this. The fact that the Germans think they have the credibility to step up and say, "Oh, you know what? This actually isn't a G-side, and we're experts on that because we did it." The fact that they thought that made sense. I mean, the tone deafness and the lack of real integrity in the rich world. I mean, the political class is trash. But the only way to change the political class is to change people and for people to step up. So that's, at the end of the day, my hope. So it takes us back to the first topic when somebody asked about the Wobblies. So it gets back to, like, we have work to do because all of our governments are trash.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I 100% agree. And I appreciate your opinion. I'm gonna listen to you. I'm gonna stay on the panel. If I hear anything or have a question, I'm gonna eat dinner while you continue your education.
Um, I did look at like each of the ICJ judges and just assume they'd vote for like the political rhetoric from that country. And there's like two or three countries that where it's kind of hard to tell, but best case scenario it would be 8-7 for South Africa, and even then, yeah, like you said, it wouldn't make a difference. But maybe you'd be able to make a stronger case rhetorically, at least, that it is a genocide, because you can always say, well, the ICJ said it was.
Right, and simply the fact that it got close, that the number of countries were willing to vote for it. Honestly, simply the fact that charges were brought, that Israel had to show up to court to talk about this, that's remarkable enough. But some of these things really bother me, and a lot of the news reporting, because again, I don't watch things, I read a lot. So I mean, news agencies all around the world, the reporting on this whole thing has been so skewed in the language that they choose. The way that they downplay all of it, and the way that they misrepresent the genocide definition. I mean, even if you just start with the basic of it, even if you start with the one-liner part, the attempt to eliminate in whole or in part, an ethnic, racial, religious, whatever group, in whole or in part. So somebody can't say, "Oh, we haven't touched the Israeli Arabs," and they're not doing this. They're not mass bombing in the West Bank. So clearly, what's happening in Gaza is not a genocide. Well, they're part of the population, and they are being targeted because they are Palestinians. And they can say as much as they want, "Oh, it's smart bombs and people are just in the way and in war bad things happen." No, no, no. If you want to go after specific people, you go after them. This isn't a war. So it can't be anything but. So to me, there's no integrity in any institution that could possibly turn that down. So I don't expect to look to one of them and say, "Yes, you have integrity," because I don't think that they do. You can't look at this in any other way. The Gaza Strip is not a sovereign state. It is literally controlled by Israel. It is their sovereign territory. They are in charge, which makes the H group an independent militia, an insurgency inside a country. So if, like, I don't know, the FBI went after the Klan in the US, that wouldn't be a war, would it? Does you see the parallel? Because that's what we're dealing with here. It's in your own freaking country, within your control, and it's a crime. People committed a crime inside your country. Another country didn't attack you with their army. They're not a fucking government. I don't care what anybody says about the H group or what they try to do in terms of providing basic services for people. The fact that they have no sovereign control over soil, airspace, borders, water, anything. It's not a recognized country, which means it's not a fucking war. So all you're doing is you're going after Palestinians. If you were doing it as a policing action, if people were going door to door, if they were trying to arrest the members of the H group, okay, that's within their right. It's legally, internationally, it's completely within their right to go into the strip and go to door and find H group members and arrest them and put them on trial. Because what happened is a crime. Now, I understand again, resistance, blah, blah, set all that stuff aside. I'm talking in terms of like the laws, the way it works, right? They could do that. But to use tanks and bulldozers and artillery and rockets and aircraft and to destroy houses, that's not what happens in response to a criminal act. It doesn't make sense. So anybody who can look at that and say this isn't them targeting Palestinians is lying to themselves and to you. And as soon as you can admit, yes, they're targeting Palestinians, then it's a G-side by definition. It's as simple as that. This is like an open shut logic case. But no one can take it that way because of the way politics works. Which, again, why I don't like governments. It finished down. Somebody just said, please record that. Reminded me. The one from yesterday just finished. I'm going to hit the... I think I saved the text already. This will take me just a few seconds. You guys can talk for a minute, but I'm gonna start the upload. Because all these go to YouTube.
Professor.
Yeah.
What does mint mean in Latin?
What is what?
Net.
Mint. Mint, like government. Mint.
Oh.
MENT. Mint.
It's a stem. It's not really part of. It's not. It's not a word in Latin. So
Okay.
I mean, it's.
Where does the word government derive from, and is it a two-part derivation or just one singular word?
Oh,
that'd be a better question then.
If it involves like typing something. I'm not going to be very good at multitasking. The
Take your time. You can take your time and excuse that. I'll just wait.
Hi.
the
By the way, while we're taking this moment, hi everybody. Hi, Dr. Liam. How are you this evening? Do you have your cacao? Because
I do, yeah.
oh, we're perfect.
Um, hold on a second.
Hi, I wanted to mention I see a lot of people trying to like identify which countries they think they're gonna vote in what way, and a lot of people seem to want to put Jamaica in yes or maybe. I would just want to caution as a Caribbean person that people probably don't realize, but Jamaica has been very pro-US in the last couple of years. So I just want to let people know that. I realize a lot of Americans and British people don't know.
That's good to know. Thank you so much.
I didn't even. I hope that wasn't. I'm sorry. I didn't actually hear that. I'm trying to find this file. Where did it download it to? I'm still finding a few things because the. Oh, what happened here? It
I think
says
you hit. I was
paused.
just gonna tell you.
Oh,
I
wait,
think you hit.
somebody moved me into the small box. Look at
I
that.
think you did it by
Oh, look at that.
accident.
I did. How did I do
Yeah, I
that?
don't know how it happened. I was just going to
So,
tell you.
so maybe if you're looking for a file that you recently downloaded,
I
Hey,
wasn't.
hold on 1 second. I just want to
I was
help.
looking for a file on my computer, not on the
Okay.
phone. I wasn't even looking at the phone.
Oh, that's so weird.
I don't know how that works.
Do you know how to change it back right now?
No, I've never done this before, so I
Okay.
don't know what did it.
I'll explain to you slowly. If you go on your actual picture, you'll be able to expand it right back out. There should be a like a box next to your username, like on your live itself. You get to pick each panelist. There you go. You did it. That was easy, right?
Right on. And now where's this?
so may I just suggest if you're looking for a downloaded file, are you looking for a downloaded file?
Yeah, just put
On,
in.
on the computer. I have a new computer, so all the software is new installs, and I don't know where the default download spot is for this browser. So let's see where.
So
Oh,
where
it
you
dropped
would
my
go.
root. That's so weird. It's not even in a downloads folder. It's literally my root drive. That's so goofy. Okay. Sorry. It makes sense. It's boring, I'm sure to you, but because it will take hours to upload this thing, it's good to start now. Because it's a 16 gig file. YouTube does not like that shit. And yeah, somebody just asked if I saving these. Yeah, I save all of them. Everything goes onto to YouTube afterwards, so it'll always be there. What is that thing? Okay, that's nothing. Now this was what day? That was yesterday, right? So that's the 11th. Download and then 19. Okay, that's that. Okay, almost done. Oops. Wrong one. Yeah. 3. 4. I can't keep track of where I am. All right.
Context since no. So in the even though we don't have an official federation, we generally vote on international issues as a bloc. We take one position. And in the last few years, whenever something is controversial or might affect the US, Jamaica, like, they don't show up or they directly vote for the US interest. They really, their particular Prime Minister, Andrew Holness, he's been making his allegiances clear since Trump. So
okay, that's that box there. Okay, cool. It's uploading. That will now sit there doing that for the next 6 hours or something. But actually, maybe by the time I probably shut up tonight, it might be done. Then we start the same process tomorrow for this one. Okay. I don't remember who. Somebody was asking about government. Ment is just a it's just a stem. I don't know. I mean, ultimately, it does come from a Latin stem, but it doesn't have a distinct meaning. It's just it's a part of a word. But the govern part is we get it from French, which got it from Latin, and the Romans got it from the Greeks. It's ultimately a Greek word, and it means the same thing. So government just means to govern. It's
So
it's
you
basically
mean Gubamer?
it's an English version of an ancient Greek term. Ultimately, like most of our words for government, oligarchy, democracy, monarchy, they all ultimately come from Greek, even if they pass sometimes through other languages to get to us. You can't really take the meant part out from it. Really, it's the way that our language built up and the way that we developed it as a stem to attach on to change to okay, so to govern would be like the verb form, and a government is the noun structure that does the governing. So that stem modifies the word to do that. It does ultimately come from an older word, the root for, but I don't remember what it is. That's like really obscure Latin, but we did it in
It's
English a long time ago
Guber,
for a piece.
Guber, Gubernair,
That's what
Gubernair.
for first part. Yeah, that's the not
Governor.
um
That's Latin.
Yeah, that might be the a late Latin form. Then it's very close to the old French that we borrowed in. Um,
Exactly.
but the word that the Romans took in initially was actually Greek.
The old French was gouverneur. What is it? Governor.
Gouverneur. Yeah,
Gouverneur.
yeah, yeah.
One was with a V and one was with a B. And
Makes
so
sense.
no, I just asked because just to uh see, I have this. I try to pay. Okay, so let's just say like this: if the Drug Enforcement Agency has a thing that they do, and how does it coincide with what they say their mission statement is and what their actual name is, right? So what does it say? Drug Enforcement Agency, right? So they're into the forcing of drugs. Now we
Well,
might look at that as,
enforcing the laws around drugs. Yes.
I mean, we
Yeah.
can say the laws or whatever, but before we even get to laws, because that doesn't matter. Sometimes they enforce life or death beyond
Well, yeah.
law. Like they do natural, they go all the way to natural
Yeah.
law,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
So
For
we'll
sure.
just say that they into drugs and force, right? So they have force
Uh,
when it comes to
oh.
drugs, and then
Hmm.
we can do an investigation. We can say to figure out what they really do and what they really are. Have they ever forced drugs on people?
Yeah. No. Because with that, what they mean by a term like that is it does when it I get how it can be used that way. It makes sense, but it's what they mean is enforcement of law. The term enforce in English, and we don't have to go back into its etymology either to see that. What the word means in English is um, to implement the laws in a direct way with people. So somebody says, here are these edicts of the king or whatever, and it's going to take force to make it happen. I.e., I got to send out my men at arms to beat somebody up. So they are enforcing the king's edict. So the N part, is modifying force. And then when you create an institution doing it, you can put the ment on there and it builds a word around that. But it's ultimately about imposing the will of the ruler. So in our
Okay.
case, in the U.S., it's the will of Congress and the president that create the laws in the first place. So we create laws about drugs, and they're enforcing those.
No, I totally get that. But what I'm saying is,
Hi,
if I want to go at understanding
Erica.
what reality
Erica's
I'm
wanting
living
everybody not to use words that everybody. Erica's wanting us not to use words that TikTok doesn't like. Just want to bear that in mind in case it endangers your life.
Which one came up that was bad? Can we spell the
Schmug
word? What was that?
rhymes with schmugs. We shouldn't use it.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow, because that's like that
in.
covers
Okay, so the D,
pharmaceuticals too. It's such a
yeah,
generic
right?
word.
Yeah, it's really
Wow,
ridiculous,
that's
right?
so.
Might as well just not even do anything. Just curl into
Yeah.
a ball and die, huh? Can't say
Okay.
that
How about we
either.
all we all
In
learn like
China, they lie flat. We got to lie flat now.
We all have to learn a language that nobody actually translates for these systems. We can all speak in like ancient Akkadian or something, and
What
then they
about
can't
pig
catch
Latin?
us.
Okay,
uh,
so what if there was an
rug,
organization
is that
operating?
rug day? Am I remembering how
Rug,
pig Latin works? Rug day?
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Ugsray,
Yay!
Ugsdray,
So
Rugsdray.
the
It's
Rug Day
Rugstray.
Enforcement Agency.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Rugsdray, and whatever. But let's just say DEA, right? Okay,
Yep.
so if we look at it the way you said, that's the perfect world version. Okay, that is the label in the contents being equal, right? But from what I'm saying is, if we want to really understand what this entity actually is, we can use the basic logic of what have they ever enforced through law, okay, through law, have they ever enforced drugs onto people, just like the opium wars, right?
Um,
So we have Gary Webb, we have California cocaine, Pennsylvania, all the different states that they
I'm
military
sorry.
bases bringing
I
the
don't mean to.
cocaine.
Epic.
I
I'm
mean,
so sorry. I
okay,
don't mean
okay,
to.
sorry. They
Epic.
bring
I
in the
don't.
stuff that the illegal substances that destroys whole generations of people and have
yeah,
them addictoriated. Because I probably can't say that word either,
yeah.
right? But you get the point. Sorry, I will try to modify. I will clench my butt cheeks extra tight. Okay. Uh, so if they have actually, in reality, pushed narcotics onto humans, can we demonstrate that? Because if we can, it breaks the delusion of what their actual situation is, and then you can start
Right.
doing different ways of demonstrating whether that's true or not.
I
Like,
think
can
with
you call them right now and report and say El Chapo's next door? Because I bet you won't get an answer. It'll be a voice record. It'll be a machine. That's not a priority. With all the money we give them, that's not a priority. But when we
yeah,
try to leave out of town, the border patrol agents who don't even speak English, they look like cartel members, and they frisking you down to see if you got a joint, so they can throw you underneath the jail, or so you don't start up your little upstart. What I'm trying to say is the institutions of the king has always been able to be or been by design a deception, and everything is a form of power and destabilization.
yeah. I can give you a few points on this that might help. I think that a focus on uh, DEA is probably the wrong way to go with this. But there have been federal organizations that have been involved in drug trades, as well as like state level ones, but that that gets a lot more obscure. But there have been ones that have done it. It's been difficult to prove, but people have come up with enough circumstantial evidence that there are plenty of scholars who take it seriously. That, for example, CIA was involved in, running coca in. But it's been difficult to demonstrate, and the reason that they use organizations like that, the U.S. technically doesn't have, contrary to like what the far right likes to say, we don't actually have a deep state the way that say Egypt or Turkey do, but we do have something close to it because we have a handful of organizations created in the early Cold War that were made autonomous branches of the executive. And CIA is one of those. It's part of the executive branch, but it's technically not under the direct authority of the president. It does a lot of its own shit. Um, and it's relatively unaccountable outside of that. But they do have some congressional oversight. They do get investigated, and when they get busted on things, they changes have been forced on them. This is why you can't say that NSA and CIA are a true deep state, because in deep state those institutions cannot be accountable at all. As long as we have like the intelligence committees in the House or whatever that can look into things, and think about like the Church Commission report after the coup in Chile, because we smuggled in pew-pews with the serial numbers removed in the diplomatic pouches. The diplomatic pouches that governments are able to move around is for moving secrets to your ambassadors. So no country is allowed to look into them during customs. They evade all checks. So it is highly illegal to put something like that in the diplomatic pouch, and they did it. So there was an investigation, Congress busted them, and changes were forced on it. So again, not truly unaccountable, but mostly unaccountable. And because of that, it's difficult to get enough information. And the only people who have access to it are often people who just don't give a shit. So if you have only a congressional committee that can subpoena papers from NSA or CIA to see if they've been doing this, and the people in those congressional committees are the people who like Rug Day, RX, whatever. They
Yeah,
want
yeah,
that
we
stuff
get
to
it.
be in the communities. If they're the ones that don't care, if they don't care about Black lives or whatever, then why would they ever ask for those documents? Why would they truly investigate? It has to rise to a sufficient level for them to give a shit, and it's a difficult process for them to get those records. But they have a chance of doing it. We honestly don't. The way that those organizations were structured prevents us from having any real effect on them, or and Freedom of Information Act doesn't really affect them. I mean, it's very, very difficult to get that information. But it's a reason that they won't use things like DEA for it. There's a lot more accountability for something like
That
DEA.
was just an example for a
Yeah, no,
three-letter agency
I'm saying so.
who directly manage those type
Yeah,
of
so
substances.
for those kind of organizations, yeah, we don't use those. We
You
won't.
do know COINTELPRO, right?
Yeah, exactly. But
And
that wasn't
go ahead.
a DEA operation,
No, no,
But
no,
yeah,
no, 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 no.
but
I'm
they were
just
public for
mentioning
it.
the fact that they're all the same to me. To
Yeah,
me, they're a
exactly.
bunch of dudes who
I,
change
I
their shirts.
Yeah,
You know,
in terms of like power relations, I totally get that. In technical terms, there are distinctions because of the way the government itself is structured. So a handful of organizations have a huge amount of autonomy. And there's no real direct political control over them or oversight. NSA works that way, CIA works that way, the Federal Reserve works that way. They're autonomous parts of the federal government that aren't directly controlled by the political process. And because they're outside the political process, they're not accountable to us, only to other parts of the political system. So
and their
by and
actions
large, you
directly control the
have to
rest of
see
the
what they're doing.
economy.
What was that?
Their actions directly impact and control the rest of the economy, though.
They,
If the CIA goes over and takes out everybody's favorite guy,
I
there's
mean, it
going to be
has some
some
effect. Yeah,
repercussions for that. If the
it has an
bank
effect.
does something and it's really super
Right,
shifty for everybody's favorite people,
right.
then there's going to be repercussions for that. And who's going to have to deal with it? Well, they're not going to fight the bankers tooth and nail, fist and cuffs. It's going to be us, the people on the bottom, serving the mill. I don't even know what I could say, but you know what I mean. So let me shut up.
What I mean is, if there is an economic effect overall, then Congress would look at it. So if it's harming the economy and any rich people can lose money, Congress is going to start an investigation. And we have a long list of them in the last 70 years of places where Congress has actually investigated these organizations. And we have forced changes on FBI, CIA, NSA. Like, we've forced changes on these organizations based on shitty things that they've done. But it has to affect somebody that really has power in the first place. So no one's really going to go after them for, like, I mean, the unaliving of panthers, for example. There's no way to get accountability for that because the people who actually have the authority to go after those institutions, they don't give a shit. So it is complicated in that way. But yeah,
We're all Harry
most of the
Bosco
government
now,
structures there,
Professor.
most parts of the federal government, we do actually have some forms of accountability for. There are ways to go after them, but a handful of them,
We're all Harry Bosco now. You know
a
that?
handful of them, we can't, which is fucked up.
Did you hear that last part? We're all Harry Bosco now.
Yeah, I was just gonna ask I don't know what a Harry Bosco is. I don't think.
Harry Bosco was he was a military
Oh,
attaché of
oh,
some
oh,
sorts.
okay. Yeah, I thought it was like a term, a slang. I didn't
Well, I
process that.
mean, yeah, I'm using it as a term, but I'm
Yeah, yeah,
saying that
it's,
we're now
yeah,
changing specific words in order to not change what we're saying, but change how the ability to understand what we're saying clear and directly,
yeah,
precisely.
yeah. Yeah, I get it.
But yeah, so we're all Harry Bosco now.
Yeah, it
You know,
just
it's
shut up
like
for a second.
it's okay, it's all right, it's all right.
Yeah,
I'm
no,
gonna be
it's
quiet, man.
yeah, no. I'm with you in general, though. I mean, power structures are difficult to hold to account, which is again why I focus on them. And my biggest single argument with like the right libertarian types is they don't really care about power; they just care about a certain type of it. But power itself is the problem. The more power you give to people, the more they will change the system to remove any accountability for themselves, so that they can keep that power and continue to expand it. Our government has gotten more and more powerful and corrupt for 250 years straight because we haven't actually forced a serious change on it. We should not still be on the same freaking constitution, but we stopped really pushing them. So they've accumulated. I mean, the fact that we have 17 different intelligence agencies and that they all overlap, like a whole bunch of them have anti, I guess I'm supposed to say T, it's like groups, like task
Yeah,
force. Why do we need half a dozen of these separate agencies all investigating the same thing? I mean, all it does is it gives them a way to.
but I'm saying, Professor, that's not what they're doing. Those T group monitors that are in the NYPD are monitoring the protesters
Yeah, yeah,
and
yeah.
people trying to
Exactly.
feed people.
Yeah.
They're
Same thing
literally
on the.
COINTELPRO
Mhm.
2024
Yep.
dispersed in the Sovereign Commission. You remember the Sovereign Commission?
Yep. Um,
See, a lot of people don't know about these things.
yeah,
And it's a sad shame.
there's a great example actually of how the politics can affect how these things work, right? Because at the end of the day, what T is a political designation, whatever they particularly care about. A lot of our federal agencies, even more recent ones like DHS, but also more established ones like FBI, they've been saying for decades that the single biggest T threat in the U.S. is far right extremism. So it's racist, it's the far right anti-government activists, it's neo-fascists and neo-Yazis. That's the real threat, and they're the ones who are unaliving the most people and building up the biggest organizations. But when Trump got elected, one of his early decisions was to instruct all of those organizations to stop investigating those and redefine T to be only Muslims. Only pay attention to that. Don't pay attention to the Proud Boys. Ignore them. And they have some ability to influence that. They can direct some policy in that way. And it's so at the end of the day, it's not really T that they're after, it's their enemies, which is why, yeah, things like COINTELPRO still happen. There's a fella in prison. I think he's still in prison now. I'm blanking on the name here. It starts with a B. It's a fella in Florida, right? There was a bunch of like far rightists who were going to show up with their pew pews in a big protest or something, and he's saying, we should be worried about these guys. We shouldn't have a bunch of these guys on the streets with their pew pews. So we should organize and show up and also be armed and just be able to be there in case anything goes wrong. And the federal government prosecuted him and sent him to prison for saying that people should be ready to defend themselves against far rightists. But the far rightists who did that, no one touched them.
Yeah,
So I mean, it's heavily politicized.
yeah.
I mean, look at like shit in Portland, not too long back when you've got like the BLM episodes. You've had places where Proud Boys are showing up to intimidate and or beat up BLM supporters, and the cops and them are hanging out. They're talking to each other. They're exchanging drinks and phone numbers. They're buddies, like they're not going to touch those guys at all. But they go immediately after the BLM protesters. It hasn't really changed much. When people look back at things like COINTELPRO and say, "Gosh, Nixon was bad. Nixon was so mean to people," it's exactly the same shit now. We're just paying less attention. What is that?
Somebody's smoke alarm? Somebody's microwave.
Yeah, I could see that where it was coming from, but yeah, we just don't pay enough attention to what really happens. People like to think that it's just one particular bad guy or something. I constantly want to like, no offense to any in the room, but I'm constantly want to like slap Democrats who think, oh, it's just Trump is bad. We get rid of Trump and everything can go back to normal. No, it can't. That doesn't make any sense. He's a symptom of a long-term process that's been fucking us. He's not himself the problem. He causes problems, but he's not the root of it. He's a branch, not the root. And we never go for the roots. So we'll say, oh yeah, Nixon was bad because he politicized the FBI and went after his enemies and had an enemies list. Cool. Do you think the other presidents don't do that shit? They're just better at hiding it and we don't pay as much attention. Nixon got busted because he recorded his shit.
So, sorry, can I just weigh in on a certain little point that I think Humaira was asking earlier about, where do we see we as the people. I'm so sorry. EPI, were you done?
Well, it's not. I'm so sorry. It is. I don't know if I can't say her username. Symph, or I think she might have. She had her hand up in the chat.
Oh,
Silphium?
Cynthia, yes. I don't know if she's around or not, but all right. Well, she's not here right now. So go on. I apologize. It's just she had her hand up in the chat.
Okay, so Jack, you're back on the order then, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Now, yes, it's definitely Hello Kitty underneath me. It's like some of these usernames are so hard for me to read.
it's just Dharma. Just
My
Dharma.
eyes are shit, so I feel you. I got to get way the hell up. I'm like, what is that?
I can't. It's too late at night, and I don't want to wear my glasses right now. So, listen, I'm just going to call you by your first initial at this point. So, yes,
Yes,
D.
D.
Yeah, done.
Okay,
Yes,
yes.
it's you, lovely. It's you're up because some of
Thank
the
you so
top was
much,
not here.
because I wouldn't want to just interject and jump the queue. That would be not nice. So Humaira earlier was asking, so Professor, where do we see this whole thing going? And I know, this is quite a tiresome discussion to have, because we all know the facts, we all see the blatant truths, and it's ridiculous the way that things are going. Absolutely ridiculous, because, I mean, in the court of public opinion, Goliath has already fallen, right? But unfortunately, Goliath doesn't see it that way. And so that is why Goliath, which is made up mostly of USA and Israel, I think, that they don't prepare well for their cases. They don't come to court well equipped. Their arguments are lazy and weak at best, because they feel like, why should we put any effort into this? South Africa has no merit. South Africa has no standing. This has never happened to us, so nothing will happen with us. So the arrogance, I think, and the overconfidence attached to this whole situation for one side of them, it's they just think that, well, South Africa and all the rest might have the public opinion, but we have the money, and he who has the money has the power. Because they control the money and they control the media. So, if too many people go against them, they just withdraw their particular power, and then the people who depend on them are powerless. So that is where their power lies. And that is why before they went into court, they lobbied, or they urged the people who are in support of them to be against South Africa, type of thing. But what I think is, so many of us are saying, and this is my opinion, my humble opinion as a South African, I think that so many people who have power are they're discounting our efforts, they're discounting, our presence. But I think that would be a grave mistake, because what has now happened is that the facts that we all knew, the 7.5 billion of us who all agree, is that we can all see that what is happening is wrong. We can all see that, it's just absolutely insane and ludicrous. We know what the facts are. We know that they came into court with weak arguments, and we know that they blatantly lied. But of course, they're just having the confidence that, well, at the end of the day, America's just going to veto all of this and we'll be back in power and nothing's going to happen to us. And so But I think what the things that they are discounting, like public opinion, the things that they are discounting, like their image now being tainted in the court of public opinion, that counts a heck of a lot, because it has never been a time, I think, where the the political parties and the people of a country have been at such loggerheads. Never ever. Because it's like every people of a government mostly is not agreeing with what their government is doing. If they're siding with G side, and if they're siding with, like, say, what Israel is doing, it's the governments that's making the decision, but the people on the ground, they're protesting like heck, because it's like, we're not agreeing to this, right? And we've never ever seen where a government and the people of the government have been in such disagreement. So I think going forward, just for the fact that South Africa has brought this particular case, the case is now in the public arena, the case is now in the political arena, says a lot. It says a hell of a lot, because what is now happening is that nothing is going to be the same going forward, right? The opinion is now already out there, and I think the most important thing that will come of this, even if Israel will never be brought to book, whatever we hope, but we are not sure. But I think the biggest thing is that this case has been brought forward, and that there is now a case being set as precedent going forward into the future, that a case like this has been brought forward, and that bringing a case like this is actually possible, and it has gone that far. So maybe someone else in the future could push it further. But I think, that's what I feel. So many people have come to me in the inbox and like, yeah, you South Africans mustn't think so much of yourself because nothing's going to happen. You're celebrating before the win. And I keep saying to them, for the fact that this case has gotten to the ICC and the ICJ, that's big in itself. That's massive in itself. Because never, ever, ever has Goliath been brought to book. Never, ever. And so this is the first time for this to have happened. And, so many things are so strange about this situation. Like, never have we ever witnessed a G-side so openly publicized as we do now. Never has everything been so blatantly put forward, like, the Palestinians with filming everything. It's like, never mind what Israel is saying, never mind what America is saying and what they're publicizing and what they're not publicizing. The Palestinians themselves have been broadcasting their own truth, their own reality, and we see that. So it's like, never ever have we witnessed a G side in the making, in the happening. And we have our own opinions of that, and we know our own truths, and so we will never ever agree with people who try to quash our truths. So I think America and Israel have lost there. They've absolutely lost there. That's how I feel.
I have to be in one of those places where I've got to say yes but no.
Yes, I
Because
agree with you.
I hear where you're coming from. First, there's the sense that we've actually seen things like this quite a few times. It's not actually new to see that the emperor has no clothes.
Yeah.
I mean, I can rattle off tons of places where we literally watched this shit happen. I mean, we talked about what was happening in East Timor. It was all over the news. We talked about what was happening in Cambodia. It was all over the news. We talked about what was happening in Rwanda. It was all over the news. I mean, tons of places where this has been seen. I mean, the 82 Sabran Shatila shit all over the news. Big investigations. There's been tons of times when we've seen collectively that the emperor has no clothes. Look at U.S. reporting of like atrocities in Vietnam, like My Lai and whatever there. I mean, 2 million people, were unalived, and we were using, Agent Orange and all kinds of horrifying shit. And people talked about it. It was in the newspapers. There were people were stealing government documents to release them. All the Pentagon Papers. And the Pentagon Papers were published in the fucking newspaper. People got to see that the government knew it was lying, that it knew it made up the pretext to be in the war. It knew that it was committing mass atrocities against civilians. It knew that it was unaliving huge numbers of people in villages that were not militants at all. And we knew about it. And people were in the streets in huge numbers, and they did protest and they did demand it, but nothing systemic changed. So so where I've got the yes but no, yes in the sense that this is another case like that where we can see a lot of energized people who see some facts around an issue and understand that there's a problem. But we have to keep our eye on the ball here in a sense of, instead of saying that now they'll never go back and we've seen it already, don't expect that that itself changes anything. We have to make that the case. We have to make it real. We have to actually build on this and force systemic change. The
Yeah.
because the awareness doesn't do anything. When you're mentioning like, we know it, we know the facts.
Yes.
I'll be blunt about it. Knowing the facts doesn't mean a damn thing at the end of the day. You can have millions of people who know the facts. If they're not willing to be in the streets and do something about it, it won't matter. And in a few years, they'll have forgotten about those facts and they'll go about their lives like nothing had ever happened before. Like all those boomers who were protesting Vietnam went about their lives and became, businessmen and everything else. Unless you really run with it, unless you really push the change, knowing the facts of something won't mean a damn thing. We have to make it real somehow. We have to do something with it. So don't trust this. I love the energy. I love that there's a movement. There's people talking about this shit. Great, but don't trust that's already done it. That we know things. Yeah. Cool. Oh yeah, no. Hey, the G.I. Joe. Knowing is half the battle. There you go. We've got something. We've got some information. Now go beyond the basic. Oh, look at that. Go beyond. Okay, here is X atrocity from Y government, and say what is the root cause? What is the real driving factor here, and what is the root cause of why governments aren't going to do anything about this, and then build a coalition movement to tackle that. Because if you go for real systemic change, instead of constantly going after the symptoms, that was one of the flaws of a lot of the protests around Vietnam, was they were focused on getting us out of the war. They didn't focus on why we were in the
totally
first
understand.
place.
Sorry, I didn't mean to break your word there. Mm-hmm. I totally understand that, but also looking at history, we can only determine what's going to happen in the future by looking at past history, of course. But I think that some of the aspects are a little bit different, which could possibly give us hope, in the fact that these millennials, they might be young, but they're nothing to play with, right? They are the masses, and if you think of the way that we older generation people, and I'm 48, so I'm of the older generation. We used to think, oh, you need a college degree, you need to get to you need to get a job, work all your life, and sustain your life. And nowadays, people are getting online. The young people are getting online. They're becoming really wealthy, and so their thinking has changed. The way they live and the way they do things have changed, and so we, as the older generation, cannot think that going forward, that those old ways of thinking and the old ways of doing is actually going to work, because these millennials, sir, they're another breed, and I have hope on them. I
have hope because they care. That
yes.
I think, but it's tempered, because they seem to care about a lot of the systemic issues more than previous generations. So, Gen Z and millennial type peoples will talk more about global warming and more about foreign policy and more about capitalism than previous generations. What I don't see evidence of is that they're organizing to do anything about it, and I need to see more of that. So my hope is tempered by a recognition of what actually needs to be done to change shit, and a whole bunch, like millions of angry people getting together and kvetching and making memes about it isn't going to change the world.
Yes, so, correct. So organization is key here.
Turning that anger to a positive. And if we don't do that, what it's going to do is it's going to turn into cynicism and depression. It's going to ruin a generation. We need to take that energy and help people realize they're not powerless. That the state and capital want to convince you that you're powerless. We have a learned helplessness, but you can unlearn things that you've learned. We can learn that we have power and get the fuck back out in the streets and do something about this. So I'm hopeful in that way. Millennials and Gen Z are definitely more activists than Gen Xers or more boomers are. So there's good there, but the boomers actually were out in the streets in huge numbers when they were younger. And I don't see they were also willing to engage in more property damage. There was a lot more like militancy. Yeah, and in earlier generations even more. You go back into the early 20th century, the late 19th century, unions used to like burn down factories and tear up train tracks. We don't do that anymore. Now, okay, one of my unions is on strike and they're saying, okay, our strike is we're going to show up with picket signs somewhere on a day that we're not even supposed to be working. That's not a strike. A strike is shut the fucking thing down so that it actually costs them money. You know, it isn't like show up on your day off and wave a sign. So I need to see action to really feel the sense of hope, I guess. But I see the seeds of it, and I'm hopeful that it can grow.
Yes, I feel that this is going to be a very long journey going forward, a very, arduous journey going forward, but it has started, I think.
Yeah, I
You know,
hope so. That's what I'm
yes,
saying. Like yes, but no, because I feel what I think you feel, but there's places where like I need to see more than this to really think that to really to believe that it's going to do it, because there's so many times when I've hoped for it. Like, I don't know, think about like the anti-WTO protests, you know, like the battle in Seattle, all that kind of stuff. We had huge coalitions against these neoliberal trade organizations. Huge numbers of
yes,
people on the streets. Or like, I don't know, the anti-Iraq war stuff. We had protests in a dozen different countries all at once. The single biggest one-day protest ever, you know, all around the world. Huge numbers of people, and the governments all said, I don't care. And we went on to do what we were going to do. You know, it didn't, because showing up for a set of protests isn't going to change what happens. It has to be something more systemic. It has to be much more organized. It has to have a long-term vision. You know, and I want that to build up, I guess.
yes, I agree with you there, sir. But we also have tools at our disposal now that we didn't have before, like the internet, like social media, and that's massive. That's massive. I
I hope
think.
it helps. Yeah, I really do.
Yeah.
I just want to back off.
So many great things have happened without those tools means that we actually should have an easier time organizing things. If you
Exactly.
pull off the French Revolution or the Russian Revolution without this shit, what's our excuse, you know? But
I mean, as you had said previously, and as I've seen previously, even if you think about this, you have the internet, like we said, you use Twitter, you can massively, you could do anything. You could actually stop servers. You could actually congest a server to crash an internet site in one shot. It's really not that difficult. But the main thing is collectively doing it all at once. Having that ability, if everybody would just stop, like just say, don't get gasoline. Everybody just don't get gasoline for a day, or everybody just let's just say, like collectively shut down highways. Not going into work doesn't do much because people always do. I mean, you get a paid sick day. Going for demonstrations only just shows that you're in solidarity, that you're supporting, but you go to sleep and you go to work the next day. The demonstrations are usually held after work. They're usually held on the weekends. And this is something like you did, as you were saying, yes, the internet is at your service. So there is absolutely no excuse, as like Dr. Lam said, it's extremely easy to collectively everybody do something all at once, but it has to be something, monster. It has to be, do not buy this single, just pretend like nobody uses that. I'm not saying, just like everybody shuts off their phone for a day. It just, there's, if you do this collectively, it will damage. And that's that's when you hit their pockets is when you will make a change. That's what it comes down to.
I do want to caution against one thing. This came up yesterday too. Mentioning denial of service is problematic. And I don't mean just mentioning it, I mean doing it, because a lot of older tactics work because the laws were written at a different time. So we actually have some legal cover for shutting down streets because there are much older court precedents connecting that to a First Amendment right. But there are a lot of laws that have been written since the 1990s were written by corporate lobbyists, and they are extremely restrictive. And going after websites can put you in federal prison. And it's very easy to track the people doing it. So I would caution anybody against getting involved. If somebody wants to do DDoS shit, leave that to like the hardcore people behind like massive freaking firewalls in fucking Bulgaria. Don't try to do that in the US. You will just go to federal prison. Focus on the tactics that we have legal cover to do. Because if they have an ability to arrest us at the beginning, when a movement is still small, you're screwed. That's what happened with like the Wobblies in the first place. The movement was still growing, and then they put them all in prison. So it stopped it. So
But
I
I
don't want
think
that to happen to us.
okay, but I do think something as simple as, look, when the hearings for South Africa and Israel took place, something as simple as and blatant as not airing the South African side in America and thinking that that's going to stop the flow of information. No, you're just going to go online, find another site that's going to stream that information, and you're going to find access to what you want to find access to. So that also shows a blatant disregard for the people and basically saying you're undermining us, and so we're just going to go and find what we need to go and find. And so once again, I think for the majority, that sways public opinion. And so I have great hope in public opinion. I have great hope right now in the younger generation, in public opinion, and and the internet. I really do. I do think that this is changing the paradigm. It's creating a great big shift. And yes, it's just the start, but it's the start of great things. I do think because it's just, if there's not hope, then what is there, sir? So I'm just, I'm forever hopeful because like we've also said, like with things like apartheid, humanity will always overtake such a thing. So I do have hope that somewhere along the line that we're making it through.
Yeah,
God willing.
again, I feel you, and I do have hope. It's just tempered by too many, you know, too long a string of disappointments. So, in order to avoid that, I'm trying. I don't want to discourage anyone. What I'm trying to do is encourage people to do it better, to do it right, to learn from the past, to learn from the places where we have consistently fucked up and let movements fall apart. Because
Okay.
in all of these, we can go through tons of examples of this where there's a really promising start and they made a significant error that we could avoid. And if we're better informed about that, I think it can help us to continue to grow and really do something.
Correct. Now I'm
Can
going
I
to
add
ask
something to
really.
that?
Can I just ask Professor one little thing? So if you can just maybe, you're saying if we do things better, are there one or two points, or maybe even three pointers that you can say, these are the things that we could do better? These two things, or these three things, these are the things that we can do better, and these things are the things that could possibly really lead to change, in your opinion.
Um, Give me just let me hold down
You
to
want to
three.
think about that?
Yeah, I'm trying to. There's a few ideas I've got, but I'm trying to like um, if I'm going to boil something down to 3 points, um, the
The most impactful things that comes to your mind. I don't know.
let's see. So there's that. Um, uh, okay, that's there. That's there. And then what's the? Oh God, I had. Oh, I swear I have the short term memory of a goldfish. I had one that just fell out. In the time it took me to write down a couple of other things, I lost one that was that
Organized, institutionalized, foundationalized,
was
longevity-based activities.
okay. So that's one. So in terms of longevity, I would say like we need massive, diverse coalitions that are built to last. So not around a short-term issue, and when people have short-term issue ones, get them to think long-term and join intersectionally with other organizations and link them together into a much larger thing. This is why the Panthers became a threat once the Rainbow Coalition was taking off, once it showed that that was working. Things like that. Organize different groups, connect different people, and aim long term. Thinking of the long term, the other part there is aim at systemic issues. Aim at the roots and the trunk, not at the fucking branches and fruit. And too often we aim at the branches and the fruit. You're never gonna get rid of a poison tree if you're just cutting down apples. You know, we have to be more systemic about that, which means you do have to we do have to think about this a bit more and do a better job
Yes.
in organizing and education. One of the things that previous groups like the Wobblies or the Panthers, one of the reasons that they became a major threat was that they did a lot of community organization. They built their own schools. They went out there and did something. One of my I guess I post regularly on social media, like little this day in history type shit. I mentioned like the a day of it was the birthday of like the founder of the modern school in Spain. It's the beginning of the 20th century, right? This was like an anarchist school system in Barcelona. They organized, they've aimed at education. There's just tons and tons of examples of places where you do that. And you build a bigger movement when people have a better idea what they're really after and understand the problems. The fact that the Panthers were holding classes in the neighborhoods to teach people the core issues and not just basic shit on the surface, that really helps. But I also, one thing that you can definitely be canny about, exploit the existing laws. Look for places where existing precedents and laws give you some cover to do some crazy shit that doesn't immediately give them an excuse to label you a T and send you off. Because since like the Patriot Act in particular, there's an unaccountable part of the federal bureaucracy. This gets back to like, one of Epi's points there about the dangers of the government. But there's an unaccountable bureaucracy that can literally just say, okay, Jax, you are a T. You are now labeled a T. You have no appeal. And based upon that designation in their records, they can send you off to Guantanamo. Like there's no protection for you anymore. So you have to avoid letting them trigger that early on while a group is building up, because there are times when groups are more vulnerable. The Panthers weren't around long enough. They were vulnerable early on, and they did some things that drew too much attention, and they got shut down. The Wobblies, same thing. But tons of things have changed since then. There's tons of laws that we can exploit, and if you do something like so, again, real huge flashing caution: do not get involved in DDoS shit. I mean, one of the things I was doing before I went to college was I was in IT for a while. I studied some of the technical laws as they were changing in the 90s, and holy shit, there's a lot of ways they can go after you, and they are completely unaccountable for it. An organization is not going to survive when it gets a several $million fine. You're just fucked. It's over. So avoiding things that will immediately cripple us, and then only pushing it once you have millions in the street. Then you're less at risk. But while you're building that large coalition, you have to be careful and strategic about it. You got to think this shit through and not run on impulse and heart. Because I know a lot of our hearts are in the right place. If we just rush out to do the first thing that makes sense to us, we can kill the movement before it's even started.
Yes, I think that's happening with a lot of us, really, because we're so emotional right now. We just want to help. We just want to save lives, and we are not strategizing.
I feel you, and again, maybe it's where nerdy autistic people can be helpful. I mean, I'm just to say I feel you, the passion, I get it, but I want us to think strategically and plan long term. Because if we do that, we can actually change the situation so that this doesn't happen again. But if we don't, if we run off half cocked, and we act on passion against the immediate cause here, which is understandable, we could actually harm our ability to grow into a real threat to the power structure. So we'll allow this to happen again in 2 years, and then again in 2 more years, as it's been happening over and over again. So it's, yeah.
Yes. I don't want to ask any more questions.
So there's like, I don't know, 3 or 4 things.
Thank you so much, sir. I don't want to ask any more because there are people waiting, and it would just be rude to take up your time. So thank you so much for your time and for your expressiveness. It's much, much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. Part of me wants to hear like, thank you very much for your big mouth.
No, sir, your big brain is enough.
I have it's my sense of humor, like I'll hear things in amusingly self-deprecating ways. Because I don't take myself seriously, and I think that honestly that's one of the ways I don't burn out. I think because I have a lot of colleagues that, I mean, when you've been working this way for a while, just how badly we're paid and how overworked we are, it's really hard not to get hopeless, and to lose the passion that drove you into the classroom in the first place. I love every single day I get up to work. And I think part of the reason is I don't take myself too seriously. I don't want to let the shit get me down, because if I do, then I'm letting the bastards win. So
I think myself as well, being a teacher, I find that, we get given a curriculum, but then I tend to, and because I'm a teacher of IT and programming, so I tend to teach the kids what I want to teach them during extramural. So I get away with teaching them the real stuff instead of what the curriculum says, because the curriculum sometimes is not as expressive as it needs to be.
Right.
So yeah, we're all rebels in that way. So thank you so much, sir. Very much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, love. So, how are you doing, Dr. Yam? Do you need a moment? Does the puppy need a break or any
Let's see.
refreshment?
It's not quite dark enough and cold enough that I want to bring her in, because if I bring her in right now, she's just going to have to go back outside again soon. So I think I'll leave her on the deck for a little longer. She's been outside for a while.
That's
Um,
perfect. All right.
so
Well, we'll remind you in a little bit to make sure, so time doesn't slip away.
I think I'm fine overall, but I think the mix, because I make like big mixtures in jars. So I've got my jar of cacao and the jar of the coffee. But I always like make it like somewhere between 1/3 and 1/2 calf blends. I think this was like a 1/3, but you never know. Sometimes the mixes are different where they are sitting in the jar. I think there's too much caffeine in there for me.
No,
So if
not
you
this.
see me yawning, that's it. Because I've got that hyperactive physiology where some stimulants slow me down.
Oh,
So
yeah.
I'm yawning like a mother right now, but it's not because I need something. I think that this pot has too much caffeine in it.
Yeah, you over caffeinated. I totally understand that. It's called I don't know if you know this, but I call it a coffee nap. Like, you're getting your coffee nap in, like immediately you
Yeah,
have your
yeah,
coffee
exactly.
in. Too much
Yeah.
caffeine gets me like that.
In the morning, people are always like, "Have you had your morning coffee?" I'm like, "Yeah, I'll have a decaf at best in the morning," But I used to when I lived in a city. I would like walk to a local coffee place and get a double espresso at night, so it would knock me out.
That, you know what? Overstimulated. We're completely in sync when it comes to that. 1000%. Decaf everything everywhere I go. But as long as you want to continue, you don't need a little break. And look at beautiful Minerva. Hello, baby. The next person on the panel that came up was Rises. I don't know if they're available, or I don't know. Is still your username?
Yes, I am. Rises
So
here.
yeah.
I'm available.
Oh, is there a picture? Look at that.
Yes, and there's a human. That's
Yeah, there's a human like hiding off to the side.
exactly.
Yeah, here's half of me. How you doing?
Hi. Sorry, I'm enthusiastic because I like seeing humans.
Yeah. So,
Exactly. It's
Professor,
much
it's great.
nicer than staring at a device by yourself. It's you're interacting. It's nicer.
No, it's my way of not going to the nut house. I've been drawing. I'm an artist, and I'm trying to express the feelings of what's happening through art. So, I'm retired like a year now. I'm out of the matrix, what I call the matrix, after 42 years in the industry, aerospace and multinational consumer goods. So my friends ask me, how are you doing? And I say, well, I'm detoxing. It's a detox from that world that is basically the P&L, nothing else. Profit and loss. Profit and loss and insanity. Insanity in a capitalistic system that has become, I would say, more aggressive than ever, because the monster is continuously hungry, never satisfied. So, when you go into a meeting and you've been busting your ass and your people, I was a VP, so I had like 180 people working for me. And you have to tell them that, last year we made 20%, which was 100% more than what we targeted. So we had target 10 and we went to 20. And this year we're doing 19%. And guess what, guys? We're -1. We are -1. We're not doing good. At 19%, 9% over the target. Why? Because year to date, comparatively, last year you were 20, this year you're 19, you're -1. That is a form of capitalism that is now losing any touch with reality. it is a vampire.
Yeah.
Because everybody around the table would feel shit, would feel terrible, would feel threatened, would feel that, we're not doing good, we're going to lose our jobs. The bonus, we're going to lose our bonus. So now the root of this is, of course, the 1% owning the 99% of the wealth. This is the global issue right now. It is humongous. It is maybe, and you would correct me, at its top power that it has ever had, because I think it has unified globally to an extent where it goes beyond borders. And it has all of us believing that there's borders and there's nationalities, and that doesn't exist, in my opinion. It doesn't exist. What exists is the 1%. And to your point, being 65, I don't want to allow myself to be a pessimist, because I never was. And I am Greek, so that doesn't allow me to be, let's say, pathetic to what is happening. So, the only thing I can reach out to is people like you who are expressing knowledge and are influencing people, whoever wants to listen. And knowledge is strength today. And some people wake up to smell the coffee and say, wow, now I'm starting to see what's happening. Now, is that enough? I don't know. But it's something. It's something. And reading South Africans' position on paper, and I really enjoyed doing that, 86 pages, it just was a breath of fresh air of someone putting on paper reality and being able to see it, say it without being interrupted for 3 hours. And that to me was very, very important for the world. I hope it brings something. But I wanted to ask you something. In the collective history that we've had, with all the empires that went through the world and controlled the world, comparatively, the US is a very, very young nation. I mean, 300 years is like, to us, I'm looking to buy a house that's, 1,000 years old. So how does that weigh in terms of, they're powerful. They've reached the power too fast. If you compare it, like, there's no maturity if you compare it to other civilizations that go back 2, 3, 4,000 years. You understand what I'm saying? Do you think that's a weakness or a strength?
I'm I'm not sure on the last part though. When you're talking about, because there really aren't any cultures that old. I mean, there's plenty of peoples that have been around for a long time, but so, for example, modern Greek culture does not actually descend linearly from classical Greece. It has
No.
elements of it, but it has been transformed radically since then.
Mhm.
The only culture that goes back into the early hydraulic civilizations, the early settlement areas, is China. But even there's significant transformations over time. It's not really recognizable. It's not at all like the earlier cultural ideals. It just, there's a little bit more of a steady evolution as opposed to much more radical bits of change over time. So I don't know that I get where you're going in terms of like the much like older versus the younger sort of, because most states, cultures, and empires, they are much shorter lived than we tend to think, because something will come along and radically shake it up.
Okay.
But you do have a few that have, at least in the distant past, that have lasted a longer time. Like the Egyptians, for example, there was a continuous evolution, but it was recognizable in its development for about 3,000 years. But it's not anymore. Modern Egyptians literally descend from them, but the ancient culture went extinct completely because of the Roman period. The
Right.
Romans and Eastern Romans wiped that out, and then the Arabs came in and bolted their stuff on top of that. And the modern culture is a mix of those influences. So
Yeah.
it's
Maybe I need to redefine what I said in terms of like Rome was 1,000 years, right? Uh,
depends on what you mean by it. I mean, overall about 2,000, but it depends on what we mean by it.
right. So what I'm saying is, I understand what you're saying. Like especially, I mean, we our modern state is like from 1820. So Greece has no continuation from the past, but from a DNA perspective of knowledge or experience, I can still see certain things that are uh, collectively comparative to what was happening in Athens 2,000 years ago.
There are some things that will pass on orally. People have a tendency to overstate that because our mind seeks patterns and will see similarities that are maybe exaggerated from what they are. But there are tons of things that pass on in oral culture, and there is a significant amount of continuity that can come from that. But genetic memory is a myth, so it doesn't actually go back longer than that. Our genetic memory is stuff from when, at a species level we're developing. So that in the last 300,000 years, we haven't changed. Humans have effectively stopped evolving. I mean, our population is too large and too dispersed for it to happen anymore. Um, but, we do have a lot of drives and ideas and instincts and whatnot that go back into the much earlier periods before 300,000 years. But in terms of cultural stuff, it's oral stuff. It's the things that you pick up around you, kind of like they're in the air, they're in the zeitgeist, they're things that that are being implied by the way that your mother talks about something. There's a lot of that that's kind of unspoken that we do take in very unconsciously, and that can give a sense of long-term continuity in any culture. So I think I get what you mean there.
Yeah,
It doesn't tend to have a lot of very well-defined shape. It's more like a sense or a feeling of connectedness over a long period of time, because there are certain ways that people will stand and talk. Think about like Sicilians talking with their hands. There's certain things that just become kind of characteristic that you just pick up. But
yeah,
they wouldn't. They don't really work on a kind of like civilizational level. They're more on the level of popular cultural type stuff, like our direct interactions. So they
I
don't really
understand.
have an
Yeah,
effect in terms of states and economies.
right.
It's more a matter of a sense of people having certain characteristics, and that, yeah, you can see like completely irrespective of states, like you completely different states, languages, cultures, institutions. I can point to you a handful of features in Eastern Mediterranean cultures that we can see in the Greeks, and then in the Romans, and then the Arabs, and then in the Turks. That just carries on seamlessly into completely different cultural contexts and languages because they picked it up unconsciously from people living in the same area when they moved into it. There's a
Right.
lot of things like that are kind of
Yeah.
neat.
Okay. Thank you for that. And my other question is, in the general population in the US right now, because I heard something that Trump said, he's talking about poisoning of the blood.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I was wondering, in your opinion, what percentage of the population does that ring any type of warning?
Um, about a third.
One third. Okay.
Yeah, about a third of Americans that really resonates with them. There's a significant reactionary base in the U.S.
Hmm.
It's not a majority, but there's a significant number of people for whom the basic xenophobia is important to them, and that's realistically always been the case. You can go back to like the 1830s and 40s with the know nothings. I mean, there's been movements like this throughout our history because there are certain elements of it that are part of our cultural makeup.
Right.
And yeah, Lisa asked, yeah. He literally said that immigrants are poisoning the blood of the nation. In doing
Yes.
so, he's literally quoting Schindler. Um,
Yes. Yes. Yes.
but
Yeah. My blood ran cold when I heard him say that.
yeah, but the thing about that is that the idea was always there. I mean, the people who were there on the right have been looking for somebody like Trump to actually say it. And what they've had were people before like Reagan who would dog whistle it.
Right.
It's not
Right.
it's
Yeah.
not an accident that Reagan went to an SS cemetery when he visited Germany. They're always been dog whistling this shit, but they haven't felt bold enough to say it because in terms of mainstream politics, the reactionary right was in decline for a while, and it's been in resurgence for the last 40 years. So by this point, people like Trump feel able to say something that they all want to hear and have wanted to hear for decades. It's always been there.
Yes, and I like what you said, and I totally agree on the fact that, Nixon got caught. Basically, that's the difference, and that there's a continuation, and a lot of things happen over and over again, and that's the way government works. And it really hasn't changed systemically when you really, dig deep. But people don't realize that and believe that one is more liberal than the other.
Yeah,
Where, well, okay, I
it's
mean,
like the police thing. They'll talk about, well, it's just a bad apple, you know?
yeah, yeah,
One bad apple doesn't spoil the bunch. Like, it's not a bad apple if all the other apples are protecting it. It's a systemic problem.
right,
But we want to make it simpler. We want to make it, oh, that leader was bad, that soldier was bad, that police officer was bad. But it's always the structures and ideologies. It's always much, much deeper. But and part of that, honestly, is just our evolutionary legacy. It's harder for us to think in larger systemic and abstract terms. We want it to
yes,
be easy. We want to Nixon bad. I can understand Nixon bad. It's a
yes,
lot harder to understand the structure of government and then of governance as a concept being the problem.
right.
And that creates a real problem for any kind of significant social change because it massively increases the burden to educate people. How can you reach people? How can you boil things down in a way that works for people who don't have time to really get to understand what the issue is? We have to
Well, I'll
get.
tell you what I find frustrating is when you mentioned Chile and the fact that they were sending ping pings through the diplomatic pouches. At that period in time, we had a dictatorship in Greece for 7 years, right? And that was American backed. That was,
I,
as a
I,
matter of fact,
I
two
gotta disagree.
presidents have apologized while visiting Greece. They said, sorry guys, we didn't mean to do that, which was very interesting. Clinton did that, and Obama did that. But anyways, to me, what's frustrating, and it is frustrating, but can't really do anything about it. I was there during the 7 year junta. I remember the fascists. My cousin got killed in the uprising in '74. So it resonates to me when I hear fascism. It like my hair stands up. And even in Greece, the younger people who haven't lived it don't really understand what it is to see a tank on the street.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. Although, like the anarchists in Athens, they understand it,
Oh yes, yes, they do.
and that's why they were the ones talking to Golden Dawn.
Yeah, yeah.
But not everyone does. And part of that again, it's a matter of just basic education. We'll talk about Mussolini and Hitler when we're talking about fascists, but we don't tend to talk about Salazar or Metaxas. We
Yes,
don't talk about a lot of the other ones who were playing with exactly the same core shit. It's
yes,
a much bigger thing. And the reason we don't do that, the reason people don't want to do that is they don't, a lot of people are attached to elements of that ideology and they think they can tame it. Hey, there's something on my eyes. What is that? My eyes turned red or pink or something. Um,
yes,
there's a The problem here is it gets back to that 1/3 number we had a minute ago. There are so many people who are attracted to significant elements of what actually makes the Yahtzees what they were, but so they need to think it's just a bad apple there and not really the core belief system because that would bring their own understandings into
right.
so and that makes it a lot harder to really deal with this kind of stuff on a deeper level. There's way too many people who feel that same kind of reactionary tribalism that's perfectly happy with that kind of leadership. And
Did you
I
see?
think we have to do
Yeah,
more with that. And realistically, liberalism is never going to be able to stop it. It never has.
right. Did you see what happened in Italy last week with the 2000 group salute? It was a Yahtzee salute. And did you hear what the government said? Nah, nah, that was a Roman salute.
Yeah. Yeah. No.
Unbelievable.
Will.
Unbelievable.
It was a Roman salute, but why did they use it?
Exactly.
Why did the fascisti adopt it? Hello. Yeah, it's. I mean, when people were trying to say that she wasn't a fascist, I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? It's like
Yeah.
over and over again, people can't deal with it. No one wants to think that Trump is the most popular Republican in since we started keeping statistics like that of popular opinion. So in more than a century, is by far the most popular candidate the party has ever had, and it's because he's a fascist. So, but you can't get them to see that because the only fascist they understand is the one that built a concentration camp. And well, there's no camp, so it can't be it. But the problem is they have those beliefs in common, and we
Professor,
don't deal with that. Which is why I keep saying we don't. If we don't deal systemically with those beliefs, it allows the problems to keep going on and on and on and on.
listen, Professor, if things go bad, I come from the island of Naxos. You're most welcome. You can come and, we can have coffee and souvlaki every day.
Beautiful. I've always wanted to explore the area. I've always wanted to like cruise around all through the Cyclades and see all this stuff.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah,
Cyclades is nice. It's beautiful.
it'd be
So
great.
listen, thank you very, very much. I don't want to take more of your time. Thank you very much.
I might I need to go get a package that was delivered that's on the porch, and I'll bring the dog in then because it is getting dark. But there was something you raised earlier about finance capitalism that I think I do want to talk about for a minute, but not necessarily in context of a question. You made me think of some fun things, but if you guys don't mind if I run quickly to do that,
Oh, absolutely. Go right ahead.
I'll
Because
be gone for like
right after that, I'm going to organize the panel exactly. So get everything that you need. We'll be here just chatting away. I'm so sorry that I dropped you before. I can't say your name, your username. You start with an S? You start with an S? Are you there? When he gets back, if you could just, you could ask it your question, whatever, you'd like. And then because we do rotate the panel, there are people in the queue. It's not that I don't know if you're new here or not, but I'm sorry, I'm moving around while I'm talking to you. We just do that to bring people up and down because there's people waiting, and sometimes time gets away from us. But hi Cheddar, hey Nat, hey everybody, how are you doing?
What's going on? Better what did you have? I had al pastor, so I was like, I saw that. I was like, yeah, tacos.
Oh my goodness. While we're also on here, please, if you are able to, on top of by Liam's username on the top, there's a little yellow heart. If you tap that, you become a part of his team, which it drives them up the algorithm, and we love to see Dr. Liam on our algorithm. Also, if there's any questions, you can always mention me in the comments, and I could always ask Dr. Liam when there's time available. And I don't know what else I was going to say. Oh, plus, if you can, please tap the screen and sharing out the live. That helps a lot. This is a free education, so anything you'd like to know. Oh gosh, a lot going on. Oh, did he? You could unmute and we could talk to each other while the doctor's not here. Oh, I didn't see. He doesn't have it on his he doesn't have it on his page, like on the top. He should have a sub goal. That would be great. Goth, you could unmute if you. I didn't know he start. Yeah, I seen that you're a sub.
Yeah, once when
He doesn't.
right when he did it, I was like, cool, click.
Yeah, but I don't see it. Where is it?
You just go to his main profile, the main profile page, and it's right there.
I will have him add it to the actual to the top, because to be honest with you, it's much better if people start joining the sub, because then we can go to a sub live where you do not need to have TikTok language.
Oh, he would like that a lot.
Exactly. I'll
Holy
definitely.
moly. We
Exactly.
would.
You don't have to have TikTok language because then you go into a private subscriber only chat.
That's
And
Oh.
awesome. I
yeah,
didn't know that was like a thing.
I'm sorry.
No, that's awesome. I didn't know there was a thing like
Oh
where
yeah,
if
yeah,
you
yeah.
went like sub only, you could like
Basically,
say what you want.
yeah, it's like it's the same thing. Like when when they turn the chat to subscribers only,
Yeah.
you could turn your viewers to subscribers only also.
Oh, okay.
So yeah,
Nice.
exactly. I mean, this is something that put it this way. What is his subscriber? What? How much is he? How much is the charge for it? About.
$5.99.
Oh, that's great.
Yep.
So for $5.99 a month, you get to talk to Dr. Liam on, as much as you possibly want.
Yeah.
That's actually a great idea. And you can say anything you want and be protected. That's
Yeah.
pretty dope. I think that's a great idea. I didn't know he was doing that yet. So when he gets back, I'll definitely let him know.
There you go.
Dr. Liam, I didn't know you started a sub. That's such a great idea, by the way.
Started a what?
A subscriber.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, I put up a little video saying I did it. I looked earlier today and one person's already done it. So thanks to whoever's done that. I haven't figured out how to
That's
see
me.
who it is. Oh, was
oh,
that?
no, it's
Yep.
Scott on the bottom.
Hey, cool. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome, man.
So yeah. Thanks for that. Yeah.
Because I just
Every-
want to talk to you
Every now
about.
and then something goes on sale or is used or something, I'll replace something that I don't know, photocopied way back in the day. So ooh. Always new presents coming in. Gotta look for the sales. Okay, there's this. Okay, dogs in. I think that's good for now. I think everything else I want to do, I can wait a little bit.
Oh, you can take your time. Dr. Liam, I wanted to tell you something. When you do go live, you should place your subscriber goal on the top of your live. Because this way they could click. I didn't know that because like right now I could, if you want to subscribe to Dr. Liam's live right now, all you have to do is press that little star on your screen. I'm not talking to you, Doctor. I'm just saying to the audience. If you press the little star, you're able to subscribe to Dr. Liam, and I will be doing that myself. And when you do, you know that you could do a subscriber only live, Dr. Liam, when that means that all your subscribers get to watch it only. And when you do that, you could actually speak in non-TikTok words. Could you imagine that?
Speak in non. What? Like
You
like you don't
could
have to
do.
censor yourself?
No, meaning, yeah, you don't have to censor yourself in a subscriber only live because it's it's a private live. Only your subscribers will be able to see. Yes, I love it. We'll be talking on DMs. We're going to have discussing this.
It says describe your live goal. Let's see. How long can this be?
Look, you're getting a subwave. Yay.
Then what's this number here? Edit. No, I don't want that. What's the number? How do I change that? Oh, here we go. Let's pick a number there, like that. Okay, confirm. It's still winter. Snow is fine. It says describe your live goals. So I just put in the same thing we do every night, Pinky. Try to take over the world. I have no idea what the goal is supposed to be, but that's what I put in. No idea what the goal is supposed to be. I actually found something else earlier today. You can actually put in a schedule thing for the live, but it has to be like 2 hours out, and I found it I think an hour before this. So I think I might try that because it's supposed to like work better algorithmically. What are you doing, dog? Hi.
Dr. Liam, I'm going to drop because I have an echo. If you could just raise me back up again after I drop. I'm going to drop because I have an echo. If you could just raise me back up again.
What's happening there? Who's my dog? Oh. Sorry, I have to I have to love my old lady for a minute. He's a good old lady. He's a good old lady. Yes. Gotta enjoy all the time I've got with her because she's getting old. He's a good old lady. Jade, Amira. Jade. Does. Okay. No, that one's too small. Where's the other one? Here, you got one. Here's. How about this? How about that? You can't fit in a cat bed. There you go. How about that? Okay. Here you go. Oh, come on. Come on. There you go. Come on. Can you get in there? Hi. Okay. Are you okay? Can I talk to people again? Yeah.
Yeah. Fuck, I had a real bad feedback because my daughter had this,
Oh,
this is
that
so exciting. I'm so excited. And then I'm also going to get you emotes. We can do emotes. I'll send it to you and then you could change your emotes and you could have we could have like a Dungeons and Dragons emote, like fun stuff. It's fun. It's a cute community.
okay, so I set a goal on there. It says so one person has actually added since this started. That's kind of cool. It'll actually tell me across the top. How cool is that? I mean, not that I need money to encourage me to do something like this, but it does make it nicer. I mean, it does help to justify some of the time. So,
And listen, you know what? It also doesn't. I'll be honest with you. It also doesn't make me feel as bad. Does that make sense? Because then it's like, I'm not saying obviously you're worth more than $5.99, but you know what I'm trying to say. It's like you feel like I'm pestering you, but now it's like, oh, okay, we're part of a community. I don't know. It's just a little bit better. Yay!
oh yeah, that's wow. Gosh, I'm selling for $5.99.
Did you imagine that?
I'm like the Walmart of scholars. This is
wow.
Jeez.
Really?
It's like I'm like the great value brand historian. I get the little got my little blue stripe. Great value brand. Okay.
So okay. Username starts with an S. If you have a question.
Was that? Oh no!
I'm talking to the panel. I'm just regulating it.
Oh, a snow globe popped. What is that? Oh, is that? Oh, it's tell me when somebody subscribes. That's cool. There was something that came up from the previous speaker that I was thinking about, especially when he said vampire capitalism.
Oh yes. I forgot about that. I apologize.
I think people should be able to make a distinction between the contemporary form of finance capitalism and other forms of it. And the thing about the way a lot of this works today, and this is one of the reasons that a lot of the rhetoric from the right and from liberals pisses the hell out of me, because capitalism was always relatively inefficient, but it's wildly inefficient now because what frequently happens is that they're just cannibalizing the existing industry to increase profit for shareholders. So they'll buy up different companies, strip them of their assets, and then sell things off, literally, and then just affects the bottom line, so it changes the stock price, so it helps the investors. So it only helps the capitalists. But the problem here is that what finance is ultimately isn't the economy. It's one of the things I was, I guess, trying to point to when I put up that little definitional video about capitalism, because the core of capitalism is really about the investment technique. It's not the exchange of goods. It's not really the economy as a whole, which is the circulation of goods and cash or whatever, like the movement within the economy, the movement of goods and whatever. That's the economy. But somebody making money from investment isn't actually part of the economy. It's sort of separate from it. And if you cannibalize the real economy being the growth for ordinary people, the growth in our wages, the growth of industries. When you cannibalize that for short-term profits, you undermine the entire system. If you go back to the 1960s in the U.S. example, about 90% of the transactions on the stock market actually reflected the real economy. Hello, dog. So they were people buying stock in like General Motors and General Electric, and that buying stock. The purpose of it was actually to fund research and development and expansion of plants and hiring new workers. So it was direct investment building up an economy. But in the last couple of decades, 90% of transactions in the stock market are speculation that has nothing to do with the real economy at all. It has literally no impact on it. What they're doing is they are actually destroying the real economy, which is the circulation of goods and capital and whatnot among us, in order to make a small number of people filthy fucking rich. And it has created a system that we haven't seen for a while. If you go back to the Gilded Age, if you're looking at like the late 19th, early 20th century, in some ways that world was a bit more globalized and a bit more concentrated in wealth because there were fewer power centers. There were fewer places where people were players. Today it's a little bit more distributed, but it has the same basic class solidarity in it, and it's the same basic percentage of the population, so it's not much different. And the wealth concentration in places like the US is now worse than it was in the Gilded Age. So, and it's much worse than it was in places like before the Russian Revolution or the French Revolution. Like, people literally unalived the king for a wealth distribution that was, oh, I'm at night for a minute. How cool is that? For a wealth distribution that was actually far nicer than the current one. I mean, we have concentrated so much power, and we've done it in such a completely bass-backward, stupid way with finance capitalism that the capitalism itself is just going to destroy us. And the problem is, the vast majority of people still think capitalism works because they think of it as the market economy. Commerce, markets, is not capitalism. If you can help people to understand that somebody can still have their plumbing business and somebody can still run a bodega and you can still have all that kind of shit without capitalism, then maybe we'll do better at actually being able to reform the system. But as long as people are thinking that they are a capitalist because they have their own business or something, we're fucked. And those small business owners associating themselves with the finance capitalists in the top half of 1% that own everything, that is going to destroy everything because they are systematically taking apart the companies themselves. They're lowering our living standards. The U.S. is out of the top 20 for everything. And it's not just us because it's beginning to spread to a lot of other countries. The UK is rapidly catching up. There's a lot of places that are getting worse and worse and worse. Because this is the trend. This is the direction that neoliberalism takes us. So I did want to build on that a little bit because he made a couple of references that made me think of the parallels between today and the Gilded Age in terms of concentrations of power and wealth and stuff like that. So I don't know if I'm making any sense at all to y'all, but I some of the things that I can't remember the name, but some of the things that the fellow from Naxos had said, made me think of the parallels between then and now. So, yeah, somebody mentioned the Chicago boys, yeah, and unfortunately the Austrians as well. But yeah, a lot of that far right economics has drifted into the mainstream since the 1970s, and we have 50 years of empirical data showing that it does exactly what they intended it to do, which was to fuck all of us. They're creating a feudal economy. This is not even capitalism anymore, really. So, wait, what? I hit a sub goal? Did 18 people just subscribe to me because I just ranted about capitalism for a few minutes?
Yes. I was just going to. I didn't want to interject.
I do shit like that all the time.
No, I didn't know. That's why I got excited. I didn't notice it. I'm sorry. I didn't want to interrupt you while you were talking, Dr. But yes, when I seen that goth, I didn't notice. I asked him because, like I said, I didn't know. Usually, when you go live, you should put it on the top so that people even know because it wasn't even an option. So please heighten your sub goal so you get to know because it's actually a lot of fun.
Oh, geez. So I guess I got to edit this thing.
Thank you, Goth, so much for letting me know. I had no idea that he had a sub. I would have, yes, and definitely you should start setting up times. The one person that can help you a lot is obviously you do know Wonder Woman, right? Wonder Woman. Her and I are very close. We could definitely help you with this because we got to get you emotes. We got to get you the times set up for when you go live. We have a lot of work to do with you, Dr. Liam. You're amazing and you deserve everything. Yay!
I'll be back in a few seconds. I'm gonna grab something.
Absolutely. I'm so excited. Thank you guys for everybody that subscribed. It's absolutely amazing. You all did fantastic. He just made his night. Yay! And even in the chat, we could also like think about what type of emotes for Dr. Liam. We definitely need a Minerva emote. What do you guys think? We need a Minerva emote, definitely. Type 1 if you agree in the chat.
Refreshing to see unadulterated joy.
Is it? Of course. Welcome to the panel. Yes, we're definitely going to get a Minerva. We have to get a Minerva one. Oh, how funny. That's so true. Oh, how to subscribe. If anybody doesn't know how to subscribe to Dr. Liam, as you're like staring into your device on the bottom, you will see like all the way on the bottom left, you'll see this like little diamond or a star. You tap that and it'll bring you up to a place where you can subscribe. You tap this little accept button. I know it's very faint. It's a tiny little dot to the left. You accept, you tap subscribe and you click in your payment and you're done. And then we will get Minerva. Then we get Socrates in like a hat with like glasses and a beard. That would look cute. We could do a lot. We can do the peppers. Yay, look at everybody. He's gonna be so excited. Well, we could absolutely think of things like even when Dr. Liam is speaking and stuff like that, we can come up with ideas. So we came up with some ideas, Dr. Liam. Definitely, we're going to need a Minerva emote. So I will definitely, we got to get a great picture of Minerva and have her as an emote. You don't even know what an emote is yet. I'll explain in a minute.
In this context, maybe not. I mean, I know how it's used in social media stuff.
It's like it's when a person is a subscriber, like watch, you get these special emotes, like they're emojis. See?
The snow globe thing that popped up a bit ago?
No. You see what I just typed in? Like I just made little crying stars. You see the stars?
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
So we can make little pictures of Minerva in there. Tiny
Neat.
pictures.
Cats. Oh, two cats circling each other.
So I'm sorry. S.
I wish y'all could have met Moshe.
Okay.
He was my best buddy for 14 years.
I just wanted to tell you the order, just letting everybody on the panel know. S, you're next. And then after that, we have Goth. After Goth, I will, I'll speak again. It's Goth, and then it's Cheddar, and then it's Nat, and then it's Splat. It's almost like it rhymed. So S, if you're available, can you unmic? Thank you.
Hi. So, Dr. Liam, I know you've been saying for a number of lives that we need to organize, and in general, one of the problems that I think I see is that while we all feel like we're in this community where everybody's on the same page, a lot of us just have different educational backgrounds, and so we still do lack a lot of like foundational knowledge. But B, we clearly haven't reached the numbers that we need to be effective. So the first, I guess, action point for me would be to look around, find the people immediately in my space or the people that I have access to, and try to recruit them in the sense that, try to get them educated in the things that they don't understand. A lot of basic things that we bounce out, or we sort of hitting into like my my country's lingo. Sorry. One of the things that we inevitably encounter when you're talking about systems of governance and power is the basic conversation of, say, capitalism and other forms of structuring. But the problem I have is that I feel compelled to always offer people evidence, not just to repeat things that we hear on your live, but to find that source material so that we could reproduce convincing arguments for other people in order to.
Good question. Convincing then for who? Because I'm just going to say, like, from experience, a lot of people actually don't want the footnotes. Like, so who? Because some people do. So what are we looking for? Because if people want material, I can give material, but most people don't find it very useful. So what's the purpose you're thinking of? Is what I'm asking.
Just as an individual, I suppose because I think I'm like neurodivergent too. I need the details to make a convincing case. But even something as basic as understanding, I thought your video that you put out on capitalism was very helpful. Because it's such a politicized topic alone, just finding out what is it and what is it not, what is communism, what is it not, that just those things, what are the models that have existed, what do they mean, what are the basic things, even the things that you've just discussed in terms of the wealth disparities. Where do we go to find that information in detail and create solid, I suppose, to come from an actual knowledge base without just repeating something in a vacuum and not being able to convince somebody who hasn't been here.
Yeah, the trick with some of it is that if there's a very specific question, I generally know where to look for it and can pull the thing out. If it's a much more general point, I have a hard time telling what to point to, and then I start giving like lists of books. And the problem in general, in terms of resources that a lot of people can use, is I almost never know things that are useful on websites. There are websites that I use for tracking certain statistical data. There's ones connected to particular institutions that are important, particular think tanks and stuff like that. But as far as websites that compile these kind of arguments that like sum this stuff up in an accessible way, I generally don't know what any of them are. I'm usually the last person to hear about that kind of shit. It's similar to people have often asked me like, what are some good podcasts or YouTubers, and like I never listen to podcasts. I don't have a fucking clue. One of my exes loved podcasts, so I heard a few in the car with her, but that's about it. I have no experience of that, so I have a hard time with it. What I can do when people want material is, I can always do, shit like this. Like, okay, so I can point to specific ones. Like, okay, so for this argument, you want to look in this area, and here are a few you can look at for that. But it's in most ways, I don't know how useful that is. Oh, hold on, I'm hitting the wrong one. That's there. No. These buttons are so close together for my fat ass thumb. Okay, and then that goes there. Okay, cool. The more they pack onto these screens, the harder it is for me to hit things. Like, I go to end this live at the end of the day, and I have to hit that little power button like several times before I'll actually get it. But anyway, so I can give lists of books, but then whoever I'm giving them to, then they have to have the time to read through those and find this stuff.
Yeah.
Because it's more like the way that I file stuff. When I'm writing something, then I know where I can find what I need for the specific thought that I have. But based on just general questions, it's often very hard for me to identify specific sections, because it doesn't trigger the specific ways that my memory works. So it's I don't know if I'm explaining this at all well, but it's difficult.
No, I get you.
I'll do the best that I can. I'll help the best I can in terms of sharing things. But from experience, I'll tell you, when people say, "Hey, can you give me a good resource?" and I'm like, "Cool. What you're looking for is in these 5 books." People just look at me like, "What the fuck are you talking about? I'm not going to read 5 books." So it's not helped a lot of people. So
Oh.
I don't know.
There,
Well, I
there was a
still
person
think
in the chat. I'm sorry. There's a person in the chat that typed it out for you. There's a website that you could look up. It's in the chat. It's liberationschool.org. They typed it out in the chat for you. Username is Rebel.
thank you. But yeah, from time to time, like my current one is on entry level understanding of the concepts around economics and capitalism that aren't.
So basic economic stuff.
Yes, because I do have, when I look for resources, I can't tell what when I'm being manipulated. I can't tell when I'm
I
being
got a
lied.
1 volume starting place for you. That one I can do. I have a new favorite. The kind of favorites and things like this change every now and then, but this is a current one for a good sort of like holistic overview. And the nice thing about Chang's writing is that he's relatively non-dogmatic about things, where a lot of economists argue as if their school of economics is the only one that has it figured out. And what he does in here is says, no, there's a dozen schools of economics and they're all wrong. They all work in some cases and not in others. So you need a bigger toolkit. So it's a much more balanced and less propagandistic view of economics. Because you get things like, I don't know, so Sowell's Basic Economics is teaching one type of it as if this is the true way. Or like, Hazlitt's, in one lesson, whatever, it's one type of economics in one way. They're all like that. Chang is not. So I have mad respect for this dude. So this will be a starting place. And when you go through here, if you have specific questions on the chapters, on the themes, the topics that he raises in here, or the different schools of thought, let me know and I can give you then like a volume that addresses each of those, because it gets into the specifics. But this is where, to anybody else, if you want to learn something about basic economics, this is the place to start.
That's great. Thank you. I have one more question and then I could be dropped, right? And that is, I have this vague concept that there are certain things that might move a government, say, more right. That is a conversation that I kind of see popping up online recently. For example, I've seen people discuss that by having, say this general 2-party system, if you have one party that is supposed to be a bit more left, and then they feel like the votes of their base is secure enough that they could make more right-wing decisions, then the party that is more right will then have a lot more leeway to move more right, and the entire system starts shifting. So in that same sort of spirit, are there things theoretically, generally, that could move a system more left, and what are they?
It's the same process. It's literally the same process. So I can give you a simple example in U.S. history that might help a lot of people. And this, you have to get past some of the weird misuses of words here, because the New Deal is not socialism. It's literally anti-socialist. They're not actually leftists, but what was proposed there was considerably more centrist than the previous Democratic Party dogma. It changed the positions on it. Because before that depression, because there have been a whole bunch of depressions in the 19th century, but there was one that proved resistant to the existing tools. They didn't have a way around it. So you got some people in that said, you know what, we're going to experiment. We're going to like throw darts at the wall and see which one hits. And what they were aiming for, they were still trying to save capitalism. So again, not truly left, but much different, because what they ended up was centrist and in some ways center left. They ended up developing a form of social democracy for the U.S. Now, there's a much more complicated conversation about that, because social democracy honestly slows down any ability to get to actual leftist solutions. That's a different argument. But in terms of the change, because the original, the Democratic Party ideals before that were not remotely like that. They were much farther right. They drifted far into the center or center left. What that did was it took the Republican Party and made them social democrats. If you look at the Eisenhower era, Eisenhower said that anybody who opposes the New Deal state is insane and should not be in politics. That there's no way. This is the consensus. This is what we have to do. And he actually increased taxes on the rich instead of reducing them. And that's a Republican. Now, he was conservative in other areas, but because the Democratic Party in the previous 16 years had pushed so much farther over to the center, it dragged the Republicans to the center right. So they were okay to supporting the welfare state too. And then it took a few decades to shift it back the other way. So what we've been seeing is that rightward drift since that period, since the breakdown there. So, I mean, when Goldwater ran in the 60s, he ran it on dismantling the welfare state entirely, and he got crushed. It was one of the biggest landslides in American history because even Republicans said, what the fuck is this shit? I mean, no, you're not touching my Social Security. You're insane. Because everything had drifted farther left. But from the activism in the 60s around Goldwater and afterwards, by the time you got to the 1980s, the Overton window was starting to shift noticeably back in that rightward direction. And that's the trajectory we've been on since then, if that makes sense. So what it took was boldness. What it took was somebody just fucking doing it, like pushing things that way politically. And the way you can tie this to us is that political parties will make more radical choices. Political parties will shift their position when they feel compelled by the workers, by people. So what got FDR to do that? Why did FDR do this? FDR is a privileged, bourgeois, super rich dude. He was definitely a capitalist, perfectly happy with capitalism, and his reforms were intended to save it. Why did he then take us to a centrist position? He did it because there was a legitimate fear of socialist revolution in the U.S. There were people who were terrifying him. The number of people who were signing up with radical unions, there were literally Americans who moved to the Soviet Union in the 1930s because their economy was growing. I mean, it was genuinely a fear. They were afraid of losing control of it. If the Depression stretched on much longer, it could have really radicalized American politics and a real left alternative might have been pursued. So the New Deal was an attempt to neuter that. But the threat at least got them to move. And that move there, that pushed the Overton window. So I think that's the core of your question. I know I've got a few tangents attached onto it, but the core of your question there is people pushing. The people power can force the parties to adopt different positions. And if the parties adopt different positions, that changes the consensus for a generation.
Right.
And afterwards, it
No.
can always fall backward, but it changes it at least for a generation.
Great. You've answered my question, and thank you so much. Just to tag on though, I'm also under the impression that as we approach this even more, I guess, fiscally difficult time, as resources get low for people in the population, you then have politicians able to exploit that scarcity by shifting the blame onto, say, minorities or that sort of thing. I've definitely seen that happen repeatedly through history, where if the economy is kind of messed up, then a politician could simply say, oh, well, it's this minority making that problem, and deflecting. So I don't know if that is the fact that we've all not really noticed that we've moved into this new feudal age. I don't know if that's responsible for all these right-wing governments popping up everywhere. I don't know if that's part of it, but it's terrifying.
The way this works, just in like a nutshell view of this, is that the more that neoliberalism concentrates wealth and the more it slows things down and harms the economy for us, the more people are susceptible to radical views. Now, that means that it does open up certain possibilities for socialists. That's why like communist and socialist movements were popular for a while, because the economy was shit for them. But it also opens the door for fascists and other forms of right populists. And because of the way the culture in much of the developed world and in some parts of the global south as well, because of the Cold War situation and the propaganda from there, it made it very difficult for a left alternative to appear and prosper. So instead, it pushes more people to the right. But it's a matter of the extremes being appealing when people feel anxious, when things seem like you don't know where it's going to go. When you sit there, and it doesn't matter if you're middle class or poor or whatever, wherever you sit there, if you're sitting there at the table and you're wondering, what will things be like when my daughter is my age? Will things be okay for her? Will she have a home and a good job, and will she be able to have a family? Like when things are weird enough that you worry about that, that opens you up to demagogues who say things are bad. Things are bad because of those people, and that has very predictable consequences.
Okay. Thank you very much. I can drop out now.
Yeah, this is realistically, this is one of the reasons that I've been talking about neoliberalism with people for so many decades now, is because the more people swallowed that bullshit and accepted that as the new norm, the more it was going to undermine our living standards. And the more our living standards fell, the more we were going to end up back with this fascist shit. It's an entirely predictable cycle. It's impossible it wasn't going to turn out this way if people believed this shit. But they did. They swallowed that bullshit. And it's had very noticeable consequences. And right now today we have thriving right populist and racist factions in dozens of countries around the world, and they are getting stronger all the time. And if we're not again, it gets back to that whole like root versus branch thing. Going after the Trumps of the world or whatever, or the Orbans of the world, that doesn't change the system. That doesn't prevent another one from showing up. The person who replaces Trump is going to be much worse than Trump, because the circumstances are continuing to trend in exactly the same direction that created Trump. So neoliberalism and finance capitalism are our problem in this regard. If we don't tackle that, yeah, we're screwed. We're going to be shit. We're going to be right back with these assholes again. That's where we're going. This is what our blind support for the existing socioeconomic system is doing. There are real consequences to this.
One thing, Dr. Liam, for the chat, could you possibly explain neoliberalism, please?
Okay, this is one of those words that people throw around a lot without being able to really nail down, and I have to say it's honestly difficult to do. The core of it is a way of looking at. Okay, so let's start first. Let's back up a second and say, what is liberalism? What is classical liberalism? Classical liberalism means no government interference in the economy, and capitalists can do what they want, and the market will regulate itself. So that's like the classical liberal view of like your Smith types or whatever, so minimal government intervention, because it was okay with like, hey, slavery bad, things like that. But minimal government intervention, but mostly letting the markets do their thing. The idea behind neoliberalism is to get back to a period where you've removed most regulation. So again, dismantling the welfare state and any restrictions on trade and any restrictions on accumulation of capital, because there was all kinds of things like restrictions on banking, restrictions on consolidation of companies. You can't buy everything up. You can't vertically integrate everything. You can't monopolize an entire industry. There were tons and tons of regulations that accrued over the 20th century because of the Great fucking Depression, and people were worried. Neoliberalism says take all that shit away. Go back to the liberal view where government does nothing, where you take the government out of the economy entirely, which means take it also out of the socialist system. So when people lose their jobs, fuck them. They'll get a new job on their own. Don't help. Don't do things to get them back on their feet. And what's different about neoliberalism in a nutshell from the earlier form of liberalism, and why we don't just say, oh, it's a resurrection of classical liberalism, is that the corporate model is dominant and finance capital is dominant. Those two factors are different from the classical liberal era. Corporations were a very different animal in the 18th and 19th century than they are today. And neoliberals are perfectly comfortable with massive multinationals that have no loyalty to the country that they came from and are literally able to dictate to whole countries what to do. And classical liberals wouldn't be. Classical liberals had reservations about them. Smith himself was critical of the idea of joint stock companies. He thought that they wouldn't actually, really work for the little guy and the small investors and whatnot, that they would instead just, mismanage things and focus only on like the biggest numbers or whatever. I mean, didn't quite see enough of where it was going because it hadn't gotten there yet, but he had some reservations already about the ancestor of the corporation. The current model of corporation is so different from what it was in the 18th and 19th century that it defies easy comparison. And neoliberalism is completely comfortable with the power of multinationals. So what we're getting to is, I guess, what to borrow Sheldon Volin's term for it, like a kind of inverted totalitarianism, where it isn't direct state power that regulates our lives. It's capital that regulates our lives, and capital dictates to the state how things work. So it basically takes the power really and puts it in the hands of international finance capitalists and corporations, and they will dictate our future. Neoliberals are perfectly comfortable with that. So that's the best I can get in terms of a nutshell. It's a lot like classical liberalism, but a lot happier with corporations. Did it even make sense? Hopefully it made sense. Someone just asked. No, I am not RMS, for the person who asked if I'm Richard Stallman. You will never actually see me eat my scabs, thank you. Stallman is a weirdo. Granted, I'm a weirdo too, so I'm cool with that. And I liked RMS, but I guess that's because I'm a free software zealot, like open source software. I mean, all my machines are Linux or Unix, so yeah. But no, I'm not going to geek out and teach you guys all how to use. We're not going to start writing Perl scripts together. This is not that kind of life. I'm just hairy. I'm hairy. So this is one thing I have in common with RMS.
Okay, Goth. Sorry, Goth. You are next. If you're there. Thank you.
I'm here.
Oh, and by the way, again, Goth, thank you so much for the sub information.
You're very welcome.
So grateful that you explained that, because now Dr. Liam knows, and I'll be DMing him the information. So excited. Thank you.
Yeah.
Anybody wants I don't know if I can see it from here. I guess this is tough. Let's see if I can find an angle for let's see. Kind of gets to a little tough because the stuff's all out of the way. Let's see. Kind of a blast from my past. So I don't know if you can see a whole bunch of Unix and Linux books up there, right? And then a whole bunch of coding ones over here, and a bunch of security. I was a security consultant for a while, so yes, I could drive by your house and break into your Wi-Fi still. So yeah, because once you get to once you learn the low-level shit, it's pretty easy to keep up with some things. But it's not been a part of my life for a long time now. So I'm rusty as hell, but I'm still an old school Unix geek. So, just a fun piece of trivia that has nothing to do with anything I normally talk about.
So, I have a couple of questions. So, the first one pertains to kind of what you were talking about, fascism and how insane that is. Why is it so intoxicating for people?
Okay, the core of it really is. Ooh, you stink. Old dogs fart.
Oh yeah.
The core of it is the way that it manipulates our tribe drive, in a sense. It's giving people a sense of belonging and purpose that they feel is lacking in the world around them, because we're so much more balkanized now. We live in massive, massive societies, huge numbers of people. You're walking around a city. There's all these people around. You don't feel a sense of close connection. We all go home to live in our little boxes. At the end of the day, we're not living close together. And humans evolved to live in close knit communities where like you're nursing the baby and you hand it off to somebody else because you trust them because it's a fellow mother, like another mother. So like the child has multiple mothers and fathers and we all kind of like live together and work together. That's our evolutionary inheritance. And we live in our nice little boxes and we get in our little boxes on wheels and we go to sit in our little cubicle boxes and we're all like isolated from each other. And there's a sense in which what the fascisti are trying to do is they play on our need for connection and meaning. If we're all together in our matching shirts and we all like do our secret salute and we have like a secret symbolic language and it makes us feel part of a giant movement to change things. And at the same time, the leader is also promising that he has a special knowledge and skill and he can fix things. So if you're, prone to that, not everyone is prone to the more hierarchical thinking, but this is why the same kind of people who can be drawn to like conservative thought can also be drawn to reactionary thought or fascist thought, because there is a hierarchical element to it as well. Not everyone can fall for the fascist arguments. You have to have that sense of hierarchy too. But the way that it's different and the way it's so seductive for a lot of people and why conservatives can turn to fascism is the sense of social isolation and the sense of chaos and confusion. So oftentimes it accompanies periods of radical change and confusion in the world. Mussolini was taking advantage of the major social and economic changes of the early 20th century. So women in the workplace, there are women at work. I don't want to I have to compete with them? No way. Like, I want them back at home making babies and, cooking my bread. So you play on those fears and that sense of a change, and you respond to it by giving people a simple solution to it, and one that also includes all that symbolic language, the way that we can all be kind of together on the same page chanting the same thing. So it has several features that connect to it. There's no one single part of it, but if you can touch on people in a few different ways emotionally, you can do it. And the key to understanding any fascist movement is it's not actually making rational arguments. That's not its point. It's intentionally irrational. It's intentionally playing on your emotions and your emotional needs. People falling for it often aren't going to accept that or agree to it, but that's literally what's happening psychologically, is that it's playing on those fears in a way and answering something very deep-seated about their insecurities that it offers them a way out of that. So I guess that's the shortest I can be with that.
When I think of fascist,
Go ahead.
hi. I just wanted to say Umberto Eco's essay, Internal Fascism, talks about cultivated obscuritarianism, right? And that's the idea of
you mean Ur-fascism, right?
somebody just cut off my microphone. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I apologize. It's Eternal Fascism by Umberto Eco. It's just cultivated
Right.
the idea of making facts relative, right?
Oh, yeah. Right. It looks like you're freezing up a little bit. But yeah, the facts are always secondary. They don't matter. Yeah, it's cutting in and out.
Let me drop.
I'm gonna drop you, and I'm gonna rise you up.
Yes.
I was asking who. The who is this guy. They're old stuff. He's dead, but he has a few essays that play on this. There's definitely better, more modern work that kind of like builds on that and touches on stuff, but it's still a good classic place to kind of go back to. And they're really and one of the nice things about that is he lived through that kind of shit. But the hello Minerva. The thing people often fail on when you're dealing with this is, and this is one of the reasons that it's one of several reasons, but one of the reasons that liberals will always fail to really challenge fascism is that psychologically they'll fall into a trap of answering the claims and trying to
respond logically. They'll say, oh, well, that's factually inaccurate. Here's the real information. Here's the statistics. Here's the data. That's a complete waste of your fucking time. Don't bother. If you're trying to correct the facts of a far rightist, you have already ceded the ground to them, and they've already won, because they don't want to hear it. It's never going to change their views. Their position is drawn on the emotion. It's completely secondary to the facts. And if you're wasting your time responding to them, you're not actually articulating an alternative vision. If you focus on what you want, oh yeah, what Dems do, yeah, exactly. Democrats have been doing this for decades. They answer the right, but they don't articulate their own vision. So their basic appeal in every election is, hi, we're not as bad as the other guy who wants to do all this awful shit. And then they point out all the awful shit that Republicans want to do. And I'm like, cool, yeah, I know. They want to do awful shit. But what the fuck are you going to do? And they never want to tell you. It's what people will respond to, what voters will respond to, and it gets back to the FDR point earlier. The reason people went for that kind of stuff is that they actually articulated an alternative vision. They said, I can make shit better. We can change things. We can improve things, and here is how. And it was a fairly radical vision to a lot of people's perspectives. And people will go for that. So the same psychology that can get people falling for fascism in a sense, because it provides an alternative, it's an answer to a confusion that they have. If people want to be bold from the left, you can do the same shit. But liberals can't, because they don't actually want any real radical change, and they don't really want to solve the problems. So they'll only respond to the far right. And when they respond and they try to correct the facts, they've already lost the argument. The facts don't matter. They're entirely relative. It's like, I think it's hilarious that like your Jordan Petersons out there always like bashing postmodernism, because that guy is postmodern as fuck. There's no actual truth to it. There's no empirical basis to what he wants. It's all a matter of like a Jungian feels, like it's just a bunch of psychobabble horse shit that works for people. It's not. It's deeply postmodern because it challenges the basic concept of truth. So the single best piece of advice I can ever give you for dealing with far rightists and fascists is do not give them an argument. Don't waste your time. Talk to the people that they're trying to talk to. Talk to the people that they're trying to sway. Don't talk to them already. And definitely don't talk, if you're going to talk to them at all, don't talk to them in the sense of like, let me correct your facts, because you've already lost. It's impossible at that point. If you're in a social circle, if you've got like a family member who's a fascist, there are techniques for reaching them if you have a personal connection, but it's still not laying out the facts. So it's still always a waste of your time. So a good point to raise there, even though the mic was cutting in and out. So hopefully I ran along in a good enough direction, close enough to that.
It's a really difficult problem when you're dealing with people that don't work on like facts, right? So that's what my grandfather said was you don't talk to fascist, and because you can't, right? Because it becomes an issue. It becomes of like making truth subjective, right? So that's it's at least with the cultivated like authoritarianism stuff. Another book I read recently was Friendly Fascism, and that would correlate much better to what you're talking about here with multinational corporate interest and such, right? And it's more of a slow, like boil, right? In which it's power held by elites groups that like hold capital, right? Subtle control of media and information. We saw that with Cambridge Analytica, right? Undermining individual rights, because if you are like, if you speak of like the Overton window and how like American politics works, if you're constantly crossing the aisle and having to step on other people's necks to do that, then you've probably already lost too, right?
Yeah. Sure.
Thank you, Cody, for coming back up. Your mic is much better right now. It just, we all are on this panel, and we all, thank you for jumping in because it's right on topic. We don't mind that. But Goth had a few questions, and we all particularly wait, you know what I mean? But obviously it's okay to, that was on topic, so it's not a problem. Okay, Goth, you could have more. Are you there, Goth? Sorry, Goth.
Yeah, I'm here. It's all good. It was on topic for sure. Added really a lot to the conversation. The other
On
question.
topic like It's easier.
Okay. So the other question I had was, why is it, I've noticed it, propaganda, right, in the United States, it's heavy. And it's quite frightening, to tell you the truth.
Yeah.
I mean, why are people like, it's like, we kind of fought World War II, you know, fascists, you know, Joseph Goebbels, I think his name was, it's like, we kind of know about, we're supposed to know about this stuff, and we're falling for it, people are, so it's just, this question I had is like, why is it happening? It almost seems like it's at a rapid pace now.
That why is this happening now, or why is the propaganda? What do you,
like the propaganda, like I've seen it gradual, right, throughout the years, but it's really rapid in the last 5 years.
propaganda?
Yeah, like just like the lies are floating on the lie.
I would say in
stuff.
general, okay, so it's a mixed bag there.
Yeah, sorry.
On the one
My
hand,
bad.
it hasn't actually gotten worse in terms of the actual propaganda model of media. That's been bad for a long, long time. What's different is that most people do not get their news that way anymore. They get it from their friends on social media, and they get it from mass emails and Facebook posts and shit like that. So people producing bullshit clickbait websites that have an appealing sounding name that somebody's going to fall for, that can spread terrible ideas much faster than they used to. But they still used to spread bad. I mean, how do you think they got all the Birchers to believe that shit in the 1950s? All that stuff was just made up, it was complete crap. But it had to pass from person to person. You had to get together in a meeting in someone's house or read some pamphlets that they produced, like little Xerox pamphlets they passed around. Today, it's all on fucking Facebook. So it's tons like boomers doom scrolling Facebook, reading the satanic and Antifa conspiracy of gay, pedo, whatever nonsense. Yeah, that's the only difference. But for media as a whole, the propaganda model has been stable for a long time, and it's been bad for about a century in the U.S. So that hasn't changed at all. Oh, okay. It's just where a lot of people get their news from that's changed.
Got it. Maybe that's what I'm looking at.
Yeah, especially the more you interact with younger people, and you start seeing a lot of shift there, and then with older people falling into the technologies but not having a lot of the critical skills needed to process it. Yeah. So tons of boomers getting onto social media. Yeah, it's we weren't informed well enough, and we aren't taught the basic skills that we need to really deal with that kind of more. See, when you're dealing with what newspapers say, it's processed differently in our heads from what Uncle Joe shares on Twitter. We literally read it in a different way because it's another way that things in the modern world are exploiting elements of our evolutionary inheritance. Uncle Joe is in a trust network. We have a relationship with him. We know him. So what he says is going to have more of an impact unconsciously on us than what the New York Times says. So the New York Times propaganda isn't as effective as what Uncle Joe will send in an email to Aunt Mary. She's more likely to fall for that shit because she knows him already. So the technology companies, have created an infrastructure where really dishonest actors can completely fucking destroy us. And we'll do it to ourselves.
Yeah, I understand. My mom's a boomer, so she's like, yeah, just I see anything online, I'm going to come straight to you, see if it's real. Because I don't know.
That's great that she does that. Yeah. I mean, mine asks me for some things, but much less than I wish she did. And sometimes it's very difficult to get around it. I give you a funny example from a recent election. So there was a California has ballot measures where you can put something on there, kind of like a direct democracy sort of thing. We can put things in, and they're a lot harder to get rid of. So there's good and bad sides to that. But we can vote on these measures, right? When one shows up, because money can flow so easily into our political system now, you can flood people with propaganda about it. Now, there was one on there that wanted to alter a property tax measure that we got back in the 70s that would have only changed it for commercial properties valued at more than $1 million. Any commercial property valued at more than $1 million would pay more in property taxes, and all that money would go straight to our schools. So everyone would benefit.
tons of schools in California have a whole bunch of trailers. Whole graduating classes have had classes in nothing but fucking temporary trailers that have been there for 20 years because they can't afford to deal with the population size anymore. We don't have the investment for it. So it was an attempt to deal with a very real problem. And she's aware of that problem because she ran a child care center for 30 years or something. She knows what kids have to go through there. But she kept hearing radio ads, and like TV shit that kept telling her it will raise her property taxes. So I sat down with her. I showed her the text of it repeatedly. Is your house a commercial property? I don't know. Well, okay, a commercial property is a business. You're retired, right? Yes. Okay, so your house isn't a business right now, is it? No. Okay. Is your house valued at over $1 million? No. Okay, cool. So this can't raise your taxes. But the TV said it will.
Yep.
She voted against it because the TV said it.
Wow.
So I had several conversations with her on this. The way that they reach people, the language that they use is very psychologically effective. It's hard to get around. It's hard to get past. And that again, it gets back to if you're dealing with it solely on a factual basis, it's very difficult to help people because they're hearing something that scares them. She was scared. She could not afford a raise in property taxes on her house. So the fear of that meant that she protected Hollywood and Disneyland. The measure was intended to raise taxes on fucking Disneyland. It wasn't going to touch anybody's houses. It was going to touch the filthy rich and all these big corporations. That's it. But, it got voted down. We lost it. And we needed it. California schools are fucked. We used to lead this country, and we're falling farther and farther behind. So I was pissed, but it's a really good example, I think, of just how insidious that shit is.
Yeah, I think that's the only questions I have for right now.
Yeah, there's actually quite a few sections here on propaganda techniques and media changes. It's sort of a fun issue, and it has been for a long time. So I've got a lot of older studies and a lot of my very recent ones too, like looking at the developments. But at the end of the day, it's really quite simple. It's just playing with our psychology. It's playing with our emotions. And if you can use the right kind of language to play with people's emotions, you're just fucked. And when you've got those trust networks as well, it makes it so much worse. So if you're hearing it from a source that you had a reason to trust already, and what turned her onto it was her, it was like people that she knew that kept telling her, no, you gotta listen to this ad. This ad means something. So at the end of the day, logically speaking, I can read the bill text, and I should be a trusted source on this, but I can't be because she had a whole bunch of people in her social circle, and I was only one person, and all of them had fallen for it, and they all said, you got to listen to that radio ad. That radio ad's right, and it's going to raise our property taxes. So she went with that. It's an emotional connection. It's our tribal networks that fuck us.
Yeah, I understand that.
Just subscribe to your capitalism. That's funny. Hey, this isn't capitalism.
Yeah, to tell you a story. It's semi-personal, but it's okay. I'll say it because it's interesting. It kind of falls in line with what you're talking about. I got married at a young age, right? I was like 18. Didn't work out. Way too young getting married. And my grandma, she was born in Germany. My mom's first generation here. Well, not first generation. I am, but she was born over there too. But when I got a divorce, my grandma, she pulls me aside, waits for my grandpa to go away because my grandpa was an American. He was Air Force. And she goes, you're never going to be happy unless you get married to a European or a German woman. I'm like, and I'm young, right? I'm naive. I'm 18, and I take it to heart, and I do what I do. It didn't work out still. And then I'm older now, and I'm like, oh, all right. Don't listen to everything family says. Including when they come from shady backgrounds. So yeah.
Gotta go get you one of them war brides somewhere now.
Right. But yeah. All right. Yeah. I guess Jack's right. Yeah. You can drop me down so I can bring more people up.
Hi, puppers. Oh, definitely. Wait, what kind of dog? Oh my gosh, my doggy looks so much like. You know, I have an Alaskan Klekai. It's actually like a mini husky. That's what you would call it. I have to definitely turn on my camera one next slide to show you her. But
Shepherd husky mix or something. She's a mutt, but like
absolutely, she
the
looks
thing.
so much like my dog.
Yeah, she has a lot of color pattern from shepherds, but none of their personality. But she has the fur type and the tail for a husky, and she loves the frickin' snow. She's just like me. We don't feel the cold, so we lay out in the snow, out in the back, and we're happy campers. You know.
Absolutely, she looks just like. If she has blue eyes like my dog, then forget it. It's perfect. Oh, you have.
Sorry, no, they're brown.
Stars, stop it. You have an Alaskan Klekai also? That's such a rare thing. I can't believe that somebody in this chat has one also. They're such a rare dog breed. Nobody even knows what they are. Yay! Thank you, Star. That's awesome. I'm so sorry. Cheddar, you're next. Cheddar, if you have anything.
Yeah, I was just jotting down some notes, how to talk to people. I'm not a professional by any means, but I have been debating people for about 25 years. So I guess I have my 10,000 hours. But I've quite a bit when dealing with people. Like you said, emotions, they play a huge factor. And facts don't have feelings, so they can be easily dismissed. So you can show them, all the facts in the world, they can just dismiss them because it doesn't touch their feelings. So when I'm dealing with people, you have to ask yourself a few questions. Do you actually care about the outcome of the conversation, or are you just arguing to argue? Because if you're arguing just to argue, just walk away, because it's not going to do any good. Are you hoping for the other party to, see something here? Like, are you hoping that they'll actually have, are you hoping that they have the same look as you? Are they actually looking to have a conversation? Is it even a conversation worth having? If we're going to talk about like one with the hardcore Trumpers, just don't even bother, because you're talking to a brick wall. There's a point where you just have to realize this person is lost in the sauce. I'm not even going to bother. But, if they want to have a real conversation, go for it. And another huge thing is, can you set aside your own ego, right? If they attack you, or challenge or attack your beliefs or your chosen political party, are you able to just brush it to the side because you understand that, conversations, debates, or whatever, they can be emotionally charged? So don't take these things personally because you're trying to have a conversation. Obviously, there's a certain point where it's like, okay, this is no longer a productive conversation. Let's just end it here and let them, go ahead, run away. It doesn't matter. Because again, it's not a productive conversation. It just devolves into name calling and arguing. Now, when you're talking to them, don't try and debunk their beliefs. Like, oh, you're wrong. Because that can result in the backlash effect, right? That's like when you see a debate, most people end up more entrenched in their beliefs than when they got there. So you just want to have a conversation with them. You want to listen to their point of view, because we all know it's frustrating to feel like you're not being listened to and you're just arguing. So listen to what they're saying. And one way you can do that is by repeating or paraphrasing what they just said. Like, okay, so just so I understand, and then repeat their argument back to them. And if they say, yeah, that's what I'm trying to say, like, okay, now we can work from that, because you let them know that you understand what they're saying. Otherwise, they can misconstrue it as, you didn't listen to what I said or anything like that. So if you repeat it back and they say, yes, that's what I'm saying, like, okay, let's talk about that. You got to speak to their concerns. Like when we're talking about, like with right wingers, see, active listening techniques. Yes.
It'll help disarm people. If they hear that you're taking them, if they hear that you understand them, then they feel heard. It touches their emotions in a way, and it can open up the walls there.
Exactly.
So
Exactly.
it's a way of like getting around some of those barriers of digging their heels in. So
Another
good in
thing is
relationships,
learn
but
about.
also good in debates.
Exactly. Another good thing to try and brush up on is epistemology. Epistemology is kind of the way that you try to understand like how people arrive to their beliefs. So ask a lot of why questions, like what made you arrive at this decision? Why do you, hold this, specific viewpoint? Um, yeah, so epistemology, there's a lot of great books on that.
Oh yeah.
So when you're talking, like speaking to their concerns, try and find a common ground. Like with a right winger, like, yeah, America does have a lot of awesome things. I mean, we've got, you might have to maybe kind of fib a little bit to yourself, but like, yeah, America has, free speech, and we've got the Second Amendment, see, nonviolent communication.
I forgot to give a few other things while you're talking here that could also be helpful in this. That I'm hearing some things like, and I can riff on,
Oh
like
yeah, yeah. No, if you got a book to show, that's awesome.
But, keep going. I'm just like throwing a few ideas.
For sure. Stop trying to be right. Approach the conversation that if you're just going in to own somebody, you've already lost the conversation. Because if you're just trying to be right, you're not going to listen to their their point of view. So you might walk away like, hey, they actually had a pretty good point, or and vice versa. They might do the same. Another good thing is you have your discussions privately. Take it offline. Take it to the PM, because if you do so publicly, that can put them automatically on the defense because you're having an argument for an audience, and then it allows others to chime in with that. With their viewpoints, because they're not there to actually have a conversation. They want to try and own the libs or whatever. So like, hey, I would love to have a conversation. Can we private message about this so we're not distracted by all the yahoos? And more often than not, they'll be like, okay, so you don't want to put on a show publicly, so let's talk. They're willing to do that. Picking your battles, ignoring red herrings and straw man arguments. Just let them roll off your shoulders. Just overlook them completely. And then if they try and bring it back, well, what about this, like, it's not relevant to the conversation really. Let's try and get back on topic. And again, if they try and just stick to that and won't let go, just like, okay, I think it's time to end this conversation because it's no longer productive. Unfortunately, with a lot of these people, you have to hold their hands. You have to speak to them politely. So when I hear, oh, these people should have known by now, yada yada yada, well, unfortunately, they're, like you had said, they're propagandized, and their friends and family are speaking in their ears about this stuff. So if you're like, oh, you should have known about this already, yeah, they should have, but also look at it from their point of view, that they've been so propagandized by all these, info wars and nonsense like that. They're not going to know these things. I mean, they look at all the mainstream media without realizing that Fox, being the most number one viewed channel, is the epitome of mainstream. So mainstream really means nothing. There's
mainstream is far right.
Exactly. There's kind of a 5-step process that you could follow. Like I said, clarify or paraphrase, agree or praise, meaning find a common ground. Like, hey, I love America too. I have an American flag sitting right here. I love my country. I love the vets. I disagree with a lot of what the government is doing. Find that common ground. Pivot. So once you can kind of find that common ground, like, okay, I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna mention a couple of things that you might disagree with that we can talk about. Offer perspective, and again, facts have no feelings. So offer personal stories or experiences, because when you talk to them, they love to bring in personal stories and experiences, and we say, oh, anecdotal evidence isn't evidence, but to them it is, because they do have an experience, either whether they might be lying or whatnot, they heard it from somebody. You can still address that quote unquote personal experience. And the other one, epistemology, like I had said, you frame your argument smartly. If someone is like, let's say you're talking about minimum wage. If someone is working full time and they're not able to support themselves, something is wrong. Not that, oh, the minimum wage should be raised. And he's, well, it's going to lead to higher prices. Like, well, I can see where you're coming from, but prices have been steadily increasing for decades and wages have barely risen. Don't just say that they're wrong. Remind them that they do have the right to their belief, but ask them to ensure it's for the right reasons. That one, I don't know if that one's kind of self-explanatory, but
No, you're kind of
everybody
actually
does have a right. Huh?
you're getting the question of framing in a minute there, though, too. I mean, I'd probably say looking up framing is more helpful than epistemology per se, because a lot of epistemology gets you thinking about how do we know what we know, and doesn't spend as much time in really helping people rhetoric.
Right.
Like persuasive arguments. So, if anything, rhetoric is more helpful, but framing is a specific type of rhetoric that I think will help. I can give you one quick example that might tie into this, if you don't mind.
No. I only got like two more examples, so we're good.
I'll add one into here, and then you can go into a couple more. But the when I was trying to talk to Republicans about things like Medicare for all, I never talked about it the way that liberals or leftists would, about the moral obligation to take care of people, and that there's people being unalived every year from preventable illnesses, all that kind of shit. Never talked about it once. I talked about the cost. I talked about how it would save them money, and I literally framed it as a tax cut, because it would be. Now, if somebody has insurance through an employer, right? They're not thinking about what it actually costs them because it comes from their employer, right? But what it's coming from is their compensation package. So it's money that they would otherwise have in their pocket. And if the employer is paying 10 grand a year for that private insurance policy, but Medicare for all would raise your taxes by $1,200, you're telling somebody, I'm going to get you a $9,000 tax cut. You're going to have an extra $9,000 a year in your pocket. And the person who's motivated by that, because someone on the right has been hearing tons of shit about money. They think in terms of money and tax cuts because they've been framing things in terms of tax cuts. You're basically piggybacking on rhetoric that they've been hearing for decades. So it slips through the defenses. Another one that I used on the same topic was the question of freedom, because that's another one. The word freedom they love on the right. They don't really mean it because they love police states, but set aside that and no, they use the language of freedom a lot. And I was like, cool. Now, here's how this will work. You don't have to worry about maybe you always want to start your own business, but you're afraid of doing because you need benefits for your family. Now you don't have to worry about that employer for the benefits of their family. You have the freedom to go and start your business. So there's more entrepreneurship. There'll be more entrepreneurs out there building the economy, because that's again rhetoric that they hear. And then there's a sense of a freedom of choice, because if there's people often conflate insurance with providers. Like, your doctors are not your insurers. The insurers are just the bean counters in between. If you put everybody in the same risk pool and there's one set of bean counters, but you can go to any fucking physician, you no longer have to worry about who's in network. My HMO, my PPO, you're not in network. I can't. Uncle Tom said that doctor was the best doctor he's ever had. I can't go. Sorry. Now you can. You have the freedom. So you put it in the terms of freedom, and you're basically playing them psychologically because they've heard that word over and over and over again. That's framing, is the technical term for that. You're using language that suits a particular audience to make exactly the same points that you want to make in completely different language. So I don't know if that
like your co-insurance, your co-pay, the possibility that your insurance can reject your life-saving procedures. Yeah, all that.
Yeah, but rather than getting into the details of the how it works or the moral arguments or anything else, or even the simple fact that empirically it saves money. I mean, because that liberals sometimes love that argument. But if you just say this is cheaper, they'll say nuh-uh. But if you say this gives you a tax cut, it immediately what? It short circuits a part of their brain. Like, it freezes them for a second. I love tax cuts. What kind of tax cut? Tell me more about the tax cut. Like, cool, I can get $9,000 a year. Here's how it works. So, yeah, it's a matter of getting the people in a way that they're already there. You're going where they are. You're going to them with the language that already works for them. Oh, I get a hat.
Yeah, you have to appeal to their sensibilities, because, I mean, we for the most part, we know that we're pretty much on the right side of history. And unfortunately, like I said, you have to handhold them into the right way of thinking about things. Because again, we're talking about people that don't really read past the headlines. They're essentially told what to think on a daily basis. I mean, I do auto detailing, and there's been, I think I can count about 5 instances where I show up to a customer's house at 9 in the morning. I get started, I finish up 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and when I walk in the door is Fox News, and when I leave to let them know, Fox News is still on. Because I said, they're being spoon fed
Yep.
this stuff. Their brains are being scooped out like the monkey brains in Indiana Jones and filled with garbage. And unfortunately, you have to. Yes, I understand where you're coming from. Blah blah blah. I mean, well, maybe not in such a condescending tone, but you have to appeal to them. Because I
Even
mean,
worse, now they got Newsmax and
oh god,
News One and all this.
Newsmax, and yeah, I remember when
Newsmax
Alex
is,
Jones was.
yeah.
Oh yeah, Newsmax and
This is
OAN.
Newsmax in a nutshell. It's not
Exactly.
news.
Oh yeah, I mean the fringe news sources are now their new mainstream, and it's horrifying, but that's the reality we live in, and we have to deal with it on their level, essentially. I don't want to infantilize them, but you have to talk to them as if you're dealing with children in a lot of cases, because that's, they're told how and what to think. I mean, you can watch Fox and then jump into Facebook comments the next day, and they're just repeating that same thing. They don't have their own thing, even though they push this big, strong, tough, big dude, rugged individualism, without understanding that we're a society, we're a societal species, and we have to work together in order to survive. And they're like, well, I could go live out in the woods. Okay, well, good for you. Not everybody has, acres of land and the ability to go build a cabin on. We have to care for each other. But I get frustrated, but I'm glad I can vent on here instead of in a comment section. But
I know you qualified it, but I mean, we should be careful about the infantilizing type language, because it's not really it. And one thing that people run into a lot, and I see this from both the right and the left, people like to think that the other side is stupid because they don't think the way they do. But the simple fact is that there are co-evolved ways of thinking that are distinctly different. Some people are naturally more open to new ideas and are interested in facts and empiricism. Other people are more interested in custom and tradition, what my parents did, and the emotion. Those are two basic neurotypes that co-evolve because they're both really fucking useful when there's only 150 of you, right, for holding the group together. The problem here is people are often talking to people using a language that works for them and ignoring that the other person doesn't think that way. Their moral standing is different. Their neurological standing is different. They have to approach the ideas in a slightly different way. So it's not a matter of people being stupid. They literally think differently than you do. And honestly, if you guys can get to where you understand that basic concept, you will make the ASD folks so much happier, because you might be a bit more empathetic for us, because we just don't think like you do. And our neurotype also co-evolved because it's useful. It was never selected against because it's useful. It's just rare. Right? But you can't talk to people in exactly the same way. There's slight differences. So if we can take that into account. So don't think that you have to talk down to somebody. What you have to do is talk differently to somebody. You have to talk to them in a way that speaks to their neurotype and meets them where they are, instead of forcing them to think like you.
And also, there are literal physical differences between the liberal and conservative brains. I don't remember where the study was conducted.
Like the amygdala and whatnot. Yeah, the fear responses are much higher.
Exactly. The fear responses. So you have to appeal to that, or at least kind of try and limit it somewhat, because that's how they're going to feel naturally. They might not become some raging liberal in the end, but if they can at least see the fairness of equality, equity, better wages, better healthcare, stuff like that. And I mean, obviously we can go on and on and on, say with the LGBTQ, anti-immigration, economics, et cetera, but at least the fundamental things that make a society in the modern day a functional society, will have come a long way. We can argue about the other stuff later on, but for now, it's how do we get out of this pit that we're in? Actually, I wrote down this thing. It's from the Cambridge History of Political Thought. It's the 5 steps of right-wing ideology. So it's number 1, the reactionary right sought a return to aristocracy and established religion. And then number 2, the moderate right distrusted intellectuals and sought limited government. Number 3, the radical right favored a romantic and aggressive form of nationalism. The extreme right proposed anti-immigration policies and implicit racism. And then number 5, the neoliberal right sought to combine a free market economy and economic deregulation with their traditional right-wing beliefs in patriotism, elitism, and law and order. But now we've got all of those combined. So it's how do we fight those very things? I mean, there's so much. I mean, it doesn't seem like it, but there's a lot of intricacies to talk with these people, and in a lot of ways, they're never going to change their mind. But as I've said, it's how do we find common ground with the basics, health, infrastructure, et cetera, et cetera. But
and oftentimes
that's the big struggle.
Yeah, I mean, you're not going to get everybody. There's always going to be a portion of the population you're just not going to reach for various reasons. Yeah. But there's a lot of people that are a lot more swayable than we thought. And you can see that in the discussion earlier when people were talking about the Overton window, right? Because shit tons of conservatives used to vote for lefty candidates. You know that like literal Marxists used to take a quarter of the vote in Oklahoma? Like Oklahoma used to have a shitload of Marxists in it. I mean, they used to actually run Milwaukee. I mean, literal fucking socialists ran Milwaukee for ages. And there's a lot of conservatives there, and they were perfectly happy to support those governments. Yeah. It's not everyone, but there's a share of either side that's always swayable, and it just depends on how you talk about them. A lot of things come up here that sound kind of depressing in our long discussions, but in general, there's one thing I can do that actually might give you a sense of hope. Just, I don't know, an anecdote I can share, right? It's from my brief experiment trying to, be politically involved. I spent a lot of time in direct conversations with people, coffee with the candidate kind of bullshit. Like, let's sit and talk. Let's get to know people, right? And in the course of those couple of years, I had a whole bunch of like registered Republicans who just like, yeah, I'm totally behind you. And I was selling them literal fucking socialism, not bullshit neoliberal Democrat shit. I was like, yeah, I'm selling them socialism. I'm just not using the S word. I'm framing it in a way that makes sense to them, and I focused on issues that we had most in common. I focused on issues that would appeal to them, that make sense to them. So if you spend all your time talking about LGBTQ rights, you're going to lose them. They knew it was part of my platform. They understood they had a shitload of things on my website that they were never going to touch. They never liked. But I talked to them about things that they could like, and I talked to them in a way that made sense to them. That's something everybody can learn to do. If an autistic fucking anarchist can do that, all of you can learn to do that, and you can have conversations in your own fucking life with people, and you can actually change them. Not all of them. Avoid the most indoctrinated. Avoid the people who have really drunk that Kool-Aid. But a whole bunch of people on the fringes that can absolutely change if you spend the time with them. So it's...
I've seen that before with these street interviews, people talking about workers, worker collect, maybe we should seize the means of production, and they're like, yeah, but then as soon as you say, the S word or unions, they're like, oh no, yeah, it's how, like you said, like we went to before, how do you frame the argument?
I got a thief here.
Well, someone's thirsty.
That's her water.
Doiled cat. Like that cat demands like your attention. It's pretty adorable.
Yeah, they all know they can get away with it. They all like it, so it works. I wish y'all could have met Moshe. He was such a dear.
I'm still not quite there yet, but I'm gonna add a third sometime soon. I gotta find some other lost poor cat that I can save. Hi. Just silly dog.
But it's just you got to learn how to talk to people, you know, and be willing to lose the argument, you know, even if it means taking a hit to your ego. Walking away is oftentimes the best bet to do it. Otherwise, that just solidifies their dislike of you and your position. If you're willing to say, okay, you know what, this isn't productive, I'm gonna walk away. Like with the Marjorie Taylor Greene. I don't know if it was you or somebody else mentioned it. Malignant narcissism. You know, whatever they say becomes reality. Like when with the Hunter Biden walking out, you know, she's like, "Oh, look at the coward," blah blah blah, and he just walked right on out because he ain't got time for this. It does no good to turn around and yell because that's what they want. So just walk away, let them, you know, stomp their feet or whatever, and just move on to the next person. Because, like you said, we're not going to change every mind, but
Right.
we can at least change enough, or at least get the ball rolling. I mean, I'm not saying they're dumb in any way, but they're not exactly the type to, you know, have a library full of social and political books.
Oh well,
You
yeah,
know, so if
yeah. Different types of
in
people.
YouTube
Different types
videos,
of
yeah, like
intelligence.
yep,
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, my mother's wicked smart with people. I'm honestly terrible with people in real life, you know. But she's wicked smart with people. My brother is too. You know, my brother literally manages multiple shopping malls and has no college degree because he's really good at working with people and he climbed his way up that corporate ladder. But does he read? No. The occasional novel, maybe. That's about it. So different types of intelligence. You have to go where people are, and when we assume that everyone has to be kind of like us, we've already lost the discussion. So
yeah, yeah. It's easier. It's good just for your own self, or your own peace of mind, just to walk away. I mean, it might sting a little bit. We all don't. None of us like being called names and stuff, but at the end of the day, you know, it's a lot less. It creates a lot less animosity and hard feelings on everyone's part. If they feel they won, good on you, dude. I'm going to bed. You know.
yeah, exactly. For some people, it's just about scoring points, and if that's the point of a discussion, it's not worth your time. You know,
Yeah.
if you enjoy that, fine. But it's kind of masochistic to most of us. But
Yeah.
but it's not helpful. You know, and oftentimes it can make things worse and make it harder to work with them later.
Yeah.
So
And you've been in my lives. I mean, I don't like the debate. I'd rather have the conversation with the people and find out who they are. Like like what are you about? You know, who are you? Tell me some stuff about yourself. Let's get to know each other as humans. And we can go from there. If we can at least understand that we're both people and we understand that we have different viewpoints, you know, starting with a friendly conversation can often lead to other things. I think like the last one you're in, we had two pro-Israeli people in there, and it didn't really get heated. It was just us talking, and people were in the comments like, "Oh, this person has this kind of video, blah blah blah," and I'm like, you know, that's terrible, but that's not what I'm trying to do here. I'm trying to at least get them to understand that I'm a human, even though I support Palestine, and they're a human, even though they support Israel. Let's at least start with that most basic level of understanding and go from there. You know, we might not be able to change each other's minds, but if we can at least understand, at least come to the understanding, like, you know what, we disagree, but, you know, this person has points, that person has points. We're just people. We just disagree. Maybe we can argue about the other stuff later. That's what I like about my lives. And
yeah,
it's been successful so far.
yeah. No, and one of the reasons I like tuning in. So yeah, I think we can do a lot of good by having conversations. And they are, just so we know, they are more effective in person than here, but they can still have an effect here if you have respectful conversations and if you make people feel heard. So and I try to do that. If you can go to like, okay, I understand that you're afraid that the H group wants to get you. Okay, I hear you. Let's talk about that because, and then you find a way to agree with them. Like, and you said a way about that earlier. Like sometimes you gotta like you find a way to kind of like, okay, cool. I don't like them either, Of course, my reasons for not liking them are they're Islamists and they want to, they don't like gay people. They don't like people having alcohol. I want a beer. Like there are ideological things I dislike about them. So it's fine. But I can go with that. I can say, you know what, I don't like them either. And I don't want them to be able to attack you because I don't like the idea of people being unalived. I think that that's bad. So let's try to figure out why it's happening and how we can make you feel safe. If you focus on their safety because that's their concern, because that concern for their safety is what gets them listening to people like Bibi, right? That's what works on them. So if you talk about their safety first, you can actually get them to understand, oh, you know what, maybe if we didn't do that, they wouldn't blah, 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 and then there you go. You've won. And I've done this. I have taken people who start off saying, I am a Zionist, and a few conversations in, they're like, yeah, I'm kind of not. I mean, I get it. I get where you're coming from here. It makes sense. We got to come up with a better way of looking at this. We got to come up with a more balanced perspective. Okay, cool. And then you can build on that.
Yep.
So, I mean, a lot of people can change. Not everyone can. If you're assuming that the most indoctrinated people can change, don't waste your fucking time. But there's a lot of people who can be reached.
Yep. I mean, they might jump in and have a bunch of anger and stuff right away, but that's usually the first reaction is frustration and anger. And then you just take a step back and acknowledge their feelings because their feelings are valid. They do feel like they are being attacked. And like you just said, yes, I completely validate your feelings of wanting to be safe and not wanting to be attacked. Validate them. That's yeah.
Because at the end of the day, that's what fucking Palestinians want too, and we all know that. They want to live where they don't have to worry about jets overhead, dropping whatever we're supposed to call those things. They want to feel safe too. So if we can relate to their desire for safety, we should be able to relate to it on the Israeli side. And the tendency is for us to just ignore those emotional reasons and focus on the state policy and the fact that they're blindly supporting a terrifying government, which they are. But you can get them to stop supporting that if you find the triggers for them, if you find what actually helps them to get there. So one thing I think that if you really want to grow the pro-Palestine movement, the single best thing you can do is get over this phobia about talking to Zionists. Find a way to actually reach some of them. A lot of them don't bother with. There's a lot of horrifying, disingenuous people, but there are plenty of people, ordinary people, not like paid propagandists or like influencers or whatever. Don't worry about that kind of shit. But a lot of ordinary people say, yeah, I grew up a Zionist, I grew up there, blah, 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 I got this. Okay, cool, let's talk. Let's see if we can figure out why you are. Like, what's driving you? What makes you support what the India Delta Foxtrot is doing? Like, let's see what gets you doing that. Let's talk about it. And you can find, if you do that, plenty of people will change over time. And that will change the world, especially when you realize that the vast majority of Americans are fucking Zionists. A lot of Christians are. And if we don't change them, we will never get anywhere. You've got to.
I just wanted to say thank you for the opportunity. I talk about Christian nationalism on my lives. And the point that I always come to, I just don't like fundamentalists. Like just that's my baseline, right? But when I talk to Christians and stuff, you bringing up the idea of talking about their insecurities and stuff, right? Like as an American, I try to come at it from like an American point of view and be like, hey, I'm not trying to say that I don't want you to practice your religion, but you should be tolerant of all the religions and the people who don't want to practice religion, right? Like that should be the separation of church and state. You should want to support that, right? Because like that's America. We're doing America, right? And if we can't meet on that baseline, it's not going to be a good conversation. But thank you for having me up, and this has been wonderful. It was I've been hoping to catch you live, and I was really happy to catch you live tonight.
Yeah, cool. Thanks. Yeah, Christian nationalism is fucking terrifying.
It's
yeah.
It's
been building for a long time in this country. It has deep roots in the American psyche, and if we can't address that, we are fucked. This republic is teetering on the edge of falling, and it's bad enough as it is. But if it falls, they're like the whole Christians. I got like a whole wall on like Christianity. These are like Christian nationalists. This is like fucked up far rightists. So in a different section. Okay,
Yeah,
but
but I think it's super important to talk about the connection to Zionism and what that means, right? And the occupation of American minds with this idea of us, like it's really, man. I grew up. I grew up with like one of my best friends was Jewish, right? Had a kid growing up in our neighborhood. He told us Jewish jokes when we were like 9 years old. His family invited us over like for Hanukkah, right? Like that's how you deal with that, right? But so I guess what concerns me though, like, is watching Joe Biden, right, and doing the Hanukkah celebration, and like just being like, oh, he's like it's ideological for some of these people, and that's frightening to me. You know, it's very frightening.
and
Yeah.
honestly, again, the problem here is, and I hear this a lot from people on the left or whatever. They don't mind that the U.S. is in deep trouble. There's a lot of accelerationism and it's spreading. But the problem here is, given the complete collapse of class consciousness in this society since the 19th century, if this republic falls, we are a fucking fascist state. And once we're there, it will be very hard to get out because of the cultural reasons. We have much stronger cultural reasons and much deeper roots than a lot of European societies do for this, because it's part of our cultural DNA. There's been elements of this in the US since the 19th fucking century, and quite deep ones. If we
I got two books.
We're in real trouble.
I got two books I want to show you guys real quick. Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, but you guys were talking books. I read there we go. Strongmen by Ruth Ben Ghiat. This is a fantastic book.
Which one? She has two books with the same title. It always annoyed me.
This one's Mussolini to the Present.
So they both have the same strongman.
Oh yeah. See there, he's got it right there.
Yeah.
And then this one, The Cult of Trump. This one helps you really understand how the cult of Trump developed. It does a really deep dive into like a lot of the mental stuff and religion that went into forming this cult, which it is. I don't care what anybody says.
I'll share with y'all a book before I go. It's not exactly on the bestseller, but it involves Christian nationalism. This is The Sound Doctrine of Theocracy. This is by Luke Saint, and this is about if Christians were presented with the opportunity to create a new government in America, what would we create? What would we try the Constitution again? Essentially, what he does is argue here for going Old Testament, community stonings. This is Luke Saint's book, Utter Christian Nationalist, and this book is horrifying. It's a really horrifying look of what Christian nationalists could do to this country, straight up.
Yeah, I've got a lot of really terrifying shit written by the people in these movements, and
I have a few.
Fuck, like I'm one thing that's frightening for me, because a lot of people are reading these, like, oh god, what's his name, like, your Matt Walsh's and your like Dinesh D'Souza's, and they're reading all this shit, and it just sounds like good pro-American shit. And I'm like, no, for somebody who's actually read the Italian fascists and the German fascists, this is just the Cliff Notes. It's exactly the same fucking thing. This is the same stuff, and they just have no idea.
Starts bordering on like a Vola, right? Like to where it's like this existential, like fucking like wild ass shit. I hear you.
We're in a lot more trouble than we since Cheddar, since you mentioned Ruth here, I'm going to show you the other one of hers with the same starting title, because it's more of like a why from her perspective on it. So you might find this one interesting.
The other book
is like, look at the political psychology of it. Look at what drives. I have a lot of ones on this topic, but this is like hers on it, so you might like it.
Another book I mentioned earlier is Friendly Fascism. That book is haunting. I don't know, that dude like really. I think it's Brandon Gross. I actually loaned it to somebody, but anyways, y'all have a lovely night. It was really nice coming up here and listening, and I love talking about communication. I love it. It's good stuff. Have a good night, y'all.
Okay.
a couple people asked. I have a nice collection of Stetsons. So this is one of those. It's beaver, so kind of old school. But they a lot of the ones that I like are literally 19th century designs. I don't like a lot of the like country music cowboy bullshit. Like this is a 19th century Amish design. So these I like. I actually have like a bunch of Victorian clothing. I used to wear a lot. So if somebody says wear a suit, I'm like, okay, cool. I don't have a suit, but I will show up in a nice waistcoat with like a puff tie and my pocket watch, and yeah. I mean, don't be careful what you ask for when you ask me to dress for an event, because I will dress like I walked out of 1890.
We gotta get you some 18th century frilly lace,
I
stuff.
have one. I have I can pull off in one outfit a kind of like Regency look. So like the very end of like the 18th, beginning of the 19th, where there's still lots of puffy sleeves and there's like the puffs coming all further down here, but I don't have much. I've always wanted to get a bit more like Regency or Georgian clothes, and never did.
What do they call them? Dandies? Was that it?
Yeah, dandies. We used it a lot more often in the 19th century, but yeah, for sure. Like just being well dressed. But yeah, it's like my tastes are kind of old fashioned in clothing. Go figure. I'm a historian. I think the last suits that I thought really looked good were Edwardian era. So
I'll tell you, I don't think you're wrong at all. I mean, they knew how to dress back then.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of moderns. I mean, suits since the 40s, they're just what the fuck. It's the same base. Just what you're doing is you're slightly changing the size of the lapels, the width of the tie. It's the same basic shit year after year, and it's boring as piss.
Yeah.
Show me a nice paisley waistcoat or something. Like give me something to look at. I mean, this fucking uniform these politicians and businessmen wear. I mean, Jello Biafra had it right when he ran for mayor. You need to make businessmen wear clown suits, because that's what those fucking suits look like to me. They're just fucking clown suits.
Yeah. No, they all look the same. I mean, what happened to the really nice purple paisley, silk sleeves? Like, come on now.
So yeah, if I have to dress nicely, I have rather strange selections.
But
That's all right. They just hate on the style. That's all.
Absolutely amazing, Liam. Like, I couldn't fall more in love with you. I could completely, I can completely see playing Dungeons and Dragons with you. I could totally see you as the writer yes. I mean, how many more ways can I fall in love and be besties with Liam? Even more. I don't know. Let me count the ways. Like, seriously, when you pulled out the hat, I fell in love. Hi, Kobe. Hi. Nat, you would be next, and then Splat or Nat. I don't know. I'm sorry. So I think Nat, you're next. That's great.
Go ahead. Sorry.
We're switching to. You guys mind if I get a refill here?
Yeah. I was gonna say, before you do anything, make sure you get yourself a drink.
Yar.
That's it. I'm done. I love him. You definitely need water. Yep, I fell more and more in love with him. Sorry. Hey, Kofi. How are you?
Hey, Jess. I'm just quiet here waiting my turn.
Oh, absolutely. I understand. Rebel, it's still glitching for you? Did you exit completely out of the app and come back in? If you have to do that, don't worry. It'll exit completely, shut the app down and come back.
Oh my god, thank you, Erica. I appreciate you. That was nice. Did you watch the Israel ICJ hearing today?
Yes, I did. You know what it felt like? It felt like I'm watching a TikTok debate. Like, it was embarrassing, secondhand embarrassing.
Literally, the way they mentioned Hamas
150
times.
Yes, no, they actually did 100 and 114, 124. I think Azorber, he did a counter.
He
He did like
did.
a
I saw
counter,
the
like a
meme.
like a TikTok counter. And I think it was like 124 times. But it felt
They
like I was
basically,
actually watching a TikTok debate. It was
no,
secondhand
literally,
embarrassment. Ridiculous.
they basically were like, listen, Your Honor, I understand you've accused us of genocide, but what about
But
Hamas?
what is
That was
that?
their whole argument.
I think
Oh,
somebody
Like,
counted. They mentioned age group 135 times.
Yeah,
135 times.
hold on
Okay,
to
at
137.
this point, I don't have gas in my car because Hamas. I don't have, my house is, my laundry's not done because of them. Everything is because of them. That's it. From now on
I'm gonna
no,
go
forever.
wash
literally.
my dishes.
There you go. They didn't come. It's Hamas's fault.
No, literally. Jax, I found this like new, like, there was this like archaeological breakthrough recently that I've been reading. Or paleontology, wait, a breakthrough, oh gosh, I can't English. Paleontology, a
Art,
breakthrough in
paleontology.
paleontology recently. I was reading this like recent report that was talking about how it was actually Hamas that sent the comet that unalived the dinos. Exactly.
Absolutely. I could
The
see that.
dinosaurs were
A
unalived by
meteor.
Hamas as well.
That's
Exactly.
It's
That was the
Hamas's
breakthrough.
fault for the climate change.
Exactly. It's the rocket's fault for the climate change as well. The
Oh
Earth
my
is
God,
like
yes.
becoming warmer because of the
I'm telling you.
rockets.
Well, see, this is
Well,
what
like, this
I
is
want.
just a
I want. I don't think we should bother talking with people who are going to do that, though. That those are the people that aren't worth the discussion, because, I mean, you've fallen far too deep into it. I mean, just basic cause and effect. You know, that
What
H
if
group
those
formed in
people
what year? Okay, cool. How many decades after? I mean, like, you just
what if those people are the Israeli legal team in the ICJ though? Cause then what do you do? But anyway, sorry, Nat was next.
sorry that we like cut up the discussion, but I mean, seriously, like, I mean, they even went for South Africa. They're like, oh, South Africa supplying Hamas. Like, come on, man, come on.
Hey,
Anybody,
sorry
like,
guys,
anybody?
can I make a quick comment about that before we move on to Nat? Nat, is that okay? Just like a quick comment about the ICJ.
Totally fine.
Thanks. So I watched it too, and I get like it was laughable, but a part of me was like it's almost too. I took it as they genuinely don't even care. Like they don't care to come up with good arguments. They don't care to present their case. It's like it was a farce to them. Like they don't care.
they don't need to, and they know it. And it gets back to what we were talking about with Cheddar, though, because it's a matter of reaching your own audience. To the people to whom they're speaking, they're winning already. That is a
Right.
good argument. So they do want to come up with a good argument, just not one for you. They're speaking to their base, and they're speaking in a fear-based language that already works.
Right, but bringing up Schmolikost, even though that's not what we're talking about, all of it. It
Yeah,
was,
fear. Yeah, it's the same thing. They're
yeah,
playing to this. They're playing to a psychology that they know works in the specific countries that they care about. They know that will work here, and that
yeah,
matters. They know that'll work
yeah,
in Germany, and that matters.
yeah. I found it really disheartening. Like it was funny at first, and then I was like, "Ha ha! They don't have a point. They can't make a point." And then I was like, "Oh, wait a minute. Maybe they just don't care."
Not they don't care to talk to us.
Yeah,
They know exactly who their audience is. This is one of the reasons that I loved talking about this, and I'm glad that Cheddar brought up the subject in a sense, and we went into this because the right is much better at framing than we are. They know to whom they're speaking, and they just don't give a shit about you. They're never going to try and reach you. They're going to shape the language in a way that suits their interests, and the problem is liberals fall into those traps and accept those terms. And that's how liberals help to pave the way to fascism. They're never going to care about reaching people who aren't already sympathetic to them or aren't manipulable like the liberals are. Verify to continue. Okay, cool.
yeah. I'll drop. Thanks, guys. Not sorry. Thank you for giving me your time.
Oh, always a pleasure. Always a pleasure.
Yeah, I gotta drop too. It's 9:30. I'm late for bedtime. I gotta be up early. I wish I could stay on longer, but oh well.
Have a great night.
Are you going live tomorrow night as well?
Honestly, I don't know. I didn't think about it. It's at least possible because it is still winter. It depends a lot on how much I get done earlier in the day. I got a
Okay.
few good pages written earlier today. I mean, things were going nicely. Yeah, it's possible.
All right.
Hadn't thought
Yeah,
about it.
because I was thinking about I was thinking about going live. I haven't gone live in about 4 or 5 days, so let's
Yeah, I
knock
mean,
that over.
if you do and I don't, yeah, maybe I'll pop in there. But I hadn't really thought about it. I definitely won't on Sunday. I don't think. Well, actually, shit, no, yeah. Actually, that's a holiday on Monday. Crap, I don't know. I have no idea what I'm doing for the weekend. I know I work well in the mornings, so I get up early in the mornings and I might get a lot of writing done. But what I do in the evenings, I have no idea yet.
Sure. All right. Have a good night, guys. Have a good conversation.
Have a good night.
Thanks, Trevor.
Yeah, no, just to touch on the try, like I haven't seen like the full thing, but like from the parts I've seen, I I'm surprised they didn't wear the yellow stars again like they did at the UN. Like literally, they did a good job this time. No striped pajamas, no just yeah, it's honestly like every time I like watch them, it like reminds me of like the Office episodes or like Parks and Rec and like just like where you're like, is this for real? Like, are we
Yeah,
really doing this?
this is one of the reasons that I always have to look up transcripts or analysis. I can't watch that
Yeah.
shit. My blood pressure would boil over. I'd be one of those fucking thermometers in the cartoons.
Yeah.
Because if you actually study the Shoah, the way they trivialize it is deeply offensive.
Oh, it's disgusting.
No fucking
Like,
idea what happened. They don't know why it happened. They don't know how it happened. They know nothing about it. It's just like, we were hurt before, so blah blah blah, and they don't want to understand it. It's
no.
offensive to me. It's such
It's deeply offensive to me as well. We've talked before, like I'm Jewish, pro-Palestinian, and yeah, just like the way that they weaponize a generational trauma to justify other people's generational trauma is just the most deeply disgusting thing. And yeah. I honestly like I came on here because like I've just been meaning to like talk to you about this for a while. I actually like wanted to say I really appreciate you coming on like that live the other day. Like I felt like that was really helpful. Um was it Hoffman's? Oh my god, I'm saying her names. What's that? Yeah, yeah. Okay. So yeah, like I just but I really did want to kind of um just ask you a couple things about that because like again like as like a pro-Palestinian like Jewish person, like I'm the first to come up on these platforms and disavow any like false anti-Semitism and stuff like that, like with the red triangles. Like it's absolute nonsense to say that's anti-Semitic. Like any of the slogans, like it's nonsense.
What about red triangles?
So basically, like there are like a lot of people you might have seen with like their profiles. You might see like a red triangle, and from what I understand from Palestinians, it's to just represent the flag, like the Palestinian flag, literally just that.
Oh God! I hope I would rather people not do that. It actually bothered me when Trump did that in an ad. The inverted red triangle is a concentration camp badge for socialists.
I know, and that's why I don't.
The red triangle is also.
So like
wait, hold
Nasser
on,
could do it,
the
but
red triangle. No, the red triangle is a triangle that the age group also uses in their videos when they are targeting military infrastructure specifically.
Yeah.
So when they are targeting military structure, they put an upside down red triangle, like that type of red triangle on top of the military infrastructure as if like they're targeting it.
Why
And
does it have to
then
be
and
of
then
bio, though?
yeah, and then like it also supposedly like symbolizes the what is that little thing that they used to throw stones?
Oh, slingshot.
Slingshot, yeah. Because
Yeah,
like if you see the slingshot, it also looks like a
yeah,
triangle. So that is where the H group got it from, like from the
Ah,
yeah.
slingshot, where they use
I
it
see.
then to target IDF targets. But recently, the IDF have been trying to co-opt this by using also the red triangle in their videos, but in this time they use it for civilian infrastructure. Like when they're
Exactly.
bombing civilian infrastructure, then they put the triangle on top of them. So it's kind of like very surreal because the H group uses them on military infrastructure, whereas the IDF uses them in their videos when they're targeting like buildings and all that stuff. So
They
that's
probably
where the
did
red
that.
triangle comes from.
They
Yeah,
probably did that so they could lie to people about what the age group is targeting.
yeah.
So if they create that association, but God,
But
that's
it
fucked up all around.
yeah. Well, it
What
goes back to the sense.
anti-Semitic, but obviously no one else is
Yeah.
doing. Oh, like that's just crazy though. Why the fuck? I don't. I mean, other than it's also in the flag, I don't get why what they use to target things really makes a lot of sense in a bio, unless you're kind of like saying go attack those military targets. But it seems an odd way to do that. I don't know. It's just one of those. I mean, I don't really get the why of it, but it's definitely not anti-Semitic. But it does make
Exactly.
sense if you're a socialist. In that way, I get it. I don't even know why anybody could. I don't even know why the Zios could complain about it. Like, because
Well, and
it's
that's the
literally
thing.
for socialists, so it's
They
not like
also don't know what they're talking about. Like I know most of them. If you ever brought up pink triangles to them, it would go right over their head. Right over their head. They don't know any of these things. So like for them to say it's inherently
people don't
anti-Semitic
know
is
that.
completely wrong.
So
Yep,
please
I
learn
love that
that.
book.
It's
I
so
actually
yeah.
love that.
But yeah, this
Yeah,
is this is yeah.
yeah,
Uh,
and but no, like all this was to say, I grew up Jewish. I know what real anti-Semitism is, and I come up here and I will absolutely come to like the pro-Palestinian side time and time again. The only thing that I'm seeing recently, and it is kind of like questionable and kind of alarming to me, is there is this kind of like fringe side of the movement that like I swear to God they just like popped right out of 4chan. And it was kind of what we were touching on the other day was with the Khazarian theory and the H cost denial numbers, like things like that. And I think that's where I've seen slowly and slowly throughout the last couple weeks, I've seen wording change. And the wording that changes is I don't hear Zionist as much as I hear Ashkenazi anymore. I don't
yeah,
hear,
yeah,
yeah, like,
that's upsetting.
yeah,
You know what reminds me of something and I've had conversations like this with I have quite a few Palestinian friends and I've heard people like so in casual conversation among themselves using the term Yehudi to refer to the Israelis, not Yisraeli.
mm,
And I'm sitting there like, bro, you know that includes me. Like,
yeah,
have you
exactly.
heard what the
Like,
Yehudi are do? Have you heard what the Yehudi are doing? I'm like, bro, that includes me. Can we like not do that? But it just it's sort of normal, and you don't really get like I know what they mean. So it's not like it's not problematic, but it's like worth people understanding that the language we use can be complicated if you're trying to expand the coalition.
yeah, and I think it also goes back to like what Cheddar was saying and like what this conversation is kind of like developed into of like who to who to communicate with and who to converse with and who not to. But one of the biggest things I'm seeing is I've just seen people on platforms that like have a lot of power in their platform because we're first of all when we're up on these panels like there's like what like 8 9 people on here. Yeah, we're speaking to each other, but at the end of the day, like we don't necessarily know each other. We are here to converse, but we're mainly talking to a chat room. We're talking to people here because, like you had said before, you're not going to convince a lot of people that are dead set in their beliefs. Like, I'm not going to convince somebody who immediately goes up on a platform and is like, "Shut up, you Kanzari," and convert and like whatever. Like those, the first time I ever heard that theory was when I like was like a 12-year-old nerd playing World of Warcraft, and just some dumb people in chat rooms would like just post about it. But at the end of the day, like I'm just seeing an alarming amount of content creators and people either acting ignorant to the theories that I know they've heard or just allowing it in their spaces. And I don't think, most importantly, I don't think it helps Palestinian plight in any way, shape, or form. Secondly, I think it adds to these like idiot Zionists who like don't have an argument, so they'll like grasp onto any, like they're like leeches. They'll grasp onto any type of like blood they can get. So the minute you do these things, you're not helping us. And it's been very frustrating, and I've just seen, again, like I see it goes from Zionist to Ashkenazis, and then I see it go to, and did you know, like the 6 million, and like I'm just seeing an entire chat room of people be like, "That's right," and it's alarming to me. It's ringing bells.
It really is, and I know a lot of people really don't mean it. They don't understand why it's problematic. So we have to get better at explaining it in a way that, like, because oftentimes, and I've seen this happen when you're trying to help people, like, please don't do this. It's too easy to fall back into, well, they do this, they do this, they do this, and your anger, and it's like, there's a kind of righteous anger that makes them feel justified in using racist language. But at the end of the day, it literally harms the Palestinian cause, because it makes it a lot harder to convince people in Europe or the US to stop backing the Israelis. So it's really, really counterproductive. But we have to find a better way of helping people see that before it gets too deep as a problem. And honestly, it's one of the things, like, it's honestly kind of commendable the degree to which the H group changed their second covenant. They did a lot of damage with the first one by drawing from the protocols of the elders of Zion. And I don't know the degree to which they really understood how much that was bullshit at the time. I think they probably simply didn't know, because there's not good education on that shit. It was more like, oh, we have this enemy, and these people talk about this enemy. It makes sense. In the same way that, like, the Grand Mufti fell into a lot of that kind of shit. Like but they learned. They heard, oh shit, okay, that's fake. That's going to hurt us, and they changed it. It's sad that everyone keeps pointing back to the one from '88 and ignores the one from 2017, but it shows you the degree to which that damage can take root. So if we have a bunch of people using this language now, and if, like, the Khazarian shit and all this shit, if it becomes normalized, it will be decades before we get rid of it, and it will deeply harm the Palestinian Liberation Project.
Can
And
I
that's
just
like
say,
my
add on
deepest
to what
concern.
Nat is saying? I'm
Yeah,
so
sorry,
sorry.
Kobe, go ahead.
No, I just wanted to add on to what you are saying. It's the issue that I've found on TikTok is the Hebrew Israelites. The Hebrew Israelites are not welcome in a lot of black spaces because we know they already chat shit. A lot of Palestinian people, though, do not know the Hebrew Israelites, nor do non-black people. And the issue is that the Hebrew Israelites have amassed such a following after October the 7th because they only write Free Palestine on their background. And then people see them and they go, oh my gosh, yeah, cool, these people are supporting us. And it's insane the amount of, like, mutuals that I have who don't understand how much of an extremist they are. They join their panels, and then they host lives, and while they're hosting lives, they spread this whole black people were the original indigenous people, like Jewish people, and like blah 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 blah, and like Ashkenazi Jewish people are actually from the Khazarian nation, all that stuff. And the way that I've been trying to tell people,
Stress the hell out of me.
yeah, it's
I'm so
depressing
sorry.
me as
I
well.
needed to bring it up with you, man.
I had
It's
no idea they were
depressing
back
me
on the
as
news.
well,
Fucking
because it's like my closest
Yeah.
mutuals who I really, really, really respect, right? And I see them on these panels all the time. And then the Hebrew Israelites, prior to this, they didn't have like much viewers. They had like less than 100 viewers. They were ostracized from like Black TikTok. I when I'm on a like Black TikTok, we don't allow them on our panels the same way we don't allow those like the original indigenous people were Black, the American Indian group community or something like that. We don't allow those as well in our boxes because we know who they are. We know that they spread misinformation, but the Palestinians or pro-Pali debaters do not know this. So a lot of the mutuals that I respect are joining their lives. And now after October the 7th, they have like 700, 800 plus viewers on their lives. And then they spread all of this Hebrew Israelite propaganda. And I genuinely do not know what to do because
And this is why I came here, was because like the biggest thing, like
Not to
I
interrupt
need to
you guys.
talk about it more. What's up?
Yeah, but not to interrupt you guys, but yes. I mean, that's something that you guys are going to have to talk in private conversations with. I mean, honestly, when it comes down to it, like we know who they are, but it's up to everybody else to acknowledge that. That's what it comes down to. And if they're close friends
No,
of yours, you should.
obviously people don't know who they are. I think that's
No,
part of
I'm
the problem.
saying no.
It's
I know who they are. Like I know, and
We all know who
I've
they are,
reached out
Jax, but
plenty.
like,
Right.
you know
but
what?
how do we get the other 800 people out of those lives?
Here's the thing: is it's not just their lives anymore. And sorry to cut you off, Jax, but this is really important. Is it's not just their lives anymore. I see it in mainstream Pally lives now, where it's just accepted. And like, this is my biggest problem: is it's not a like
So
a conversation you need to have with
let
a
me
random
address it
person.
with 3 points. So the first point is my personal experience.
Yeah.
When it comes to movements, and when it comes to movement expanding so fast, for like there is many people that never heard of Palestine. They thought it's Pakistan, but now they are on these platforms. So these platforms, in the first, we don't do an IQ or loyalty test when people come in. There is no such thing. So you will have people from left
Good.
and right and middle and up and down and
Yeah.
all alleys in life coming. When there is a lot of blood, a lot of pain, you will have people spitting stuff in the emotional aspect of things. Do they actually believe it in real life? Most definitely not many of them.
They're being
So
sucked into
these
it.
2 points, these 2 points are very, like, these 2 points go hand in hand together. You will hear a lot of ignorance and a lot of emotionally manipulated speeches, especially when the other side is very as well, like integrating and going really hard with anti-Semitism, anti-Zionism. So the people with lower self-control will be drawn to that as well. That's the first point. The second point that I would say is that an example that happened with me today. So we were on a panel, and me, another pro-Palestinian that has like ties to Israel, two Palestinian, and another guy, and he kept going and saying that all the like plus 18-year-old kids in Israel that joined the IDF, they joined the T organization, and that narrative was very, very damaging. It's very wrong as well. So we tried and tried, and at the end of the day, I'm like, no, I'm no longer the kind uncle. So I dropped his ass and I addressed everyone like this. This is not what we stand for. This is 1, 2, 3, 4. So that reflects onto, at the end of the day, in real life, we have 3, 4, 5 best friends. And in order to have a like effective conversation, is about trying to create these small communities and try to approach them in a very collective way. Is about what Covey said what to do, is about just to be more louder and more vocalizing and more trying to understand that, like, hey, you're coming from an emotional standpoint. It's not this, it's that. It's about when they did to like, let's put it to a colleague of ours, and they were like, no, this colleague worked with the Zionists in that sense. I was one of the first people on the platform. I'm like, no, this person is a great person, doesn't work this way. We're gonna get her back and we're gonna stand with her because she represents a very effective voice into the Western culture, as well as into another perspective, into the pro-Palestinian side. So there is ignorance, I'm not telling everyone is great. There is ignorance, but also there is a lot of pain. So just finding this balance point in how to approach people in that sense and be like, hey, this is coming from pain. Look at this person is this person. But I get your fear. I definitely do. I really get it and I see it and I understand it. But the IQ test is very important. We have to have that in mind. Some people never been to the Middle East, even, not just Palestine.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like it's not about, so I understand the fear aspect and I understand the trauma aspect, right? Especially when Palestinians are just traumatized and they just really want to gravitate towards anybody who would actually support them because they have been ignored for so long. That I 100% get. What to me is horrific is a lot of people don't realize that these Hebrew Israelites don't care about Palestinians either, because they legitimately believe that not only Jewish people, but also like just they believe that the indigenous people of the whole Levant region are black, specifically African American. That's what they believe, right? So they don't even believe that Palestinians are actually indigenous to that area. So they might
Education.
pretend like they might pretend like they know that they care about it or whatever it is, but like the Hebrew Israelites, it's like basically like Kanye West believes in those people as well, in that ideology. And people don't understand that the Hebrew Israelites are extremists. Like they're actually extremists, and they are hostile even towards other black people who try to combat. Like the amount of times that I or other like black creators have been attacked by the Hebrew Israelites just because we don't want to believe that the indigenous Russians were black and the indigenous Japanese people were black and the indigenous like Canaanites were also black, and Egypt was actually in America, and like you can get to Egypt or Kemet through the Grand Canyon. Like they are delusional as fuck, and the problem is that a lot of pro-Pali debaters, like I'm seeing them piling up on their lives and seeing all the views, and then they debate about like Palestine, which is good, and then they turn around and like whip out the Bible and talk about how Jewish people are actually Luciferians and the children of Satan. Like,
And that's where I'm saying, and like, and I'm sorry to cut you off, Kobe, but like this genuinely, like, as a Jewish person, like, it is again, like, as someone who comes on these apps and like is 100% pro Pally all the fucking way, like, it's so frustrating to just see them come on here and they're like, let's go to like Jews or P3DOs, and like, it's just, yeah. Sorry, I'm gonna pause.
Naf,
Yeah.
Naf,
No.
look, I'm sorry. I'm very deeply sorry for what you experienced. Look, sister, you can follow me and I can introduce you to people that will understand what you're saying. I hear you, I hear it on your voice, all right? Not everyone is smart, not everyone is intellectual, and not every one of these dumb people will be in a leadership position. I can tell you that much. So people can say whatever they want. It's just about the circle and the type of people that you interact with. So with that being said, follow me and I can get you with people that will get that. I really do. Going back to the point that was Covey making, is an indoor, behind closed door education for those creators, because we have the responsibility to do so. Because if I know 1 + 1 = 2 and someone I care about doesn't, it is in a sense my responsibility to teach them that.
yeah.
So that's about it. It's more activism, it's more responsibility on our side to spread the knowledge about, like, no, this is wrong, this is right, this doesn't mean this doesn't mean that. But Nat, please follow me and we can talk more, a lot more, as much as you want.
Sorry, sorry, I just like lost it for a second, but I do follow you. I've heard you talk before. I think you're a wonderful person. I just, yeah, like it literally, it just, like, I feel like I've been screaming into a void for the last like couple weeks because like I don't have like a big platform and I don't need one. I don't care about having a big platform. Like, I just lucked out on like hitting 200 followers after October 7th, and I was like, wow, did not even know that there was this huge community of pro pallies. I'm so happy to join it. And I still am, but like I watch these people like and it's just I'm seeing this mass corruption of brains, and it's just infuriating.
Don't apologize,
I,
first of all,
was
Nat. Like you're what you're feeling is very, very, very valid. It is very infuriating, so you don't have to apologize for how you were feeling because that is just human. It is human to react this way, to your dehumanization. And I feel like I initially took the approach of calling it out, not calling it out, but addressing it on live. When I do hear mutuals of mine saying these things, or maybe being in these panels, or maybe not mutuals, but let's say a person on a pro Bali debate saying like weird ass BS. But I've noticed that I get labeled an undercover Zionist if I do that now. Like I did it twice or three times, and I was literally screamed at and told that I was an idiot and I was an undercover Zionist for doing that. And the thing that I was addressing was basically the claim that Jewish people own 80% of the banks and the media, which is an old anti-Sem like trope, right? So what I have resorted to doing now is just addressing people behind the doors, especially people that I care about, and not on live. Because it's genuinely infuriating. Like the last time that just made me completely just leave the live was when a very respected mutual of mine, it was well respected, um was dismissing like the Shoah numbers, was saying it wasn't actually 6 million but 300,000. And that to me was just, I just left after that because I feel like this is just too much in my opinion.
Ian
And
is start hitting his head with the books soon.
yeah, you play into like the Zionists arguments because like you're making the Zionists job easier for them. um
Literally helps
yeah
them. And I
yeah
have seen, and I tell you, I have stood in front of bookstores run by Palestinians as well as in Egypt and in Jordan that have a bunch of shit about Schindler and like translations of Yahtzee stuff. Like it sells. I get the emotional aspect of it, and so I get what Rebel's talking about, but it literally hurts our cause. In addition to being racist as fuck and dishonest, but it literally hurts Palestinians too. So if people in this movement can't get it into their hearts to actually give a shit about people like me or Nat, at least give a shit about the Palestinians that you are actively harming by platforming this shit. And as a general point to moderators too, for like so Jax, anybody else that's here, this is why I don't mind talking about the Chazar shit when it comes up. Anytime somebody, because I did not know that there's a reason for it. If they're getting that kind of numbers, because they are racist as fuck. The Black
Yes.
Hebrew Israelites are anti-Semitic as fuck, and if
I
they
am.
are getting a bigger audience, we have to fight back. And I, at least, for better or worse, I actually know the history around those movements, and I can talk about it. And if that helps anybody, it's worth doing, because we have to stop that shit, because it's going to hurt us.
Doctor, I have tried. I have spoken. I have tried. I have spoken. I have tried for months, and they're getting larger, and people are going there. And
So, if it
this
ever
is
comes up,
something that, like, I'm just saying, COVID. You do know them, the people that go there, and you know if you have close connection with the people that are joining, if you would maybe possibly. I'm sorry. Give me 1 second. I have to clear my throat. Sorry. Drink.
I think French groups like that tend to be victims of their own success. They can't hold cohesion because they're not based on logic or reason.
You know what? A lot of people. You know, I'm
When
going to tell you. There's
Neither
one
the
thing.
Yazidis, though.
Can I just add to this really quick? A lot of people, right? They'll just sit there. Well, at least they're standing with the cause. You can't. You have to vet everybody that stands for your cause. You have to ensure. I'm sorry.
We don't want Schindler in our coalition.
Yes.
Literally.
you have to vet everybody, and you have to make sure of who they are. Just joining a random live and not knowing who that host is can damage you. I mean, genuinely take a look. It's, I know you're excited and you want to join somebody's live just sporadically because, you want to just get your point in and whatever. You could actually take a few minutes, look into the account, go take a second, Google the person, find a history. I'm sure that they'll have another live another day. But
You're
when
talking about the same two people, right, Jax?
huh?
Two people.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we're on the same page. I've genuinely told everybody, but I've told everybody for months. And put it this way, that's why people don't like me. I'm not lying to you. Dr. Liam, I've dealt with so much.
Again, I feel you, and I get the pain. All I'm saying is, if the rhetoric, at least that they are spreading, if we hear it coming from a pro-Pally mouth, and there's an opportunity to address it in these lives, let me know, because I'm always willing to talk about it. Because we have to nip that shit in the bud. Because if
Yeah, well,
it
you
keeps
need
spreading, we are fucked.
yeah, well, you
That's
need
what's
like
happening.
12.
It is spreading.
Well, you need like 12 accounts then, Dr. Liam. I'd have to
Well,
get you like a backup and 12 backups.
I'm just saying when it shows up here, when there are people here and they bring the question, if somebody's like, "Oh, we talked about them 4 hours ago," I'll do it again. I'll do it quickly.
Oh, of course.
That's
I
what
think that's,
I'm saying. When there are
yeah,
people who ask
absolutely.
questions, let me shut it down because it might help. I know at the end of the day, it's like sticking your finger in a crack in a water in a broken dam or something, or like, you're paddling out a sinking boat with a cup. Okay, fine, but we have to hope that we can help, and if other people hear a good argument against it and they can use it with somebody else who asks them, it can spread from person to person, and the more of us who are doing it, the better.
Do you know who another person is, Jax? Jackson Hinkle.
Oh.
Jackson Hinkle.
Does Hinkle do this shit?
Jackson
No. Hinkle's
Hinkle.
not on here.
No,
I mean, he's
he
on
is.
here,
He's
but
on
he's not
TikTok.
joining. No, he's no. He's not on those panels. No, I just don't
he's
want to
not on those
clarify.
panels.
Yeah.
But he does go into like some pro-Pally debates, and I never knew a lot about him, but I only saw his tweets.
He's not joining any PayPal. He hosts his own.
No, I saw him on Wilf's live.
But that's the end of it. He's not going on anybody's. He's hosting his own.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah,
because
just letting you know that. I want to clarify the air before anybody.
Okay, because a lot of people don't know, like a lot of people that I've talked to don't know much about him. The only thing they know, especially if they're like not Americans, the only thing they know about him is like his tweets, his pro-Palestine tweets. So they automatically think he's a friendly. And I remember him on Wilf's live specifically, and I was excited because I was like, oh yeah, okay, I've been seeing this guy's tweets. Let me see how he debates. He literally sucked. He sucked ass. Like he couldn't debate. He just started throwing the R slur at the Zionists, being ableist. And then after he was ableist, he just randomly out of nowhere.
I have to interject. Do you want to know how he debated on Wilkes Live? Do you want to hear how he debated? It was really embarrassing.
This is so funny to me because that asshole used to follow me. He followed me for a long time on Twitter.
I know.
I used to mock him.
Entertaining. You have to hear this. So he was on Wilf's this I don't know, this English guy, like from I've never seen him before, but happened to be on my For You page, and I'm looking, and he's on there, and he's genuinely making bets with the Zionists, like, or whatever, like,
yes,
he's like, I'll bet you $10,000 and blah, blah, blah. I'm like, what this is, and people are like eating it up, like, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, what do you do? It was like this second embarrassment. I'm like,
yeah,
all embarrassing.
But then he just randomly out of nowhere in the middle of a debate with a Zionist starts saying, Russia was right in invading Ukraine. And I'm like, why the fuck are we talking about Russia and Ukraine? And he started talking about how amazing Russia was and all that stuff.
That's because his wife,
I don't care about that.
That's why he's not following me.
His wife, the Russian,
he gets money from the Russian media,
Miss Universe,
from RT.
whatever.
No, he gets money from RT. That's why he
No, but
specifically
he's
got
also
donate.
he's actually genuinely married to Miss Universe Russia or something like that. I remember.
Oh,
He's
but he
genuinely
also
married to her too.
but he also
He's
actually gets money from RT. And like my guy is literally 24 but looks like he's 45. Like he looks like he aged like milk left out on the table on a warm sunny day. That is how he has
Yucky.
aged. He's 24 years old. I legitimately thought he was much, much older than that, but he does receive money from RT, like the Russian media. And I think that's why he probably randomly just mentions Russia all the time during conversations about Palestine. Like it's just, and people, he's like a MAGA communist, which doesn't fucking exist. Like, what is that,
Yeah, I know.
please?
No,
That's
the
okay. So we're
the
talking about just before
the
before
national
people
Bolshevism thing,
people
the
are
not
confused.
bull.
Just to
He's
clarify,
he's
we're
not
talking
bull.
about Jackson Hinkle because if anybody wants to know, like, who are you talking about? Like, oh, who TikTok drama? We're talking about Jackson Hinkle, by the way. I'm just clarifying that really quick. But the
So
other thing that
Personally moderated and demonetized Mr. Hinkle. I'll use that very, anyway, I have other words for him besides Mr. Hinkle. Anyway, I demonetized and moderated him on YouTube. He failed on that platform, but he was pushing the MAGA communist, which honestly, as a third generation communist, that does not exist. I just want to put that out there. But also,
I've
I
heard
want to
people in
point
Canada
out that
saying
Nat was talking, and we're kind of changing subjects real fast.
No, you're totally fine. Like I genuinely I sincerely appreciate just being heard. It's just like I swear to God, like no matter what live I go in now, it brings up Khazar, it brings up the Talmud. Like I'm sorry, but I was raised Jewish. I my entire family's Jewish. I literally now like have to go around and be like, "Do you follow the Talmud? Do you like we don't follow the fucking Talmud?" Like,
it doesn't even mean to follow it. I mean, given that it's just a collection of arguments
it's
anyway.
literally rabbinic debates. It's
Yeah,
fucking like, dude.
Talmud and Jews disagree with each other on everything.
Yeah, dude, our whole religion is based on arguing with each other.
Yes,
Like straight
we don't
up.
agree on anything.
So yeah,
So
like it's
not
just
the
it's been
fucking Quran.
it's just been sincerely like disheartening to go on lives where like you see people that you do respect, and it's to go back to like what you were saying, Athena, is like just seeing somebody that you like very much respect, and like the person like the live you said you dropped off of is like the same. Like I have seen that person talking about this and doing the same thing for weeks, and I just feel like I have no voice, and it's been like screaming into a void. So like just watching them go into like these like
so
disgusting arguments about like us being all like P3DOs and the religion itself. You want to talk about Zionism? Go for it. I'll talk to you about Zionism all fucking day. I think it's a parasite. I think it's disgusting. I think it is inherently ruined Judaism. Like, and really it's set us back so long. But you don't get to come after Jewish people. And that's where I see like the argument switching. So
yeah, I'm worried about it too. I mean, I have your back on this, sister. This is depressing as fuck to me. Like I didn't know the sources of this. I've been happy to talk about the Khazars every time they've come up, and I've talked about Talmud a few times for the same reason. But knowing that there are groups actively spreading this and that it's expanding, and the Black Hebrew Israelites, they're batshit crazy black supremacists. It is a cult. It's a very tiny fringe American cult. And there's some of them that live in Israel down in Dimona. And one of the reasons that they're being pro-Pali is because the Israeli government has been trying to deport them for ages because they're not Jews. They're literally like, they're Christians and they're Christian anti-Semites. You know, they're literally Christian anti-Semites. But they think that they're the original Jews. They're racist as fuck. When they're a tiny, tiny movement, we can ignore them because they're not relevant. If they get their rhetoric into our mouths, we're in real trouble.
That's where I'm
And
coming from, and
it's the
yeah,
'88 covenant all over again. It'll take forever to recover from the
like
shit.
I grew up in Philadelphia. I grew up with them yelling at me while I was walking to synagogue all the time. Like I know these people. Like I know
Well,
what this means.
they're like the Westboro Baptist Church.
Straight
They're
up,
like a
straight
small
up the
fringe
same
cult
thing.
that does weird shit. But as long as it's a tiny fringe cult that most people can say, yeah, you're crazy, fine. Oh, somebody said, Neturikatai is another group to also ignore. I mean, please do not bring them into your coalitions either. They have very problematic ideas. So, yeah, not the same as the Black Hebrew Israelites, but for different reasons. Please don't also think because they're pro-Pali, they're good people to platform.
You know,
So I'm gonna.
I
Can I
just
have
want
one
to just,
second, Jax?
mm,
Yeah, you can go first. You can go first. That's all right.
because I really would like everybody to remember one thing. I understand that it's very, people want to, like I said, you want to jump on a panel because you want to have a discussion. Please do a little bit of a background check on what panel you're jumping on. You don't know the person, you're not familiar with the host. Please be very mindful because there are things like this. I'm sorry, now Rebel.
Yeah. So I'm gonna introduce myself in a different way, and I'm gonna tell you my take on this. So we can start by doing this. I'm just gonna flip the camera so you guys can see my background picture. So that's a cross. That's the Islamic sign. That's a Kurdish flag, and that's the Syrian Revolution, the civil movement flag. So that picture is taken by me, all right, in Damascus, in the Kurdish neighborhood. That's my background. I was a civil activist on the ground. What you guys talking about is the same background that I came from, and I see it, and I'm seeing it again. So today I was on a panel, and I was called the uncle of TikTok, where you hang out after school and they give you a cigarette, they keep the peace, and they get in when it's needed. That's when it's needed. The work that you're talking about, and I don't like to mention names, and I have talked with Jax behind, like in DMs about these stuff, is that at the end of the day, I personally, from my experience, I don't trust anyone 100% whatsoever. So there is a lot of education that's needed. I'm glad to hear that there is people with the education available and willing to put the time in. So that's where our job comes in. Because at the end of the day, in order to create a sustainable social media movement for any cause, a lot of people are going to try to ride the wave for their own interests. And those people are dangerous because they know exactly how to ride the wave, because they have been studying how to ride the wave for years. And they know how to emotionally manipulate people and then put small ideas like drops, until they fill their bucket. So we have the people with the experience and we have the people with the education. It's in our job to approach the people that we think are deceptible into hearing behind the closed door and be like, hey, I'm going to give you 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 facts. It's up to you to hear or not. At the end of the day, it's the same when we try to discuss with Zionists. Some people believe in their ideas, some people are deceptible to hearing them. But that shouldn't stop us. Just because there is toxicity somewhere, we can create our own thing, even though it might be smaller, but it can be more effective. And when there is a lot of blood and a lot of trauma, people will, normal, general, like day-to-day people who never opened a book or had a life experience or know anything about the Middle East or about the complicity of it, will come into this platform and try to show solidarity and try to express how painful it is to see what they are seeing. That doesn't give them any weight whatsoever. At the end of the day, it's what on the ground is the important thing. And at the end of the day, trying to approach as many Western voices as possible is what's important. That's why I'm starting to be regular here, because I love where the conversations goes. I love how articulate the conversation is, and I think I can add a little bit here and there on the table that no, like there is a lot of ignorance, but there is a lot of as well, like intellectual people in a sense. So I'm willing, guys, to like we can have a discussion behind closed doors and talk and talk and talk. And I know names on these panels and on these platforms, and we all know these names as well, that are susceptible to knowledge, are susceptible to an upgrade. So yeah, that's how it's.
Can I mention something to Chris? Chris, I am not discrediting him because he is associated with RT. I am not sitting here demonizing Russia. I could care less about it if you support Russia or not. That is not the point, right? I am literally a communist, Chris, right? I'm not into the Red Scare. What I am saying is that Jackson Hinkle is a neo-Yahtzee. If you look at his platform prior to October the 7th, he was a racist and a fascist who believed in MAGA communism, or Make America Great Again communism. He is a Trump supporter. He actively advocates against marginalized communities if you actually do a deep dive into him. And the reason as to why I mentioned RT is I personally think it is fucking weird to randomly mention Russia while you're talking to a Zionist about Gaza. If you're talking to a Zionist about how Palestinians are being oppressed under Israeli apartheid and how Gaza is Gazans are being G-sided, it is weird when a person randomly calls the Zionists an R slur, makes bets with them for $10,000, and then tells them that Russia was justified in invading Ukraine. That to me is sus. And yes, I am black. He's being paid by RT because he admitted that he's being paid by RT. Chris, he admitted that he got paid by RT, which is precisely why he mentions it all the time. He mentions Russia in almost every conversation because he got paid by it and he admitted it. So I don't know about you, but as a black woman myself, a black woman who has experienced imperialism and racism and comes from a family that has experienced colonialism, I do not want to associate with neo-Yazis because they want me dead.
I don't know who Chris is, but if you want someone to be angry at, don't be mad at Athena, be mad at me. Because Putin is a fucking neo-fascist who routinely quotes 1940s era classic fascists in his fucking speeches. He ticks all the fucking boxes. Misogynist, nationalist, hyper-militaristic. Yeah, whatever you think about the war, whatever, there's plenty of freaking Yahtzees in Ukraine too. I'm not a fan of the Ukrainian government either. I don't think countries should be invading each other and unaliving people. That's a different issue. I don't like either government. But there's no pro-Russia in this sense. Russia is not the Soviet Union. Russia is not communist. Putin is a literal fucking fascist. So, you want to be mad at somebody? Yeah. And Hinkle followed me for a long time too, and there's a reason he stopped. I made it very clear how fucking stupid he is. So, yeah. Anyway, just don't be mad at Athena.
I decided to tokenize myself in an argument.
I am.
You fucking
I am. RT is literally state
Can,
propaganda for fascists.
can Chris request, because he just told me that I decided to tokenize myself in an argument, which is a
Before
disgusting
we,
thing to say.
Oh, come
That's
on.
a disgusting thing to say,
we're not.
Chris.
Don't give
it
it headspace.
That is a
Yeah,
disgusting
no.
thing to say.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
that's-
don't even
that's
give
a
it.
Imagine Chris being mad at me
You know
for
what?
not supporting
We'll just take care of
neo-Yahtzee.
it. It's not that big of a deal. There you go. It's not that.
Chris, again, respectfully, imagine getting mad at me for not supporting a neo-Yahtzee. Go fuck yourself, Chris. Respectfully.
We love you, Athena.
That's it. It's handled. Don't even worry about it.
I don't
know if I did the right thing.
Yeah,
I wanna
we love
talk
you. We're
about,
proud of you, and he can go fuck himself.
Yeah, no.
Well, he's blocked. It's gone. Don't worry about it. We don't need it.
I want to talk about something Silpha mentioned a hot minute ago. She wanted to know, how we could mobilize the protesters, and I hate to be militaristic, but I am, a veteran. So you go to battle with the army you have, not the army you want, right? and we have millions of allies out there. I don't think it's an issue of recruiting anymore. I think it's an issue of directing. And when it comes to directing, because there's an issue with vetting when it comes to our leaders or movement leaders, I recommend that everyone be, very self-directed. Like, I have my way of thinking. I have my educational background. I have my personal experience, and everybody does too. If you're a musician, I personally would expect you to write protest songs, but just because that's your strength doesn't mean that that's how you're going to protest. So I invite everybody to just be imaginative and support the cause in the way that you see fit. That way you can't get misled if you're leading yourself. If you're self-motivating and being self-inspired based on your experiences and your strength. Just a loose reference. They say that Helen of Troy was the face that launched 1,000 ships. Well, if every protester is a ship that's self-directed, they're not going to stop us all. They're not going to stop us all, not in a million years, right? So be your own ship and steer yourself. We're all aiming for the same goal, and that will not only protect you from getting misled, but just in general, right? There are a lot of people out there who are doing stuff like doxing, and basically, if you're not reliant on a group or groupthink, then there's no need for anyone to know your information or anything like that, right? You don't need to associate to continue supporting Gaza and Palestine in general. She also mentioned, I like to tell people that revolution is a lifestyle, right? Once you internalize it into your being, then you're going to educate yourself. You're going to do the vetting of sources. You're going to shop your conscience, right? You're going to vote the best way possible. You're going to educate people. And it's really subtle, but it'll start infiltrating into all the different aspects of your life. How you eat, how you think, how you talk, how you dress, maybe you're not going to shop major brand labels, stuff like that. That's the revolution. That's why it's not televised, because it's very internalized. And I think this movement, where we're trying to save the people of Gaza, it's much the same way. We're going to never forget what's happening today. We're going to carry it into the future. We're going to tell our children what happened and our grandchildren. And these lies that have been used to perpetuate violence, those are gone. They're buried. They just don't realize how badly they've lost already. But they've done themselves a huge disservice by being disingenuous, because, like I said, this will last 20, 50, 100 years from now. There will be repercussions, and I'm hoping that it'll translate into a very positive existence for the entire region, honestly.
Oh, sorry.
Just real quick here. When it comes to propaganda, Eisenhower talked about the military-industrial complex, because the military didn't get into business, but what people don't really talk about is how they got into advertising. Back in the 50s, they had Bugs Bunny, the cartoon character, selling war bonds. And that wasn't where it ended. Actually, they scaled up, they ramped up through McCarthyism. They did a purge of Hollywood because they wanted to take over Hollywood. It wasn't just about taking out the competition. It was about monopolizing your media industries. And you see the invasion. You see it on Facebook through Cambridge Analytica. You see it in video games through World of Warcraft. You see it in Twitter now, X, whatever you want to call it. And of course, the war on TikTok forcing us not to say certain words or whatever. They are very heavily invested in pushing narratives, using social media, using Hollywood, using syndicated television, using all the media outlets, the news outlets, the big 3 or 4, ABC, NBC, CBS. They've been in this for the better part of 50, 70 years now, if not longer, and they've invested millions, if not billions. They are big time. They are big time on media. They're big time on propaganda. And yeah, we just need to be aware of that, and maybe we need to repeat it a little bit more, because people who haven't really studied this don't understand that it didn't begin and end with big business like Ford, Hugo Boss, freaking McDonald's, IBM. It didn't end with them. It didn't end with them. It didn't even begin with them. It's all encompassing, very pervasive. And lastly, and I open this up to discussion, especially to the good doctor here. You know, I studied psychology, and I thought it was a bit of a dead end, because it was the mind is an abstract, right? The brain is a reality. The mind is an abstract, and then when you start making judgments on the mind, people tend to directly or indirectly or inadvertently, they start applying social norms and value systems and morals dictated usually by either your upbringing or your religion or both, right? I like to cite an example. There's one religion, and you'll excuse my ignorance, but there's one religion where they believe that the body is a microcosm of the universe and or your spirituality. So when you bow and you show the top of your head to a person, you're saying, you're holy, because the only thing between the top of my head and the sky is, you know, I'm showing you the best part of me because it's holy, it's higher up. Meanwhile, because the body's microcosm, the bottom of your foot is dirty, it's filthy, it touches the ground, you know, there's stuff on the ground, and the devil is below the ground, so my foot is the closest thing to it. If I show a person the bottom of my foot, it's a grave insult. You're saying you're lower than dirt. So if I was to go to a psychologist in that region, in that culture, and I accidentally show them the bottom of my foot, they'll be like, oh, you have mental illness, you just showed me the bottom of your foot, right? So that's just an example of how societal norms or cultural influences will dictate how the psychologist perceives you. So I didn't focus on psychology, I focused on neurology. And when it comes to the formation of the brain, like in the first 6 years of your life, you're forming literal neural connections. You're you're growing neural synapses that correspond and correlate with everything that you learn. Like every word you learn is a synapse. Every concept you learn is a synapse. It's a physical reality in your brain. But that means we're kind of formatted, right? So imagine if between years 1 and 6, your brain was programmed as a VHS, and new information comes along in the form of a CD, and you try to stick a CD in a VHS. Or for those of you who don't know what VHS is or don't really resonate with that, let's say, I don't know, you try to, what's an example here? You try to download a game file onto an MP3. It's just not going to work, right? And you can cram it in there. You can make it fit. You can learn new things. You can teach an dog new tricks. Myself specifically, I'm 45. But it's difficult. It's very difficult. And when you try to incorporate new information into an already formatted neural synapse, it can actually manifest in physical pain. So when I'm listening to a Zio, or I'm listening to a Republican, or somebody who's very bigoted, I'm thinking to myself, how much of this negative response to new information is just a visceral, egotistical stance, and how much of this is your literal ability to process new data? I'm not justifying anything, and I'm not trying to say that this is the sum, the end all be all of why they're so hard headed. But honestly, when I talk to people who are very, very entrenched, I don't talk down to them. I don't come across as condescending. I don't try to intellectualize too many things. I basically just resort to the type of messaging that you would to a child between the ages of 1 and 6, when they were forming their synapses, when they were getting their foundation. And because I don't know what their parents taught them specifically, I only go to the basic things that a child would learn, and that is common sense. Just basic common sense. I appeal to common sense. Like, we know if this hurts people, this is negative. We know that sharing is good, right? And in a Christian society, I tell them, that's not very Christ-like, or that's not very, that I don't think Jesus would approve of that, because he was a very good guy, right? And that tends to help, pave the road for deeper discussions. But that's those are the things I wanted to rehash, or to add on to from the past conversations. And I just in closing, I wanted to add that California, from my understanding, had
Could we?
an
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. My neurospicy brain, can we take a pause? It feels like I know that Athena has a question. Liam, thank you so much for all of your words. Before you go to California, can we get Liam and Athena, not to be an over controlling person down here?
Yeah, I just had one more sentence.
Oh, okay.
Uh, the good doctor mentioned California. I wanted to point out that, from my understanding, they had an excellent power grid that ended with Dick Cheney's purchase of Halliburton. They had an excellent mental health care system that ended with the governor, Mr. Schwarzenegger. And yeah, that was basically the dismantling of California, at least part of it, right?
We've been driven
But
down
yeah,
for many decades, and it's been a bipartisan consensus to fuck this state. So it's basically like it's Silicon Valley and Hollywood. It's a bunch of financiers. It's capitalists. And they control both the parties in this state. So
I have two questions, if that's okay with everybody. The first question is, when I'm reading up on certain Orthodox sects of Judaism specifically, I then come up with either the Gush Emunim in the West Bank, or you have also certain Orthodox Jewish people who are anti-Zionist, or who are like the Neturei Karta, for example, and they both use Judaism to justify their belief system specifically. So you have the Gush Uminim, I don't know if I'm saying their name right, Emunim, who say that the West Bank is their holy land, and therefore they are allowed to go around settling it or colonizing it. And then you have certain other Orthodox Jewish people, like the Haredi, if I'm not Haredi people. I'm very confused basically as to where these people fit in if they're both known as Orthodox Jewish people, or are they even known as Orthodox Jewish people?
Well, then easily no. First off, the Gush doesn't exist anymore, and it's not a faction within Judaism at all. It was a lobby. It was a pressure group that existed for a while inside Israel to serve the interests of the religious Zionist movement that started in the Merkaz Harav. The folks that are trying to like bring the Messiah by settling the West Bank and all that. So what you're talking about is specifically religious Zionists, and capital R, capital Z. It's a distinct movement inside the modern Orthodox. So they're not Haredi. They are Orthodox in the sense of observance, but the Gush Emanim was just a lobby. It was a lobby for their settlement.
For religious Zionists specifically.
It was a lobby for religious Zionist settlers, and it doesn't exist anymore because it did its job. I mean, at this point, no government elected in Israel is opposed to the settlers, but they were in the 80s. So they had to like change the political structure enough. So they put a lot of pressure on that. They got tons of illegal settlements hooked up to utilities and whatnot. And a bit at a time, the architecture of occupation expanded all throughout the territories. So that's their great accomplishment, But they're not a faction in Orthodox Judaism at all, and they don't even exist. So
they don't. Okay, and then the second question I had is when we talk about the Nekba. A lot of people, especially Zionists, do talk about Konstantin Zurich, was his name, I think, the one who the person who coined the Nakba. Would you want to say something?
Well, yeah, it was just there was you had asked something else about the Orthodox in general and the Neturei Karta.
The ones who yes, I was talking about the Orthodox Jewish communities either within Israel or outside of Israel that oppose.
I can give like a really short, I don't know, just so people know the terms at least. The Neturei Karta are the most famous Haredi group that oppose Israel, but they're not the only one. They're just the best known of them. Traditionally, a lot of Haredim don't like Zionism, but that has shifted in the last few decades, and it's much more of an individual choice. Their communities are increasingly tolerating some disagreement there. But traditionally, most of the Haredim in Israel did not really approve of Israel as a Jewish state. They were just willing to exploit it for resources or whatever. But that is shifting over time. Haredi is a general term for the folks wearing like the white shirts and black suits and hats. The styles will vary, whether they're wearing long trousers or breeches, the style of hat, things like that. That identifies specific communities. But Haredi is a general term for all of them. Some people mix up Hasidic and Haredi. Yes. Hasidim are a subset. They're a specific type of ecstatic Judaism. So they have a more experiential approach to it. But they are Haredi, but not all Haredim are Hasids. So you keep that part. But yeah, it's just in general, a lot of Haredim don't like Israel as a Jewish state. So.
Yeah, and that's a bit confusing to me because yeah, it's I don't know, it was just a bit confusing to me as well because I have seen a lot of Zionists specifically, let's say for example, not trust certain journalists because they think the journalists are Haredi, so they go like, oh, we don't trust them, they don't cover our stories. Right. Yeah, they're biased anyway. So I was a bit just confused.
Intifada, though. Since the second Intifada, all bets are off, and there are a lot of Haredim out there waving Israeli flags. So it's now a lot more open. But it was never just the Neturei Karta. They're just a well-known movement in the diaspora that's always hated them. But a ton of the Haredim on the ground in Israel has always had a really complex relationship with the state. And there's no quick way to sum that up. So I'll point it out. Just it's difficult to generalize. Yes, but historically, all of them didn't like it, but it's now a bit more open.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, because it's anti-messianic, and that's why they didn't like Zionism.
until Hamashiach comes, then it can't be a Jewish state, and a secular state calling itself a Jewish state doesn't make any sense. There's no temple, there's no monarchy. This isn't a Jewish state. It's just a country with Jews. As far as they're concerned, they still live in Goles. They're still in exile.
Oh, interesting. Interesting.
They don't live in the Holy Land from their perspective. They're still waiting for that to happen.
Okay, interesting. Okay, that's good to know. The second thing I wanted to say was so Konstantin Zurek specifically coined the term Nakba. And a lot of people, when they do talk about him and his writing, they make it seem as if he put all the blame of the Nakba on the Arab nations around Palestine. And they were the ones who caused the Nakba, and they were the ones who, I don't know, like they're the ones who told Palestinians to leave, which I know is a lie, because when we look at Share Talk and when we look at the Haganah broadcasting station, I think from that time, their broadcasting was just, they never ever mentioned any sign of any Arab leader telling Palestinians to leave. So this is just misinformation. But if you know Konstantin Zurek's work, what did he think of the Nakba specifically, and did he actually put full blame on Arab nation? I know that he was disappointed that Arabs were not nationalistic enough, practically.
I can't say I know enough about the range of thought to say one way or the other. But there was a ton of misinformation at the time among not only the Israelis, but also among Palestinians about what actually happened. And a lot of that falls into the complex politics of Arab nationalism as it was growing at the time. This is a fun point of trivia for people. Did you guys know that the Palestinian Liberation Organization was initially founded to neuter Palestinian nationalism and prevent them from fighting Israel? It was. The politics
like the PLO?
The PLO. Oh. The PLO was originally not intended to actually focus on Israel at all. The PLO was intended to stop the Palestinians from fighting the Israelis until after all the Arabs had been united into a super state. You know, it was kind of like opposed to the model that the groups like Fatah were pushing. It was specifically Nasserist. It was a way to control the Palestinian movement. The politics of Arab nationalism are relatively complex. So it does get kind of like messy in that way. There's a lot of misinformation that were floating around in their communities, so all bets are really off in terms of what his sources were and what he actually thought about their moves. Because all the Arab states were lying just as much as Israel was about what actually happened. They were all lying for their own specific political objectives and what they were after. So
that's why people are against the PA now as well, because how much the PA tends to collaborate with the Israeli government and oppresses Palestinians in general, which a lot of Palestinians are just very frustrated with Mahmoud Abbas, and they're frustrated with the PA in general because they help oppress them as well. I'm not putting my
very different context in that. I mean, Shukeri's PLO at the start was just a Nasserist mouthpiece intended to try and get all the Arabs to unite, because the Palestine issue was becoming popular on the Arab street and people were supportive of that movement. But the idea of putting their energy into that kind of immediate fight, like guerrilla combat, whatever there, didn't suit the interests of the Nasserists or Baathists, who wanted to bring the territories all together into a superstate to oppose European empire. So they were trying to manipulate the Palestinian the popularity of the Palestine issue for their own political objectives. The PA is problematic because it was designed to be problematic. It was always a way for Israel to outsource policing to Palestinians. And a lot of Palestinians initially believed the lies about it. Not all. I mean, Said was critical of it immediately. I mean, a lot of people saw it. Well, a lot of us saw what was going on with it, but a lot of Palestinians believed that this was the best they can get and they would actually advocate for them. And in practice, they don't. So the reasons for that, the distrust there are quite different from the PLO issue, but they both initially, and the PLO did later change, you know, in terms of its orientation. When Fatah took it over, its approach completely changed. It transformed into an umbrella organization to link Palestinians together, but it was originally a separate group was distinctly Nasserist. But
Mm.
anyway, the point here is again for the period you're raising, the politics around that are really complicated, and I wouldn't know what all was influencing him to take those positions. So I just don't know what drove those statements. But
Yeah, that's
I
why a lot
but I
of
know there was a lot of misinformation floating around, so it wouldn't surprise me that he heard some bullshit.
no, no, no. Like I've been reading his stuff, right? And it's he's more arguing for pan-Arabism, basically, that there needs to be some type of unity among Arab nations. And what he says is that the Arabs didn't do enough to protect Palestinian people from Israeli aggression. Or from the Haganah and the Irgun and like the Sterngang and all that stuff, right? So when I read I've read some of his works. I'm not an expert on them, which is why I just wanted more information on his works. But no, not the cat stealing the pup's bed.
And she'll never take it back because she knows the cats are in charge.
Yeah, but
I think
She left the room for a minute, and you snooze, you lose.
no, no, I'm done after at the end of that. But like, I just wanted to say because I thought maybe I just need to read more of his stuff. I feel like he gets misrepresented by a lot of Zionists into making it seem as if he put all the blame of the Nakba on the Arab nations, when he blames like the Arab nations for not protecting Palestinians enough. When that is a completely different context, I think. Than blaming them fully for the Nakba. But yeah, okay. Thank you. That was the
Yeah,
questions I had.
honestly, if you keep reading into that, maybe we can chat about it sometime because, like the broader history of Arab nationalism is fascinating and convoluted. And really, it sounds like is that he's taking either the Ba'athist or Nasserist position. Because they were saying the same kind of thing, that the unification was more important, and that if unified and if the Arabs got their shit together and came together, then they would be able to actually stop the Israelis. But
yeah, that's what he coined the term Nakba, and that's what he basically also argues, that there's a lack of pan-Arabist identity among certain Arab nations. But yeah, I'm gonna maybe read more of his work to better understand it.
Right on. I'm gonna quick run the loo for a sec before we pick a next topic, question, whatever. And maybe I should convince you to move from this bed. Minerva.
Yeah, please take
Well,
care of
buddy.
yourself,
Well, buddy.
Liam. And I don't want to center myself at all, but this is the first time I am on a panel with Queen Athena, and like I'm gonna drop down to the comments in just a second.
Yeah.
I love y'all. I hate
I love
being in
you
a
too.
box,
You look
but I
gorgeous, by the
love
way.
y'all.
You look very
I
gorgeous.
literally
I'm
said the same
marking.
thing the
No,
first time I was on
literally.
a
I'm
panel with
marking the
Athena.
day.
I was
I know.
like,
I'm marking it like January 12th is to be celebrated every day of like the day that I had the bravery to be
Okay,
on a
I did.
panel with Athena.
I don't think I simped that hard, but yeah.
no, literally. Like I thought love at
I
first
was.
sight didn't like exist, and then Erica turned on her cam, and I was like, dang. No, literally, Erica's gorgeous. But yeah, just
I'm
wanted to
better in the comments,
say that.
but I like to push the mute and block button. But yeah, so everybody please like and share the live. Liam has a subscribe button now, so subscribe to that. I think Jax is gonna get some, what are those called? The emoji things, the Minerva emotes.
Emotes. I'm gonna talk to him about emotes. And
Yeah, please like.
Oh, you're making notes, Jack?
I'm thinking of ideas. I'm gonna make a Minerva emote and like maybe like a cat with a beard and that, like, and glasses. Something
Are
like
you
that.
into like graphic design?
No, you know who actually could do it? Like, I have a few friends that do it. I don't do it. I have a
Oh,
few friends
cool.
that do me the favor and make an emotes. They're really quick. They just like do it like a program. They're really quick. But I have a few friends that will do it for him. It'd be like so cute. Like we could get like, oh, I like some of his phrases, or make it into a little emote. That'd be fun. But it's good to have him on the sub because this way you could have like a subscriber only, live once in a while where you don't have to be so restricted.
Somebody in the comments asked for a Spark Notes version of the Khazar theory. I think maybe Dr. Liam would probably enjoy talking about that when he comes back.
Seriously, it would be great to have more just back, like, stuff. So yeah, I would appreciate that as well.
First off, I just have to say, shout out to Annie in the comments. A library card emote, perfection. That's such a great idea. Annie, that's such a great idea.
That is a great idea. Oh my gosh. And like Jax, you're amazing for actually like taking it up upon yourself to do that, like to design the emotes and all that stuff. Like you're an awesome mod. I just wanted to give you your flowers. You're an awesome mod.
Oh, thank you. Listen, I'm here just to uplift, and I know how to work these things and how to do it. Once I get everybody started, they get used to it, and yay. Then I feel like, then I move on and help another and another. But thank you. I love that's like my favorite thing in the world to do. Whoever gave me that, thank you. I don't know who just sent me that.
It was Goth.
Goth, you're amazing. Thank you. But yeah, I just like, I don't know, just want to help everybody, especially when you know how to work the app. You know what I mean? Especially somebody like Liam.
No, you are literally like
everywhere.
A mod for everyone and their mama. Like you
I used to
mod
be, not
for
anymore.
everyone. And like you put in the hard work of actually actively modding, taking care of the host, taking care of like the viewers, and like putting order, and it's just, I don't know. I wanted to give you your flowers. You do an amazing job.
She's really good at it too. I think I met her in Smitty's live the first
Yes.
That's where I saw her for the first time was in Smitty's.
Yeah, that's like primarily where I like here and there. But like I'm no longer like I start, I help, then I teach and I move on. So that's it. Like I'm not a mod everywhere. Everybody thinks I am because people start hosting lives and automatically they mod me. But then like later on, like I'll even remove myself as a mod. Like once they're working and they're up and running, I'm done. I don't want to be associated as a mod for like right now I'm a mod mom, I feel like.
You're just modding everybody, but you're so good at it. Like I've noticed, like especially in the ones that are really crazy where they have like 500, 600, 700 viewers, and sometimes the words that are in the comments are insane, and y'all just catch it so quick. And I know I could not do that. Like I read it, but I don't know if I'd be able to like get rid of it that quickly.
Oh yeah, like today, like Smitty had like 1,800 viewers.
Oh my
Steady
god.
1,800. Today was steady 1,800. But like that's just one of like that, and he's like one of the, he's a panel, but I mod like on really like real whatever. But he could get like an average of, I don't know, like over 500,000 views.
Oh wow.
Yeah, because people who swipe in, swipe out, swipe in, swipe out.
Oh, okay. See what you're saying. Okay, but you don't mean like all at once.
No.
Right. Okay.
Talking
Yeah.
like
I'm gonna drop because I know that there are other guests in the box, so the other guests can be let up.
you could stay.
drop
You could
this
stay.
guy's
I'll
up.
drop.
No, Jax. No, it's okay. I've literally asked like all the questions that I've needed to ask,
Okay.
and I'll be in the comments. I love y'all, appreciate y'all.
Love you.
Empty out the box so that we can be fair.
I'll do the same as well. I appreciate everything. Thank you guys.
Love you, Nat.
Bye
Thanks,
now.
you guys.
Hun. Oh, Athena, are you still in the chat? I just wanted to tell you you're one of the most intelligent human beings I've ever come across in my entire life. And you have a capacity for debate that I've never seen before. Honestly, girl, whenever you start speaking, I just keep my mouth shut because I'm like, she's got it. Well, I don't gotta do nothing. I ain't gotta do nothing. She's got it. She's got all of it. She can handle 10, 15, 20 people all on her own. So I just wanted to give you your props, my love. Doctor, how are you?
Good, good.
I was in a live a couple of days ago that you were in as well, but I think you came after I did. It was a Mr. Jones live. And there was a guy named Zach there. If you remember him, he was a supposed faculty member. He was teaching arts or
Oh,
right.
the high school grad who was faculty at
Yes.
what was that? Parsons?
Something like that, right. So prior to you, do you guys remember? Oh, Rebel, you know Zach? Okay, that was a whole interesting conversation. So prior to you entering, he was saying that obviously, like Palestinian, there he was saying Palestinians are the same. I no, he was saying I consider Palestinians the same as Jordanians, Syrians, and Lebanese. So why don't they just go into there? And they're all the same race. They're all the same ethnicity, right? So I went up there and I told him that he said all the same race, all the same ethnicity, all the same culture, religion, everything, right? That's what right, but that's what he said. So I went up there and I said to him, I'm about to burst your bubble because let me tell you what I am. Okay, I am ethnically Syriac Aramean. My nationalities are Syrian American. I am Syriac Orthodox Christian. I am culturally Arab and all of those together. So so I think I burst his bubble a little bit, but what was the funniest to me was after you entered the chat, closer to the end of it, he asked you, "Do you know what Syriac is?" And I about lost my mind. I
I didn't remember him asking that. That's funny.
I about lost my mind because like he went from not even knowing we existed to now trying to act as though he was the expert on the matter, you know. I just thought that that was hilarious and a little ridiculous too.
Yeah.
But I did
I
want
mean, a lot of people do that, though. I mean, they pick up bits from other people and then they spin it back around as if they knew it in the first place. You know, it's a way of like gaining credibility.
yeah, but I think too many of the people that were there for a long enough period of time to be able to, you know, see that come full circle. So he's just making himself look worse. You know what I mean? It's just a little ridiculous, but I don't know how they can argue for that long and be so wrong and still just. I don't know how they do
It doesn't really matter in many cases. It's sometimes you can find a way to open up a space and they can begin changing, but oftentimes folks like that, they have a set of views that don't really have anything to do with the evidence or the facts, and it doesn't matter. And it's all a matter of what you can pick up that you can use to rationalize the existing beliefs. That's all that really matters.
Right. I mean, that makes sense. I did want to ask a question, and I don't know if you guys had already touched on this prior to me entering. But with the trial and everything that's going on, let's assume the trial ends. What do you where do you think everything is going to go from there?
Well, hold on a second. I'm not sure I got the question, but
Well, okay, so assuming that the trial ends, well, I didn't technically finish the question. Assuming that the trial ends and Israel is found to be committing genocide and war crimes, um, where do you think as far as the US goes, that where the US stands in continuously denying that it's a genocide, continuously denying that it's ethnic cleansing, continuously saying that those are not the right words to use, where do you think after the trial ends, if they are found to be guilty of that by the ICJ, where do you think the US is going to stand in relation to the fact that they are being complicit, historically speaking, in genocide?
the trial in terms of the G side charge
will take months still. So that won't be resolved anytime soon. They've consciously put a lot of that in the back burner. They're only going to consider the ceasefire request this month. And the rest of it, they're going to spend a long time deliberating on this stuff. So, yeah, keep that in mind already. Beyond that, I would say it'll change absolutely nothing. Even if a unanimous World Court said that they were doing it, it wouldn't change U.S. policy. It's not why we have it. It's not why the policy exists. And until those factors change and the public opinion here shifts, then our policy will. But the U.S. has a long history of basically telling the World Court to go fuck itself. Whenever it rules in a way that we don't like, it generally is like page 3 news in a short blurb. So, because the media is actually quite complicit with the state in a lot of its interests, they generally know what they can talk about and what they can't. So they're not going to make a big deal out of this here, which is one of the reasons it's not going to be televised here. But even if they ruled against it, the media will mostly ignore it, and the state just really won't care. The only thing that will shift U.S. policy is enough of the voters and donors changing their view on it. That's it. The U.S. just does not give a fuck about international institutions or their opinions. It never has. We've repeatedly ignored rulings against us.
So do you okay, well, the donors, clearly the lobbyists are the ones who are spending the most money, right? Like APAC, basically.
It's not the reason, though. They really aren't. I mean, and it's another thing that I get the problem with them. Lobbying is bad, and they are particularly bad, but they are not the reason that they have this position at all.
Okay, so when you're talking about the donors, do you mean public donors? Do you mean corporate donors?
I mean just in general. I mean mainly the electorate, because honestly, enough of the donor class isn't really going to change their position until the voters do. I mean that a significant swath of the American public is in lockstep with it. The share of the total. Okay, so most Americans, like a clear and large majority of Americans, are behind Israel. In the younger generations, a little under half support Israel. But again, the youngest generation, I mean, Gen Z isn't a majority of the country. But if you look at the same changes in views on Palestinians, it hasn't shifted much in decades. It's still quite small overall. Most people don't know about this. They don't care about this. They've heard of Israel. They're aware of Israel. They know some Jews. They know nothing about Palestinians. They know nothing about the history. They're not aware of it. So most Americans are going to be reflexively pro-Israel. And as long as most of the voters are, most of the donor class will be, and the political class will be. So it's kind of trapped that way.
And then, okay, so that makes sense. And I do agree with you that most Americans are still pro-Israel, and that most of them are turning a blind eye and don't even want to be bothered by what's happening.
That's typical foreign policy in general. It's very hard to get older Americans to give a shit about foreign policy. Younger Americans often care, and it's difficult to keep them engaged throughout their lives. But in general, most American voters are perfectly comfortable with American empire because it doesn't directly impinge upon them. In the same way that most Israelis are comfortable with what happens in the territories because it costs them $1 a year. It doesn't actually hurt them, and they just don't see it. So they're not aware of it. So most Americans and most Israelis, really, they're just ignorant as fuck, and intentionally so. They don't really care.
And then with the with many of the congressional seats up for re-election this year, or up for election this year, do you think that we'll find a shift in new people in Congress, or do you think those same people are going to get reelected? There doesn't seem to be enough of a movement that I've seen to where there are new candidates that are qualified enough to be able to hold those positions.
Yeah, no, it's not even a matter of qualification as much as it is any chance of getting elected. There's a lot that has to change on the ground before we actually get to Congress. There's just not enough overall support for this. And I hate saying it, but I'm telling you as somebody who's been trying to convince people on this for a long time. I've seen shifts. It has been changing, but it's a very slow shift. There's a lot we have to push back against in the U.S. Congress is not going to change its position on it. It'll still be just in lockstep on this. I mean, even progressives in Congress, so-called progressives, they're all perfectly happy with an apartheid state. They're not going to care, and there's simply not enough organization or money on our side to tip the balance yet. It's why I keep telling people organize long term, build big organizations, link people together, focus on your social networks like in person, keep going. We have a lot to do before we can actually have a political influence. If you're thinking we're going to sway a president or the Congress anytime soon, I mean, I don't want, I hate feeling like I'm depressing people because I don't want to, because I want you to feel hopeful. I want us to keep pressing forward.
No, I
Okay, cool.
prefer a realist view. I absolutely prefer a realist view.
The realist view is, we've got no chance of having any short-term effect on the political system here, but we do have a long-term chance. So
right, and no, and I that's why I ask these questions, because I'm very much a realist. Sometimes I feel people are ideological and they get their hopes up, and then everything comes crashing down over their heads. It's good to have those ideas and to pursue them, but I just the idea that it's going to happen overnight is extremely unrealistic, I think. But my question was more because this year we are having so many seats up for election, is that if it is possible for us to like move people in and out, but that doesn't necessarily mean that those people who we're going to move into those seats are going to be any better than the ones who were there before.
Well, here's a test. Get people to care about the primaries. Because in primaries, you often do have candidates with far less money and far better ideas, but they struggle to get heard. And what they're going to get in terms of the official party endorsement letters and emails and everything, that people go to people's houses. I mean, the establishment candidates are going to have more money, and no candidate that is not pro-Israel is going to get a lot of money. It's I can tell you that from experience too. You're just going to struggle that way. But small dollar candidates can win upsets, but it takes a bigger ground game. So if you can find in your district a House candidate with a good position on this, join the team, support them somehow, send them $5 a month, whatever you can do, help out that way. The primaries are where it's at. But most of the candidates who get past the primary for the Democrats, they're going to be Zionists. But there's a chance of shifting it in the primaries, and really only in the primaries. So I'd say
for some reason, I don't feel like we can do that this go around. I feel like people woke up to there's not enough time from now until the election for us to make a serious change with this go around. I could be wrong, but I don't.
Every little bit helps. So all I'll say is it builds progressively. So if people are involved, if more money goes to some of these smaller people, like, think of it this way. If somebody is running in a primary and they get only 10% of the vote or something, it's hard to decide if you're going to do it again. But if you get 20% of the vote in the primary, you might try it again next time. Right. You see how that works? If you can get a few more people out there, if you can get a little bit more support, if they can raise a little bit more money, it encourages good people to stick at it, and name recognition accrues over time. So if they're in 2 or 3 election cycles and they do better each time, they've got a chance of toppling an incumbent. So no, are we going to sweep Congress? No, but you can have a real effect in this primary that will build.
I have another question. So I'm sorry, I have like a million questions.
I got nowhere to be.
we got this.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not allowed to get up right now anyway. So
okay. Before you ask the question, I just wanted to say, have an amazing night. You have all your mods here, mod squad, perfection of mod. I'm gonna I'll DM you, Liam. I bid you adieu. I'm gonna DM you, and we'll talk about like the sub and all the TikTok stuff and the emotes. And I want to get a great picture of how do you want to call it, Minerva, so I can make emotes. I'll explain everything to you later. Love you all. Have a great weekend.
Fun.
Stay amazing, guys.
Aw. So I had a question about the Electoral College. Well, firstly, let me ask you your opinion on the Electoral College. What do you think of it? Is it a necessity, or do you think that we could do without it?
Gosh, I don't even know what to say about that. It's trash. It makes no sense. It was intended to ensure permanent, oligarchic control. What they were after with it, when they literally built it, was all these yokels aren't going to know who the real good candidates are. They're going to vote for their local mayor for president. They don't know anything. And of course, you didn't have very big media at the time. It's an 18th century. So what they figured is, if all the voters vote for, different candidates that they know, then they can just override it. They can just pick whatever they want. That's why the Electoral College is not accountable. They can literally choose whatever the fuck they want. It's a really problematic institution. It's one of many reasons that the U.S. government has never used our Constitution as a basis for helping another country write one. Even our own government knows it's trash.
See, and I tell people that, and they all tell me that I'm crazy. They have to vote how the people want, but they don't, like, there's
in some states they do
faithless electors too, which end up voting however they want. Now, I know that in some states they do have laws against it, but whether or not those laws are enforceable is really up to the state. So at the end of the day, it really doesn't matter what we say or how we vote. They're going to vote however they want to vote, which is why I find it to be completely and utterly ridiculous. But how would we go about even dismantling that?
The way to dismantle it, and I think there's a flaw in the way a lot of people approach this argument. A lot of Republican voters are convinced by their own politicians and donor class that to dismantle it would allow big liberal states to decide all of the elections. So California and New York would sweep everything and blah, 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 and no one would ever be able to win. It's literally not how it works. There are democracies all over the world that don't have anything like this and use popular votes, and yet rural votes still count. They still matter. There's different ways to go about the argument. One fun thing that I've found is, think about, in a state like California, people like to say, oh, California is super blue. California is super blue because of a few cities on the coast. A lot of California is deep fucking red. And all of those votes don't count. They're irrelevant because this state hasn't gone for a Republican since Reagan. So their votes would suddenly count again. And their votes would be added to all the people in the so-called red states. Just like, the blue voters in Birmingham, Alabama would suddenly count. Again, it's more votes would count. The proportions in the country are basically, same with New York, exactly. Most of New York is solid red. But they don't count because a few cities outweigh it all. It's just nonsense propaganda that makes them feel they won't count, that they won't matter. It's the same reason people defend the structure of the Senate, too, which gives, Wyoming's got 500,000 people and 2 senators. What the fuck? But it's a way of ensuring a more conservative control in the country, and that's kind of how it was designed. This country was designed to prop up an oligarchy. So, and there's honestly no great way to do it. I mean, we have to spend a lot of time talking about it because there's so much misinformation on this. I run into this all the frickin' time, and I cannot tell you how many times I've laughed at it. I get Republicans telling me, the United States isn't a democracy, it's a constitutional republic. And what the fuck do you think a republic is? It's a democracy by definition. The fuck? It's like saying an apple isn't a fruit.
Yeah.
Clearly, an apple is an apple, and it's also a fruit. All republics are democracies, but not all democracies are republics, because the UK is not a republic. That's all it means. But they hear it said that way deliberately in their media. And it's said that way because what they really mean by it is permanent minority control. That's what they want. They want a small chunk of the electorate to control the entire country. That's the actual goal. And if you can help people expose it for people, because a lot of people who have this feeling, they still haven't critically examined it. And part of them would rebel against it if they could ever really face it, because they don't want to admit that they want a virtual dictatorship. But that's what they're essentially arguing for, is minority rule. So we have to dismantle some of the rhetoric they're using and help them to see what it is they're actually saying when they just spout off these pat slogans about the electoral college and republics and all the rest of it. It's all of a piece. It's all intentionally designed to get ordinary poor people supporting minority rule for an oligarchy.
It's honestly sometimes frustrating because I'm not as great with the words as you are, and so for me, and again, my understanding of these things are limited, which is why I come to these types of lists so that I can continuously broaden my horizons as far as, well, whatever topic honestly that you're on. You do such a wonderful job with explaining things in a way that's digestible by just about anybody, I think. So I appreciate you for that. But yeah, sometimes it's difficult. I've noticed something else by people. I'm a psychology major, so I guess I kind of look at people in a different way sometimes. I noticed that people almost instantly get defensive when you bring up a topic that they don't necessarily understand. And so when you want to go further into it with them, they kind of try to say, well, no, you're wrong, I'm right, this is how it is, end of story, we're not going any further.
I mean, a lot of that happens because of the way we start talking with people. So one trick is know something of your audience. So I can be a snarky little asshole here because I'm not in a one-on-one conversation with somebody that I'm trying to help to see something. If I'm talking to somebody, like that, in that kind of situation, I have to figure out what they think and why. So you have to ask a lot of questions, repeat back to them what they're saying, help figure out like where they're coming from, what their concerns are, why they feel that way. If you can figure out what their core concerns are, it's often possible to find a way to reach them. But if you start off a conversation in a way that they find off-putting, people will dig their heels in. And then it's done. They've thrown up the mental walls. You'll never reach them. But if you start off well, if you start off in a way that disarms them a little bit, it opens up that door just a crack. And it still might not work, but a crack is sometimes all you need to stick your foot in the door, to start prying it open. So it's a lot really depends upon how you initially approach the person. So that's the best thing I could point out right away. Oh, Eric, are you putting a hand up for?
Yeah, could I get a couple? First of all, is it Hiba? Hiba?
Yes, hon, thank
Really,
you. Yeah.
it's really wonderful to meet you. This was the only piece that I wanted to add, which is I read this great book called Mistakes Were Made, but Not by Me. And it's a little outdated now. It's like 10 years old. But it's written by two social psychologists, PhDs, that really show, they give lots of examples that really show that most people, when they come up against cognitive dissonance, especially when it comes to any form of identity, right? That 99.9% of the time, I will put myself included, is that they double down on their beliefs. And I think this is this is what I want to add too, is that we can see it in others um, really clearly, but I think that within a lot of this like deconstruction, dismantling work, it's about like that DARVO. I'll just shout it from the mountaintops all the time, the DARVO, which is like deny, attack, reverse, victim, and offender, right? Like that didn't happen, dismiss, it's all the tactics there, attack, and then I'm the victim. And then, but we do this to ourselves so much because um, we double down. Yeah, we see it in others. We double down on ourselves. That book, just really understanding that like that's a humans do to reduce the feelings of uncomfortability. Because if we have to really start dissecting, especially who I am or what that could possibly mean towards like my values or my morals, and like that has just been, you know, told to me rather than like being a free thinker and being able to like not be afraid to learn. So I think like both of those, just like the willingness and the capacity to recognize the inner ways that we, or that I'll just put it in my side, that I avoid uncomfortability, and that we can see it in others. And putting that, sorry, one more comment, putting that into like systematic, when I started seeing the deny, attack, reverse, victim, and offender, and then applying that to systems. So like all of the prop of like, you know, capitalism and all this. That has been like really mind blowing for me in these last few months.
No,
I don't know if any of that was
yeah,
helpful.
no, it makes complete sense. I completely agree. I'm definitely gonna look into that book too. It sounds like it's very insightful. I can even put myself in that situation as well, or talk about myself in that sense. When I was a little bit younger, I was that person where if I were to come across somebody who disagreed with my point of view, I would instantly get defensive. That has slowly changed as I've gotten older. I catch myself doing it every now and then, but I kind of take a step back and I'm like, okay, no, you gotta open up, listen. This is a different point of view. You don't have to agree with it, but at least hear it and try to take it in the best that you can. And that comes with growth. So sometimes people might need a little therapy first to get there. But yeah, no, I definitely agree with that idea for sure. And but yeah, I can you repeat the name of the book for me one more time if you don't mind?
You know, I don't know that I would necessarily recommend it, just because it's outdated. It was published like over a decade ago, but it is good. It was Mistakes Were Made, but not by me. I'd have to look up the authors, but it's two PhD social psychologists that wrote it. She uses a lot of political examples from like George W. times,
Mhm.
but I think that it's still like really applicable. Just know that her examples, especially political, are more than a decade old.
Little old. Okay. All
Yeah.
right. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Doctor, I have another question and I don't necessarily know how to word it. Like it makes sense in my head, but I don't know if I can articulate it well enough. Um the concept of by the people for the people, right? That's supposed to be upheld by those that we elect, correct?
In the U.S., yeah.
Okay. So,
U.S. is a representative democracy. So
okay.
we choose people to represent us, and so it still builds on that kind of like Lockean framework where the people ultimately have a say in their government and get to choose the government, but you're choosing a government, not actually governing. So it is still intended to be like, by the people, i.e., we choose the people that are in there, like we, the people, choose the people in there, but then they govern for us, if that makes sense. So
So
by the people, for
in
our
the,
votes, for the people, for us, so.
right. So in a situation like this, where with Israel and giving them immense amounts of money, while simultaneously denying healthcare to our own citizens and free education and so on and so forth, um, doesn't that kind of contradict the whole thing? I don't, like I said, I know I wasn't gonna articulate it well, but like it makes sense in my head.
Yeah, no, because most Americans are fine with it. And that's the thing. If most Americans were opposed to a specific policy, it would be very difficult for them to do it. It's possible still, but it gets much harder for them to do it. But as long as a majority of people support a particular idea or don't care about that idea, then they can do whatever the hell they want. So it requires our active opposition to it. and in numbers that matter.
So do you think that it's more so that people are okay with it, or it's more so that not enough people are actually active in our political system?
I wouldn't say it's not enough active, but that there's an element to that. For the specific case of Israel, it is that a majority of Americans actively support the country and like it, and they're fine with us supporting it. And on the specific question of aid to it, a large majority of Americans just don't give a shit because it just it doesn't really add up to enough to really matter. Oh, it cost me $1 a year, whatever. Like, who cares? It doesn't. It's not something you're going to get people excited about. And there's a bazillion cases like that. I mean, how do you think this country gets away with unaliving millions of people in wars overseas? You know, most people just don't care. As soon as enough people care, you can really change things. But a clear majority of Americans like the country and are comfortable with our support of it because they don't know enough about what it's like. They don't know. They're not aware of how the system works. You know, hell, most American Jews don't. Hell, a lot of Israelis have no idea how their government is really structured. You know, that's true anywhere. You know, most Americans have no idea how this government actually works. Why would you think most Israelis would know much more about what their country does? You know,
Right.
I mean, most
Right.
people are going to be ignorant on most issues. So to get real change, you need a significant number of people who really care actively about the issue and can put pressure on it. And our numbers aren't there yet to have a real effect,
Right.
especially when you have so much knee-jerk support for it.
Right. So that's I guess that's what I meant is like not enough people are actively care. When I say active, I guess you would have to care enough in order to be active. Um yeah, and you're right. I don't think that they care. A lot of people don't even want to be
Do you know
bothered.
do you know the "This is fine" meme with the dog sitting in the fire?
Yeah.
You're this little
Yeah.
cartoon. He's like sitting there at the desk. This is fine, and there's fire all around. Yeah, I mean, most people just they don't notice. So I mean, so unless we really bring it to their attention and change enough minds.
And I think that there's a lot of self-involvement. Also, I also think that the US has a different kind of individualistic society where there aren't enough, I think, like large connected communities where, I mean, like for example, in a lot of situations you don't even know your neighbor. You could be living in a building and have no idea who's living next to you. Whereas like overseas, you know every single person who's living in your building. You know what I mean? You know probably everybody on that street. And I think that once you have a society that is that individualistic, where everybody's just doing their own thing, then it becomes a situation where we're not going to care about what's happening. We barely care about what's happening here, let alone what's happening somewhere else. So I think that that's part of it as well.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of people simply don't have the mental bandwidth for it because they're stressed out, they're overworked, they have too much to worry about in their own lives, and you're asking them to care about people who live thousands of miles away when they don't have enough. They don't feel they have enough time and energy to take care of people who live a mile away. We have so many problems here that we can't get people to look at. I mean, the fact that since the time MLK was pointing out the black-white wealth gap, the fact that it's doubled and still Americans don't give a shit. You know, how much harder is it to convince them to care about people that they've never even heard of, that they know nothing about, that they've never experienced or met? It's too abstract. You know, it's not a real living issue for people.
Yeah, I guess it's a lot to think about and it gets a little overwhelming sometimes. So it's good to kind of talk about and deconstruct a little bit. Uh, I don't know.
I'm with you. It gets really frustrating. But I don't think that I don't think the frustration should get us down, nor do I think that we should get all like I don't know. A lot of people tend to think, well, I've met a lot of people who really care about this issue, therefore it's becoming really, really popular. Yeah, that's not really how it works.
No,
I
and
mean,
I
it's
think for a
but
lot of
I
people,
don't think we should be depressed about it either. It is changing. It has been changing steadily. It's just we were starting from way the fuck behind.
no, absolutely. And I think another thing is with the, for example, on TikTok, with the way that TikTok works, is the algorithm shows you what you want to see. So that doesn't necessarily mean that that message is being spread to a wide variety of people. It could be a big but small, in the sense of the entire nation, group of people who are continuously on this side of TikTok, where we are talking about politics, we are talking about international politics, Palestine, economics, whatever the case may be. And then you have a whole nother side of TikTok that is purely just random stuff that doesn't really mean much of anything. And I think we get into that little bubble where we think because we are on this side and there are so many videos and so many likes and so many shares, that's the entire world, and sadly that's not the case. um we get into our own heads and we think that it's, now we can, or we get to a point where we think, okay, we've done enough work, we've done enough damage control, we can relax a little bit, take a seat. But the reality of the matter is we just got to keep pushing and keep adding on to it, because it really isn't big enough.
Yep. I think that a good way to approach this is to remind people constantly that things have been improving. That I know it's hard, it's depressing, we're so far behind, but it is much, much better than it was. I mean, when I first started caring about this issue, if I met anybody who had even heard of a Palestinian, the only mental image they had was people wearing balaklavas, carrying Kalashnikovs, and taking over jetliners. That was the only mental association they had. They were all teists. That's it. Because it was the only context in which the word had ever occurred to them. That has changed a lot. But we were way, way behind to start with. So it's useful to put it in a perspective overall that we have been doing good work, and it should encourage people to keep pushing harder and keep going. But it's just, we were so far behind the curve on this thing, it's not even funny. So but we're catching up. So it's be realistic, but also be optimistic. Does that make sense? Like,
Finding a balance is definitely important, and I will say this, that I'm 36, and I was a freshman in high school when 9/11 happened. And seeing how different things have changed, because it was literally nothing from when that happened till October 7th. And then all of a sudden, the world flipped upside down. I have never seen so many people not only supporting Palestine, but also embracing Middle Eastern culture. It's never been embraced in this way. I've never seen any, people so interested in our culture, our traditions, our values. And it's a beautiful thing to see. I really truthfully, honestly, I never thought that it would happen in my lifetime. Because it was so bad. I never thought that it would happen in my lifetime. So seeing it happen and happen so quickly, that's what makes me want to keep going, because it has changed a lot.
yeah, and some of that is the increasingly global communication networks. The fact that we can pop onto these things and somebody from Syria can sit in on the chat, But some of it is also, I mean, it's the numbers have changed in the population. There's a lot more Arab Americans than there used to be. And it won't be long before there's as many Arab Americans as there are American Jews. It'll catch up because there's a lot more in the world and more people are moving here, So it's going to change things, because one of the things that's made it easier for the Israel issue to dominate for so long is that there were a lot of American Jews, so people all knew somebody, and American Jews had been propagandized in the synagogues and in their social circles. So it spread, and then a lot of it happened in churches too. But increasingly, the church populations are also going to change, because again, there's more people who are aware, and they're bringing these discourses into the discussions. It's changing a little bit at a time. So there's more visibility in several different ways, both in the direct population as well as in our communications. And more visibility means more people can potentially give a shit about this. When no one's ever heard of them, what can you do?
No, absolutely.
Now it'd be hard to find somebody who's never heard of a Palestinian.
No, absolutely. And I think the way that it's being spread here on TikTok, when people see it firsthand, we're literally seeing it firsthand. I mean, you can sit there and watch Palestinian press live, and you can hear the boom booms as they're dropping in real time. That's never happened before. You know, when everything was happening in Syria, when it first started, there was a lot of devastation, but none of it was being seen. And I can't help but think, like, what if we had TikTok back then? Like, how much different would it have been? How many lives would have been saved? Because Syria's lost over 500,000 people. It's been really, really bad. And then right now, like, everybody's struggling. It doesn't matter how much money you have, there's nothing to buy back home. So, seeing it, I see it, I think, from a lot of different perspectives, as someone who isn't Palestinian but is Middle Eastern, someone who's Syrian and I mean, I have personally felt missiles hit the ground and booms shake my walls, and I can tell you it's not something that you can ever explain truly until you've experienced it. And so to sit there and think about how these people are dealing with it quite literally all day, every day, it's just, I can't imagine the strength. I really can't.
Yeah, no, I feel you there. I mean, it's really hard to get people to care when they have no personal connection to it. And it's not that everyone has to experience being in a war zone, but if they know people who have, if they have friends or family members who have, it helps a lot. Seeing it can also help with people. So things like this, honestly, the fact that TikTok is so heavily censored already, I mean, it's not like we can show what, I mean, I post videos routinely onto places like Twitter or Facebook that would immediately get taken down here. I once made the mistake of, because I'm multi-posting, I put something on here, immediately flagged and shut down, and I've got a violation of my account for it. And all it was like, from the distance, some gunfire. Sorry, I shouldn't even say that word.
You're fine.
This would be we'd be much better off if you really could show even more of what you see, and we don't. We can't see a lot of this.
What's interesting is that I feel like it depends on the account, or it depends on whether or not they can catch it, because sometimes I see videos and I'm honestly surprised that it got through and that I'm even seeing it because of how bad it is, really. But there is this new app that I heard of, and I think it's called Reds, if I'm not mistaken. I haven't been on it myself, but from what I've heard is that they allow far more graphic videos and photos to be on there. So for anybody who does want to see, or REDZ, okay, so it is Reds. Then I guess that would be a good place to go. But yeah, it's fascinating to see how much everything has changed because people have been able to actually see it, and not even all of it, but they have been able to actually see it. There's also been this amazing connection that people have made with the press, and everything that the press is doing with people like Mataz and Plessia and Bisan. There's a personal connection to them now, almost like the connections that people make with celebrities, where they almost feel like they're their friends, and they have to fight for them, and they have to support them in any way that they can, which I think has also helped the cause tremendously, because now for the first time people are seeing Palestinians as people, and they haven't before.
Yeah, no, it's a huge difference. I'm honestly amazed that Motaz is still on Instagram. Given how many accounts they've shut down. I mean, they took down Sean King already. But a lot of the stuff gets out there, and it's much more immediate because you've got somebody recording their own neighborhood and putting it up, and it gives you a way to see it and to feel it in a sense. You're talking about like, yeah, these are my neighbors. I'm watching my neighbors, and they're taking their unalived children out of the rubble, and it's like, what do you do with that? Like,
I
what?
don't know. The other thing is, I've translated for several reporters before. I can speak Arabic almost as well as I do English, and so I tend to be, as long as I'm not being overly emotional, because sometimes I can get to that point. I tend to be able to translate decently well. And one thing is, and I sometimes feel really bad because I don't know what to say to them, like to the reporters themselves, because the other day I was translating for one, and he said, none of you would be able to survive one day here with what we're dealing with. You need to do more. And all I could do was try to explain to him, what we are doing, and all of the efforts that people are doing, like cutting off the roads into NYC. Some people, basically for 9 hours, they wouldn't let a ship go that was carrying weapons. People are doing everything that they can, but they're in such a dire situation that they're like, more. We need you guys to do more. And I understand it, and I don't blame them in any way. And I told them, you can say whatever it is that you want to say. You have every right. But it's almost like I'm at a loss for words to just try and give him a little bit of hope.
Yeah, no, uh, I get it, and we do need to do more. But the problem is, it's difficult. If we act too boldly too soon, we can end up shooting ourselves in the foot too, because at present, such a small slice of the public actually supports our position on this that we could easily be spun into like fringe H supporters, whatever. It's too easy to manipulate Americans at this point in this way, which is why I keep going back to we need to organize better for long term, because even if once we get this to stop, once we get a ceasefire here, once this is calmed back down, this shit's coming back again in a couple of years. It's constant and cyclical. It's because the situation is intractable. They will never give up sovereignty in that territory unless they're forced to. So it's not like this problem's going to go away. So everyone who has been brought into consciousness about this, everyone who's been radicalized about this, I welcome you all, my sisters and brothers, but we have to strap in for the long fight here because we've got a lot to do to make it possible for us to really confront power on this.
And that's, yeah, it's interesting you said that. A while back, someone had said, or I think it was Plestia who said, don't get bored of posting about Palestine. Palestine is going to need you for the long run, and she's right, because I've noticed it even now. I think for Middle Easterners and for Palestinians, I don't think they're ever going to get bored of it, mainly because they've been doing it for 75 years. I don't know what makes anybody think that they're going to slow down anytime soon. And for most of us Middle Easterners, it's the same thing. But I do think that for a lot of Westerners, they do tend to kind of tire easily. They get bored easily, they lose interest easily, and it's kind of our jobs to reel them back in, and be like, no, we got to keep pushing, we got to keep going. We're not saying don't live your life. We're not saying don't go to work and do what you need to do, but we're saying don't lose focus in that, we still need you for this fight.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, I knew so many people that got so passionate about the Iraq War and then completely forgot all about it. As soon as it looked like, oh yeah, they're not going to listen to us, they're going to keep doing it. And then like, oh my gosh, Abu Ghraib, this is so awful. And then disappears completely from their consciousness. And you ask any of them about it now. So do you know anything about like how it's played out, what's going on there? No, nothing at all. So yeah, and this one here, yeah, the fact that we're looking at something that freaking Mandela and Malcolm X were talking about, and we're still having the same fucking conversations. You know?
It's mind blowing, really, when you really look at it and you look at just so many different causes that have not changed. Like the cause is still there. The fight has still gone on, and it hasn't changed, and it's just mind boggling to me.
Yeah, I'll give you a fun one from because I like posting on fun anniversaries of things. Uh I did a General Sherman post earlier today. The whole 40 acres and a mule bit, right? Um, People are still asking for that, and it's not 1865 anymore. I don't know if you guys have noticed, but the people who were hardcore for like, we need that justice, we need to do this, we need to like make up for what happened here, they gave up. They pushed back, they yelled, they screamed, they tried to impeach Johnson over it, and then they gave up. And the issue stopped being significant to their electoral base. If the voters cared about that stuff, if the voters cared about punishing the Confederates and actually helping the former enslaved, we would have had reparations a century ago.
Yeah.
But it's still about 5% of Americans support it. It's a non-starter here still. And the fact that it still cannot be discussed, that's a huge failure of our attention span. And there are so many issues like this. If we stay active and organized, we can change shit. If we give up, then the bastards win.
Yeah, no, we definitely have to keep at it. Doctor, thank you so much for hearing me out. I feel like I've taken over the panel. I'm gonna go ahead and drop, and I just really appreciate you. Thank you so much for taking the time to hear me out. You enjoy the rest of your evening, and thanks to everybody else who was in here and participating. We appreciate you, and thank you to everybody who's lent their voice to Palestine. We appreciate you as well. Have a good evening.
Good evening. Thank you, Hibba. It's so good to meet some of these people like in real time that I'm like in their lives and their comments a lot. I know that French had his hand up.
Yeah, I was just gonna. It was just while y'all were talking when she made the comment about how in the West we have short attention spans or whatever it is, whatever you may call it. It was really interesting. There was a visiting professor here at in New Orleans at Tulane, a Palestinian. From the West Bank, or visiting lecturer, I should say, for the last about 2 years. And I've had, obviously, through my activism, have had many opportunities to talk with him. And it's funny because there's actually a fairly large Palestinian community here in New Orleans, in the suburbs of New Orleans, for how small of a city New Orleans is. And he's expressed to me multiple times how incredibly frustrated he is that the Palestinian community here hasn't organized more, and that they came and they forgot. Like he said on multiple occasions, he accused the Palestinian community here of coming to America and forgetting, which really took me aback. That even within our lifetimes, within one generation of this tremendous horror. And this, of course, is a massive generalization that he's making, right? It's not universal, obviously, but he was just like, if they organized, if even half the Palestinian population here organized, they could win almost every single local election in this parish down here. Because of the incredibly low turnout of voters and the perceived sort of complacency that exists here. So it was a really interesting conversation I had with him about that. But yeah, it goes to that idea of if we're living, it's kind of hard to keep focused, and like you mentioned, until it hits pocketbooks, both at a national macro level, but also at an individual micro level, it seems that it's really hard to get people motivated.
It is, and oftentimes one of the problems is our political system is so deeply corrupt and unresponsive to people that it's hard to keep people's attention. It's hard to keep that sustained interest, year after year. But realistically, people could turn out in far better numbers and sway elections in ways that they never believed possible. There's tons of districts that could flip if people actually just cared. and a lot of us don't. And it's hard to blame many people for not caring enough because oftentimes the candidates are just assholes. Why should I get out there and vote for this terrible person? Like what are they going to do for me? What's the point? And people get really excited. Oh yeah, I'm going to support this person, and then they get crushed. I mean, there were so many people who got really excited about Bernie, for example, and then just dropped out. They stopped trying to push. But Bernie was such a massive fucking long shot from the start that I am shocked he did as well as he did in the 15-16 race. Like, I knew who Bernie was because I give a shit about that stuff. And I remember his speech against the first Gulf War, when he first got to Congress. I'm like, yeah, I'm going to pay attention to this guy. But I didn't know anybody who knew who the fuck he was. And suddenly he's everywhere. It took off. And I think people really underestimate how powerful that is. If you'd kept up a movement like that and found other people like that and kept it going, we really could get significant change, but it has to happen at all levels. City councils, county supervisors, state houses, the House of Representatives. There's tons of great people who could get in there if people could get excited about something and really care enough. And it's so sadly common that people will get discouraged if something doesn't go well the first time.
Yeah, that leads me to another sort of question. I don't know if this is true. It feels like, at least in the United States, the right wing, Republican, whatever you want to classify them as, has absolutely dominated the local level in the last 30 years. They've taken control of the house of every governor's office, and I wonder if it's because I'm doing big time air quotes. I need a camera. I need more followers, so come and follow me. I'm doing big time air quotes here. But our side of the aisle, whatever you want to classify us as, liberals, progressives, Democrats, whatever, we're just like way too big-headed. That's not a compliment. I mean, we're just thinking about the macro level kinds of things, and so we focus. It's like the Green Party never runs a single local candidate, but they run a presidential candidate every single year, right? Whereas if we're building from the ground up, we could absolutely start to see a national movement, but you can't just expect that to happen overnight without some local groundswell,
Yeah, but you know why that happens, though, don't you? I mean, people don't want. They're not stepping up. If someone wanted to run for a city council as a Green, all they have to do is go down to the registrar of voters and file to run, and then there's a Green candidate running. There's not enough people that really want to do it, so they keep up and they try to run appoint this presidential candidate because they're trying to reach a 5% threshold where they can get some federal cash to try and grow the party. So it's the party's goal to keep doing that. They know they're not going to get anywhere with it, but they're trying to at least reach a point where they can grow their organization. But ordinary people could easily step up and run, and you could have Greens running all up and down this country, and at many local offices they could win because people don't pay much attention to the parties at that level, and a lot of people don't even vote for the local candidates. I don't know what the fuck this county job does, or whatever, I'm going to skip it. So maybe, you're going to win with 5 votes or something. But, there's a lot of races across this country that the candidate runs unopposed. There's no one running against them because no one bothers to go out and file to do it. And the Republicans consciously chose a strategy for this in the 50s. And the conservatives got crushed by the New Deal. And the New Deal got extremely popular. And they decided the only way to win was to take over ideologically, was to change people's minds. And the way to do that is at the local level. You build the small county level parties. You build up the hardcore activists, and those activists are all talking to their neighbors, and their neighbors go out there and they vote for the city council races. And it builds a bit at a time. Democrats controlled most state houses. They dominated the House of Representatives for 40 fucking years. And now the Republicans are everywhere because they changed the narrative. And they did it at the local level, in their local social clubs and in their city council races. Democrats are useless at that. They're completely fucking useless. And in large part because it's hard for them to hold their base. When the Democrats were able to bring together, when the Democrats were actually able to appeal also to leftists and not just to liberals, they had a better shot at it. They alienated a significant part of their base at the same time that Republicans were expanding theirs. And we've been in a downward spiral ever since. And the Democrats just don't care about winning leftists back. So you either have to take over that party from the ground up, take over your local county parties, take over your local city councils and change that fucking party into being something useful, or completely fucking replace it. And I think the latter is harder, just because of our legal structure. It's possible, but harder. The last time a third party replaced a major party was 1865. Or sorry, 1860, sorry. No, it's 1860 is a long fucking time ago. But either of them are technically possible. But if you leave it alone, it's going to keep going downhill. The Democrats are sinking ship in that way, because they're appealing to a smaller and smaller chunk of the total population based on their views. And they frequently aren't articulating any positive vision for the country. They're just saying the other guys are worse. The other guys are fascists. Yeah, that's true. But that doesn't motivate a lot of voters. It's not a scare tactics don't work. Scare tactics work much better on reactionary minds. Scare tactics work better on conservative mentalities. If you're trying to get leftists and liberals to vote, then just terrifying them isn't the best strategy. It's a losing one in the long run. So yeah, if we really want to change things, more people have to get involved. They have to run. They have to take over those sides. Taking a city council seat is not as hard as you think it is. And a lot of jobs, they're part-time. They're only going to take a few hours out of your month, and you can sit on a school board or something. And those people taking those school board jobs, they're deciding what textbooks are used in the local schools and how they're going to fuck with those kids. You want to see why we're getting like creationist textbooks in high schools? Republicans took those councils over. We need to step up if we're going to change this.
Totally. Amen.
Great.
Hi, Miss Dog. Miss Dog.
Yeah, thank you. French, do you have any other questions for Dr. Yin?
I think Sol was here before me, I think, right?
Oh yeah, and Sol, I wanted to bring in Sol and Icon, and I think Mohammed is new to the panel.
Yeah,
So
I have
Sol,
a quick
it's
question. A comment actually on French's point about Palestinians in the diaspora communing for the cause that they, otherwise maybe they forgot about it. But there's also the aspect of, people moving away from the Middle East and having to assimilate and raise their families in environments that are foreign to them to begin with. So there's that challenge. Doesn't mean they've forgotten their case, but they're, living life, I guess. As far as Liam, when you say, we need to organize, it's specific. I know we're talking about generalities too, but specifically to the Palestine situation that is very time sensitive. I mean, there's a G-side happening. What are the things, other than being in these on these lives and in these groups that are very healing? Like as Hiba was saying, it's very healing to sit here and talk to people who are like-minded and see things the same way you do, when for years or decades a lot of us have been screaming into a void that we just got used to it. What are the things that we can do other than be in here together, gaining education and helping each other with debates and getting our point across? When you say organize, Liam, I'm not sure what that means exactly.
I mean building community organizations in the real world. I mean talking to your neighbors, building mutual aid societies, building stronger social networks, talking to people, spreading the word. A lot of the things that would make so much other positive change possible, whether you're talking about corruption in the US or our foreign policy or anything else, so many things we'd be able to deal with if we were actually building stable, functioning social units, like ways to connect to each other, ways to share ideas, ways to support each other, meet your neighbors. We are intentionally balkanized and have been for the last 80 years. The creation of suburbs has been a fucking disaster for Americans. We're in our neat little boxes and then we get in our neat little box on wheels, and we go to our neat little box, and then we come home, and then we maybe like light up a doobie and watch a TV show and go to sleep, and then we rinse repeat over and over and over again, and we don't really engage with people. We don't really feel each other. I mean, first off, the first point is to actually meet people. And when you meet enough people, you have the possibility of finding, why don't we start a book club? Why don't we, I don't know, create a mutual aid society and help out the poor people in the area? You know, I hear there's some homeless people, you know, living down in the ditch over here. We could bring them water, you know, like there's all kinds of things we could start doing. There's a ton of other things that once you start building up groups, then you link together other groups. You know, so I'm working on this. We have this pet issue here, but you're doing that other cool thing over there. Why don't we have a joint event in the park to raise money for both things? And then, you know, there's a chance for cross fertilization. It's like somebody's like, I got involved for this group, but you're doing that other cool thing. That's neat. Tell me more about it. And then next time you have a third group that shows up to your meets there, and you're building a kind of intersectionality. And then you reach further and further beyond your community, and next thing you know, you're interacting with people of completely different lifestyles and backgrounds, and you're all sharing things and learning from each other, and you're building a large network. That, you know, can change the world. But it's part at that local level.
Right, and I agree with you. What's ironic about that is when you speak, what I hear is I'm in America, and I should recreate what was natural for me in the Middle East, because that's how I grew up. All those things that you're saying.
Yes. But the United States fucked Americans, and then we exported that model to the rest of the world. The depression that Americans have been suffering for a long time is now really common in Sweden. We've been exporting our balkanized lifestyle, cutting ourselves off from each other. I mean, Middle Easterners actually continually organize themselves in ways that manage to affect real change in their communities without even having political power. People living in fucking dictatorships are taking care of each other better than Americans are with all of our supposed freedoms. Because poor people get together and they share their resources. Oh, my neighbor lost their job. They need food for their family. We cook something and bring it over. Try to convince most Americans to do that shit now. It's getting really rare. You know, you can still find it in some small towns, but it's pretty rare. You know, we need to push back against that. So yes, exactly right. Borrow some lessons from places that haven't been completely fucked over, because it gives us a starting ground. Because once you have that community sense, you can start building a political organization on top of it. But people trying to build a political organization when people don't even know how to talk to their neighbor fails every fucking time. You know, everyone getting excited about Ralph Nader running, and yeah, I'll admit it, I'm a 3-time Nader voter, but people are thinking, oh, it'll change everything. No one could build a movement around that because no one knew how to talk to their own fucking neighbors or family. So it's just a bunch of people shouting into the void or talking to an echo chamber. It doesn't really build. So I think for Americans, we got to start over. We got to learn community first and then build organizations on top of that.
So you're saying us Middle Easterners should bring freedom back to America?
Yeah, go figure. Because Americans hate your freedom.
I know.
Where the tea is. Let's flip W around. That's great. Yeah, but no, exactly. Honestly, yeah, we've gone in exactly the opposite direction for a long frickin' time.
I hear you. Thanks, guys. I will drop. It is 2 a.m. my time. Have a good night. Thank you, everybody.
Have a wonderful night. Sleep well, soul. All right, and I think PyCon is next. Hi, happy Friday. How are you?
Hello. I remember this question that I forgot yesterday, actually, and it's something that I've kind of looked into, but have never really found a clear answer on, which is, I mean, maybe you'll disagree, but I'd be surprised if you did that. Europe kind of colonization, the way it exists in the modern period of history, it kind of started in Europe. And I was wondering, what's kind of the best explanation for that, as to why in Europe of all places, and were these like environmental or climatic factors, or kind of somewhat random? I've heard like people say that there's longer winters, so cultures built around plundering resources might be more common, or all kinds of stuff like that, but never really like kind of a clear analysis of why of all places it would be there, given that people are going to respond to their circumstances somehow.
So specifically, more modern forms of colonialism.
Yeah.
Okay, and by modern, do you mean also the early modern, or like from 17th, 18th century only?
Like starting with like you could argue the English invasion of Wales, and then kind of that sort of process emerging where there's maybe at that point it wasn't a nation state, but eventually, of course, nation states kind of exploiting other countries outside of Europe for their resources, and like how that process emerged.
The expansion of power, when you're looking at when you're looking at Normans moving into Wales, that's very much a pre-modern way of thinking, and it's not really colonialism either. It's just straight up conquest, and rulers have always expanded their territory. I mean, what the Normans were doing there is no different than what the Achaemenid Persians were doing. So I wouldn't go that far back at all. There are significant changes that begin in the early modern period and rapidly accelerate from the 18th and 19th on in terms of a distinct European approach to colonialism. But if you go back as far as the medieval, it's not distinctive at all. It's the same old shit.
Yeah, I feel like it's mostly Welsh people I've talked to who've described it that way. But yeah, it makes sense. It's ahistorical.
And and they've suffered a genocide over time. Yeah, I mean, I'm honestly, mad props to them for preserving the language, at least in some areas too. But it's not modern colonialism. It's distinctly pre-modern colonialism.
Yeah, but I guess and then in the modern period itself, as you described, like what were the reasons for that and those transformations, and just the colonization of other areas outside Europe?
I'll make a quick distinction. And this, when you think about outside Europe, it immediately opens up an interesting question, because it touches on, for example, the Spanish colonization. But Spanish colonization is also pre-modern. And the reason they were able to do it was a complete fucking accident. Their mentality at the time going into it was essentially medieval crusaders. They weren't really thinking about exploiting colonies effectively. The first modern colonization is really with like the Dutch and the English coming across afterwards. And what drives a lot of that is capital. It was looking for new markets. It was looking to... So what's initially pushing a lot of that move is the mercantile form of capitalism, which required a closed system in a sense. You didn't want to spend any of your country's bullion buying things from another country. You wanted the amount of bullion to go up. So fully open trade didn't make sense. And you guys know, if you're in England and you want tea, I don't mean the other way we use tea, but I mean like the drinking tea, right? Or you want rice. Tough shit. It doesn't grow there. It's not possible. But if you can get a territory like, I don't know, South Carolina, where you can grow rice, because South Carolina is subtropical. Cool. Now I have access to rice. So closed system. Mercantile capitalism needed territory to expand the range of goods without having to buy them from other people. What starts to shift after that, it later transforms itself as the forms of capital change, and you end up with things like high imperialism, where you're taking more territories and changing people's minds and ways of life. So a lot of the colonization of Asia and sub-Saharan Africa that comes later is driven much more by high imperialism. But all of that is driven by capitalism, just more liberal capitalism, less mercantile capitalism. But the early Dutch colonies in the Americas, the early British colonies in the English colonies in the Americas, that's driven by mercantile capitalism, and the amount of wealth that poured in from that set the stage for the development of liberal capitalism, and liberal capitalism decided to spread around the world. So it's a matter of chasing profit at the end of the day. This is why the Spanish colonies failed.
Spain didn't hold its empire because Spain never exploited its empire effectively. It's like, give me all your gold. And then when the gold dried up, they're, okay, now what? Like, well, I guess y'all can farm, and that's kind of cool. But they didn't really build up the larger economy that, with much smaller population and much less territory, that the Dutch or English were doing. It's the economic system. And those changes created a much more pernicious form of colonialism than we've ever seen before. Earlier forms of colonialism is just about you expand some political control, and you exploit some resources, a little bit of extra tax money, and that's fine. The Persians did that. The Romans did that. The Chinese did that. Everyone did that. Everyone expanded if they could. And they took territory and they got more tax revenue, and that was it. But they didn't change anything. They didn't change. I mean, the Roman Empire was based largely on subsistence agriculture. It was a very weak economy. A very weak economy. And I don't think people can really recognize that. Everyone's like, Roma Invictus. And no, the Roman economy was weak as fuck in economic terms. Same with tons of pre-modern empires. European colonialism is different because of the capitalist economic system. That's the short answer to it. It goes through a lot of evolution to get to where it goes, but it's the economic system. And to think about like why specifically in Europe. Okay, so it depends on where you're looking. There are some areas that couldn't do it because of environmental reasons. So this is one of the reasons that a lot of Europeans had like really stupid ideas about sub-Saharan Africans. They didn't build big cities for the most part. All right, so they looked at them and said, you're not civilized, you're inferior. Well, they didn't build big cities because they lived in the fucking tropics. And in the tropics, a large city is a death trap. You know, malaria will spread fast, blah, blah, blah. It's a terrible idea. So they created more decentralized power networks. They still had states, they still had laws, they still had written languages in many cases, but they didn't develop in the same way because it was environmentally maladaptive. So that area is not going to conquer the world because it doesn't have the large population base to create a huge economy that then could afford to do it. China could have. China could have afforded to do it. For China, it was an ideological reason. In their warring states period, they're trying to figure out how to restore basic order. There's a lot of competing philosophies. One of the ones that wins out in the long run is the Confucian structure. And in Confucianism, they held up the peasant as an ideal, and they looked at merchants as scumbags. Because realistically, like, if it costs me $5 to manufacture this hat and I sell it to you for $50, I just ripped you off. I got away with it, and some cultures think that's great. You showed initiative and cunning, and you talked somebody out of a whole bunch of money. But the Chinese culture that develops around 2,500 years ago says that's really fucking scummy. And if you don't have a powerful merchant class, you don't have a large enough tax base to build the powerful states that then want to colonize the world. So it has to start with the money. China always struggled to support its empire because while it tolerated merchants, it officially hated them. And it was like, we need you for a little bit of tax base to keep the army up, but we're never going to let you run amok and thrive. I mean, the Chinese merchant fleet was humongous for a while because they were sailing around and were actually exploring, but they never really used it as an actual merchant fleet. It could have turned into one, but when it started to, when people they went for tributary relations, what they called it. They would sail the Chinese sailed down the east coast of Africa. And they're like, hi, we're the Chinese. Look at us. We're super awesome. Look at our awesome giant wooden ships and give us some cool gifts and we'll leave you alone. So they're showing off their power. But as soon as people on the ships decided to start trading with people on the land and exchanging goods there, that had the potential of creating a powerful merchant class. So what did the Chinese do? They burned their ships and stopped doing it because of the cultural issue. So it's a mix of factors. In some areas like the Americas or Sub-Saharan Africa or Southeast Asia, it's environmental. In some areas, it's a cultural quirk that stops it. The Europeans were in the right place at the right time. They were a historical backwater that hadn't really developed for a long time, but they were in the right place at the right time when a handful of ideas filtered in, and they ran with them. And those ideas, in very short order, turned an impoverished backwater into a global power.
I mean, you go back to 1300, Europe's a shithole. I mean, the Arabs had running water and public baths and whatnot, and the Europeans had piss buckets and they threw it in the middle of the road in their towns. Completely different world. But they caught up really fast because of a few economic innovations. So sorry, I'm rambling a bit, but that's the long and short of that, I guess.
Yeah, I mean that makes a lot of sense. I mean, yeah, just because they didn't have the living standard. I mean, yeah, they didn't have the living standards of the people living in like modern day Mexico and Nicaragua too, before they got across. Yeah.
Right. But those
Um,
areas also they had a lot of limitations that would have stopped them from really spreading and becoming super powerful too. But they did have a lot of nice technologies. Europe was a backwater. There was nothing about that. I love when racists are like, our environment was perfect. Europe was always great. It was mostly a shithole. It was really, really badly developed. This is why, I mean, if you go back into the Middle Ages, you could not have convinced anybody that Arabs were barbarians. It just wouldn't make sense because anybody who had even heard of the Arabs knew the Arabs had giant cities and libraries and everything else. Because the Arabs were a direct linear heir of Roman technical achievements in the East. The Eastern Roman Empire lasted a lot longer. When it collapsed in the West, the cities went away. And when the cities went away, a lot of literacy went away, and the economy collapsed. And it became subsistence agriculture again, and it had to slowly rebuild from that. So, I mean, the Normans were pretty innovative, the guys who conquered your Welsh friends. But they were innovative in a few administrative ways. They got better at tracking, the population and what they had and whatnot, but they didn't have a great economy. I mean, at its height, like, in the 3 centuries of like Norman domination, heading toward the Tudor period, I mean, there were more sheep in England than there were people. It was a pretty backward area. It was mostly just pasture land. But when the English adopted the capital innovations of the Dutch, yeah, off to conquer North America because they could afford it.
So in that sense, the climactic nature of Europe could have had something to do with it, just the long winter, or just the lack of resources, or
No, I mean the long winters aren't all that helpful. It's helpful in one way. It's helpful in one way in that it actually did create decently fertile soil. That's much better than the tropics had. Because when the lack of real seasons in much of the tropics means that the soil actually isn't very good. So if you later adopt the capital techniques and you try to go for massive crops, you wouldn't be able to do it. But the Europeans could. But that's only a factor after capital. Because once the capital techniques were available, what the Europeans started doing was they started enclosing land and hiring workers and exploiting it like modern businesses. And they produced massive bumper crops because the soil is actually relatively good. Because with the winter die-off, all those leaves and whatnot go into the ground and break down and replenish the soil. They put nitrogen back in the soil. So you can grow great shit next time around. But when you never have a die-off, the soil is actually quite thin and weak. So if you cut down a bunch of trees in Brazil and start planting stuff, that soil is trash. So it's why Mesoamerican civilizations kept rising and collapsing. Olmecs, Maya, like it's very hard because you're dealing with an environmental issue, like for that kind of lifestyle. But that change in the winters, I think, is only really, really relevant with capital later. The Europeans always had long winters. There were always people scattered around up there, and they did nothing with it. Century after century after century, it was basic subsistence agriculture and crofting through much of Europe. Pasture lands and small-scale agriculture. They didn't really build up. All the great innovations were actually in the Mediterranean basin, part of Europe. So the Near East, the Middle East, North Africa, Southern Europe, all the cold parts of Europe didn't do a damn thing for millennia until capitalism.
so it just was hard to form cities in general, in especially Western Europe, or
Well, in Western Europe before that modern period, there was no good reason to do it because there was no economy to support them. A city only works if you have the administrative ability to control a large area around it and keep the food pouring in. This is why, with the collapse of centralized administration, cities shrunk because you didn't have the authority and the military to keep the food flowing in to support the city.
they wouldn't make it. And that's a long-term process. It's not just like, boom, like the Romans go away. The last few centuries of the Roman state directly laid the foundations for feudalism and serfdom, because it's a sort of a funny story. Like, libertarians would love this shit. So the Roman state's getting weak. It has a weak economy, but it's fighting a lot of wars. So it has to raise taxes on the rich. And the rich are like, well, fuck this. I'm not going to pay those taxes. And they move out to the countryside with their big villa out there. And they're basically hiding from the government so they don't have to pay taxes. Well, then the urban poor, well, sorry, your taxes are going to go up. So they raise taxes on workers, and the workers are like, screw this. And they leave the cities and they go out to the countryside and they say, bro, if you'll protect me from the government, I'll work your farm for you. Boom, serfdom. So it decentralized power, and it accelerated the weakness of the Western Roman Empire, which eventually collapsed. Without the tax base, you didn't have the soldiers. Without the soldiers and the roads and the administration and all the rest, the food couldn't flow in and cities couldn't survive. So you never built up. But the reason the Romans were so weak was that they didn't have a bigger economy. It was mostly just farmers. It was a self-sufficient farming area that with small-scale craftsmen for local goods. But it didn't have large-scale trade networks moving tons of goods around. It wasn't constantly innovating. I mean, the Greeks in the Roman period literally invented steam engines. Like, I'm not even kidding. Literal steam engines. Steam power was understood. But they did nothing with it. They made a tea kettle on wheels. Kind of like a 2,000-year-old Roomba bouncing around. They made a kid's toy out of it. Because they had slaves, and they were an agricultural society, so they couldn't possibly conceive of a use for it. It didn't make sense. What would you do with it? But if you don't have slaves, you can start thinking, well, maybe I can turn this into a machine to make my life easier, which is what will later happen, It's like the social structures of a lot of earlier states mitigated against them possibly developing, a lot of the innovation. They didn't have a reason to do so. They were military states with a ton of slaves. So, I mean, there's a lot of factors there, but the winters themselves don't create European power. They're astonishingly uninnovative for a long, long time, until a handful of ideas hit at just the right moment, and then their geography actually helped them. At that point, the winters and their geographic location close to the sea and tons of other things all end up being advantages. They do help, but they didn't create the conditions for it. That had to be like the Arabs introducing the decimal system and the rudiments of algebra and some trade mechanisms and a kind of banknote. Once they borrowed paper from the Arabs, they had banknotes. So banking got much, much more sophisticated. All these ideas are from the Arab Mediterranean. Europeans picked that shit up and ran with it. And they ran with it at exactly the same time that the Arab world was getting its ass kicked by Mongols. So as they go into decline, the Europeans are free to take those innovations and keep developing them further and further and further.
And what were some of the reasons why before that they couldn't or didn't want to build up an economy and similar to that? Was there just not as much written language or something?
Well, I mean, the conditions aren't right for it. I mean, if there's no big state running things to begin with, because like before the Romans got into much of Western Europe, it was just small scale, tribal life, small scale villages. When the Romans were gone, that's what you went back to too. Small scale villages don't have the foundation to build anything bigger. It's very difficult. It does require a few steps along the way. Like where do you go from there? It's like when all those it's when all the cappies are telling well, you guys, if you guys didn't buy like a Starbucks coffee, you could all be like millionaires. Like, no, if you've only got an extra $5 a month to spare, you're not going to get rich. It just doesn't work out that way. The villages didn't have the resources to build up. They also didn't have a lot of, expertise, a lot of writing, everything. There's tons of other things, but they simply didn't have enough of the foundation to create those. If you have a small population and a small economy, no one's going to build a writing system for it. Literacy is useless. If there's only 300 of us, we don't need a writing system at all. It's completely superfluous. It's a waste of time to learn it. But once there's 30,000 of us, you absolutely need one. So it just depends upon, it's all a matter of scale. but the conditions have to be right to build the scale. And in a lot of pre-modern societies, that usually involved force. People tend to forget that. This is a funny one too. When they talk about, a lot of schools will talk about the agricultural revolution and people settling and farming and how this is great because that's how we live. And we think, oh yeah, that must have been great. Everyone resisted the Neolithic revolutions. People fought back constantly and overthrew the rulers. They didn't like the idea. People wanted to stay hunter-gatherers because hunter-gatherers have a much easier lifestyle. They don't work as many hours. They have a much better diet. They live longer. When people settled and started farming, several things happened. Your diet gets much more restrictive because you're eating like bread, cheese, bread, cheese, bread, cheese. And it's the same type of bread, maybe with the same wheat. So you're a lot less healthy. And, because you're less healthy, more kids die. It's really problematic in many, many ways. You're stuck with there's poor sanitation, we're packed in together, there's more disease outbreaks, all kinds of shit. It was a disaster for people, but at the same time, once you're settling and you're starting to farm, the one guy who got the nicer plot of land than everyone else did, he's going to get richer. And when he gets richer, he can hire soldiers. Minerva, will you beat people up for me? Pop, pop, pop. I hired a soldier. And now that I've got soldiers, I'm going to win. And I can achieve power and I can control things. So people constantly rebelled, overthrew those rulers, and went back to being hunter-gatherers. It's a long, long time. It takes a long time to get it to stick. And what got it to stick was force. People were forced into permanent settlement. And when they were forced into permanent settlement, that evolved into the first territorial states. Territorial states became empires. And empires, because they're larger, they had enough resources to actually build shit. But the only reason they had the money was simply scale, because there were so many people. The economy was very unproductive. It was an extremely, extremely unproductive economy, but it was big. And because it was big, they could afford to build roads and conquer more territory and spread until somebody else took them out. But once you take that away, you have to have something else to build back from. So those Western Europeans, after the Romans, they could have gone one of two ways. Somebody could have managed to conquer everybody else and build a larger and larger state, reproduce the same basic dynamic, or an outside player could have come in and done it, like I don't know if the Arabs have pulled it off or something, or you needed a completely different way of organizing yourself, and that's what capital gave us. So for all the problems with it, those economic innovations set in motion a chain of events that created centralized states that were much more powerful, and because they grew up because of capital, they had an interest in expanding capital's power as well. It creates a feedback loop where the two grow together. States grew more and more powerful, and so did the rich.
So it was somewhat reminiscent of the origins of serfdom in that sense, that it was like the kind of merchants escaping the governing bodies and kind of becoming the state themselves in some ways.
In a way, okay, so thinking of like the rich becoming the state themselves, that's literally how all states came into existence. Territorial states, like a governing body controlling physical land, happened because somebody had better land than somebody else and needed to protect it. So the best way to do that is to have laws and soldiers. Because otherwise somebody's going to take it from me. But if I have a law that says it's mine and you can't take it, and otherwise there are these soldiers to unalive you, then okay, you're stuck. The rich always created states. It's the only way you can have rich people. If rich don't create states, they don't stay rich for long because peasants will constantly rebel. So it's their defense mechanism. The state is literally the rich's defense mechanism. It's like, this is one of the single funniest things about a historian talking to a right libertarian. Because they're like, abolish the state, free capitalism. I'm like, cool, yeah, let's abolish the state because then capitalism will go away immediately. But realistically you can't, because what would happen is if you abolish the state, the capitalists would immediately recreate it, because otherwise they couldn't exist. It's impossible to exist without a centralized state. Their system absolutely demands it, because they grew together. They grew up symbiotically. They're tied to each other. So yeah, merchants, and wealth in a sense do create states.
The flight out in terms of creation of serfdom is kind of the opposite direction, because merchants as a whole died away. The people who left the cities of Rome were the idle rich. They were people who had money because they owned land, so they controlled peasants. They weren't the merchant class. And what the people who moved to support them were the urban poor, the working class. So, Roman proletarians, and they became farmers and peasants. Until a merchant class reappeared in Europe, you didn't have the forces necessary to start building up that way. So those innovations that you've got with, the Arabs and the Mediterranean, whatever there, in terms of Middle Ages, capital-wise, Europe was setting some of the foundations to get back to that, because groups like the Irish and the Frisians and the Norse were resurrecting commerce and trade. They were literally like, the Norse were sailing all the way into the Middle East. They were picking up tons of coins, picking up goods, sailing it back over, moving things around. I'm going to raid one city, but I'm going to trade with 3 others down the river further. They're moving goods around. They're restoring a sense of trade, and trade builds wealth faster than farming does. Agriculture doesn't build a powerful enough economy to really expand your power. But if you also have merchants, you have a way of doing that. So the Frisians and the Norse restoring commerce along the rivers of Europe provided a foundation for those stronger medieval states. The states of the High Middle Ages would not have existed if not for the merchant class. When the merchant class was restored, they had the ability to start gaining power. Early monarchies in Europe are extremely weak. They start getting more powerful when they have a bigger tax base. And with that step, you're like, okay, you're not quite there. That takes us where your Normans were with your Welsh friends again, right? So, a bit bigger tax base because you've got some merchants. Now add in those financial innovations, and if you use enough cash to exploit them properly, and boom, you create that feedback loop that can make more and more powerful states. And those powerful states, because of capital's desire to expand and find new markets and products, that led Europe to conquer the world.
So in a sense, the reason that it uniquely happened there, in a huge oversimplification of it, might be that there was a lack of economic flexibility in terms of what you could produce relative to other places in some ways, in addition to, like, obviously a bunch of other factors depending on where you look at, which then resulted in commerce and trade being very important to maintain structures of hierarchy and power over people in a way that kind of caused like inherently expansionist states.
I don't think I'd put it that way. No. I think it, because the lack of goods didn't really matter to most Europeans. It's the lack of particular things in the area that led them later to expand more and more in their power and take more territory or whatever. That was more because a lot of other things had already happened that pushed them in that direction. If you're going to boil it down and make it really simple, I'd just take it to one word and say luck. They got lucky. They were in the right place at the right time, and they took on some of the right ideas. The importation of a few ideas from the Mediterranean, just as the Mediterranean goes into decline, and just as the people from further north had already resurrected a little bit of trade, so the people, start with like the people in France and Germany. Let's use them as our archetype, right? So France and Germany, we're looking there. They're not doing much at all. But the Mediterranean has a ton of really interesting intellectual ideas because it's got big cities. You put a bunch of nerds in a city and they're going to come up with cool things. They couldn't exploit as much of it because they didn't have a huge economy. They were still pretty old school in the way their economy was structured, but they were innovative. So you've got some good ideas, but they're going to go into decline. But those ideas have drifted into Europe, into that middle area. At the same time, people from the north had been raiding them, and as they're raiding, they're shipping things around. They're moving goods from place to place. They're resurrecting trade. And once trade is there, there's a little bit of money flowing. If there's a little bit of money flowing, and then you add those good ideas from the outside, that creates the alchemy that made European power. It was the introduction of some good ideas from the south at the same time that trade had been resurrected from the north, and they had an ability to start create. It took centuries to build up, but they created more and more centralized states. and more of those capital techniques, and it just expanded gradually. And all the rest of it, the conquest, the empire, the stuff that you start with the question, all that comes about as a natural consequence of those innovations. Because capital requires raw materials and markets to exist. And if you want to expand beyond where you currently are, you need more raw materials and more markets. So once the states had centralized enough, using capital to do so, then all you have to do is like accidentally find some new land and boom, I already have a reason to take it. The Chinese had no interest in conquering East Africa because they didn't care. They didn't have the market economy that demanded it. But capital demands new materials and new markets always. It's the nature of the system as a whole. So when the Europeans happen to adopt that to grow, you end up, again, more luck later on. So the luck that starts the process, it continues because I don't know, Columbus found some land, things like that. A few other circumstances come along that just introduce new materials.
I see. Yeah, that's a very thorough answer. Thank you. I also was wondering how.
Sorry, yeah, I get to rambling. This is fun. I kind of love this kind of stuff. So
Yeah, I was also wondering how.
I'm sorry,
And
could I do a mod thing just real quick?
yeah,
you okay, babe?
Sorry, I was just in the middle. We're talking about food. If we could like chat, if we can please like and share, subscribe to Liam. We're so close to 200. Let's just like go to like 250. I show appreciation for Liam and his time. And thank you, Pycon.
I was just wondering how and why Islam spread to Southeast Asia.
Merchants and Sufis. It's Islam will spread into South Asia and then into Southeast Asia largely because of merchants. And when you're in contact, because Islam never had a problem with traders, because that was like Muhammad's job, So it didn't have any real issue with it, like say the Chinese did. So they're merchants and they're carrying goods around, and they're going to encounter other people. And when people meet each other and they have very different cultures and religions, you get to talking. Hey, let's have a beer and talk about what we believe. But they had a hard time really spreading the idea into it because the cultural context was so different. Sufis are more flexible in the way that they'll approach things, and they have an easier time incorporating outside ideas into Islam. So it opens the door to much easier conversion, and then later it can kind of like, I don't know, more quote unquote orthodox forms of Islam can kind of supplant the Sufi variants. But it's similar to the way that Buddhism spreads. Buddhism spread largely because of Mahayana Buddhism, which has the same basic flexibility. Oh, you've got these cool gods. No, those aren't actually gods. Those are bodhisattvas or Buddhas or whatever. And you find a way to make them squish together. Sufis did something very, very similar for Islam. So a lot of early Islamic spread in South Asia, Southeast Asia, and even West Africa was actually quite heterodox. It was very hybridized, and then cleared up some of those ideas over time.
You're speaking my language over there, Doc. You start talking about Mahayana Buddhism spread. That's
it's a similar it's a parallel idea. I mean, it spreads along the trade networks as well. Both overland, your Silk Roads, so like coming out of South Asia, a bunch of Sogdians, like an Eastern Iranian people converted to Buddhism, and then they carried it up into the Uyghurs, and they carried it further and further over into China and Korea and the rest of that. They're merchants. They're carrying the stuff around. But as they're spreading the Mahayana forms of it because it's much more flexible. In the same way that Sufi is Islam. And somebody said, like, I don't think Muslims would have talked about a beer. Some Sufis would. Some Sufis are like very ascetic in their lifestyle. Other Sufis are like, let's all get drunk and screw. It depends on the mood. But I'm somewhat facetious there. But like, there's a lot more flexibility there. But I didn't mean a beer literally anyway. I just meant people having conversations. I mean, you're meeting each other and you're talking, you're interacting. When people sail into port, they're going to talk to other people. And when you talk, you have an opportunity to share ideas. And if your ideas are flexible enough to be appealing to somebody else, that it can make sense in their cultural context, then you can run with it. And yeah, lots of Muslims all over the
Go
place
ahead,
drink
Pakhan.
alcohol.
Yes, you're.
I have prowled the streets of Cairo during Ramadan with Muslim friends looking for a place that was open to get a drink. It's not that all Muslims don't drink. Plenty don't, but it's never ever been a universal.
Pakhan, do you have any other kind of follow-up questions? Thank you for getting Doc Liam on his rants. I know that's why we're here, Doc. We're here for your rants, so rant away.
Yeah, I think those were the two I had in mind the most. I don't know. I guess someone mentioned talking about Kashmir too, which I don't know.
Yeah,
I've been
there's some
interested in that,
questions.
but I can't really think of a specific question about it. So I'll let someone else go.
Okay, sounds great. Thank you, Pakhan. And I believe, if I remember correctly, I think Nasser is next. Nasser, are you there? I think it was Nasser, Kristen,
Hey,
and then Mohammed.
hi, Professor. I hope you're doing great. I actually went to sleep while watching the live, and I woke up to it, so that's cool actually. Professor,
Is
I
it cool?
actually want.
Is it really cool though, or does it mean there's something physically wrong with me?
Well, actually,
Why am I still here?
I find it cool. My girlfriend doesn't, so
Why am I here?
so
Oh,
I wanted to ask you actually for a book recommendation about a more recent topic. So I was wondering, one of the main sources I use to discuss imperialism is Hobson's book,
That's a
Imperialism,
classic.
because it's like he has great I don't know, resources with numbers when he mentions the British wars that they went to one by one. I was wondering, I tried to find one that follows the same steps as Hobson did, but for more the most, let's say, the last 70 years of the imperial triangle, where they go through war by war that the imperialists did, and the profits, how much it cost them with numbers. I was wondering if there's a book recommendation you can like guide me to that does the same method uses Hobson did.
I'm. I'd have to think a lot harder to find something that's using the same kind of approach exactly. Hobson's still a classic for a reason, but it is a century old. I have an idea. Let me go take a quick glance. I can still hear y'all. I'm literally like 2 feet away, but you can't see me. So feel free to carry on.
yeah, please like
That's
the live, share. I'll try to. And French, where were you in the lineup while we talk? Was it Nasser, Kristen, Mohammed, and then French?
I think I was a bit I don't remember. I think I came on a little bit before them, but it's not a huge deal.
Okay. Okay, yeah, because I think it's a
French.
second round. So if you're okay, we'll go in that order.
For imperialism, do we need it to mean specifically because you're talking about more recent decades, so not necessarily like a lot of conquest or something, but the economic control of imperialism, like neo-imperialism?
Yes, yes, exactly. But I want
Okay.
one that's will have many numbers in it. I want because I use it a lot in my arguments.
Okay.
To be honest, yeah,
Yeah.
I still till this day I use Hobson's a lot, but I don't want something that's really outdated.
You okay? What are you poor old doggy? Oh, my poor old doggy. He's a poor old doggy. Okay, so I've got 3 possibilities you can look at. I think that it's the first 3 things that occur to me anyway. Let's see. Hi. Look at silly old dog. Look at silly old dog. Let's see. So there's this. which is one of a lot I have here on liberalism and neoliberalism in the contemporary world here, but this focuses a lot more on how so much of the world economy has been like structured together in the last century. Actually, more broad. I'm going to throw one other thing here. This takes a this will take a slightly longer view, but the world system stuff. Obviously a big one here. There's a lot of detail on this, but about how the entire world is knit together into a single economy. So it's more the capital side of empire, right? Let's see. This you might find fun. How does the U.S. push the world around?
Yeah.
But
I need that a lot.
But it's specifically, economic aspects of empire, right? So there's a ton of numbers in that, and then this I just think is useful, especially if you already are familiar with this. If you already know Piketty's Capital, like the Capital in the 21st Century, Capital in the 21st Century has a shitload of numbers in it, but this provides more of the understanding of like how do we get to the kind of empire side of capital. So combining this with the other, so if you already know, you say you know capital already?
I have it. It was translated to Arabic, actually.
Cool. Yeah. Then grab this as well. It's a great complement to it, because it'll show you a lot of the transformations. There's actually a couple of places where there's a couple of small goofs I found in it, but overall he has a lot of good people working with him on the history in tons of different areas. So he actually knits together parts of the South Asian story and the Middle Eastern story and the East Asian story, and how they all relate to these massive transformations. So it's interesting in that way, but it's still, because again he's an economist, plenty of numbers in it as well.
Oh, thank you so much, Professor. I actually needed some guidance to find the right books about this. Thank you so much.
Yeah, it's tough because most things like this, it's a matter of picking little bits up here and there in a whole bunch of different places, as opposed to any single place that does a really good job with this. But yeah, those are the first ones I thought of that have a numbers heavy emphasis, but are talking about neo-imperialism.
Yeah, that's what I actually was looking for. One last question, which is it's gonna be like a weird one. Is there by any chance, do you know Professor Asad Abu Khalil?
Do I know what?
Professor Asad Abu Khalil.
It's a little slow.
Asad
Asad
Abu Khalil. Abu Khalil.
Oh, Khalil. I don't think so.
Yeah, it was just a long chance.
Where are they at?
I think he teaches at California State University. He's a political science professor.
So he's at Cal State. I work at a Cal State, but
Really?
it doesn't sound familiar.
No, it was a long chance. He's like a guy that really enjoy his articles. He writes at an Arab newspaper, and he's he's a really smart guy. I really like him.
I don't think this has a heavy number emphasis in it. Where is it?
And y'all, while he's looking for that book, I totally did say that wrong. So we'll do Mohammed, if that's okay, French, to go Mohammed, French, and Kristen, or Kristen and then French. I know Mohammed was up here. Wait,
can wait.
We'll just go online.
They're longer.
There's a few that might interest you, but they're specific to like the British Empire, but they're up in here.
I can look later. I can talk, but there's a couple of possibilities I have, but specifically the British Empire. Anyway, so I don't know. I can chew on it more. You know where to find me.
Thank you so much, Professor. Like, thank you a million. But that's all for me, Eric. Thank you so much, Professor. Again, if you want, you can drop me. I'll just be listening. And thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Have a good night, Master. Thank you for joining. I would love to do a little bit of a check-in. How are you doing, Doc? Do you need water break? And what's your time? We have some people waiting in the guests, but yeah, I want to do kind of a check-in with your time for this live. Are you doing okay? Do you need a break?
Someone just asked if I donate 50% of my income to social welfare programs.
Oh gosh, okay. See, when I start talking, I miss things.
I'm just like my mind is like seizing up over the question. Like, what? I can't even imagine what that means. Okay. Um. Time up. I probably would want to wrap up sometime soon, so not too much longer. Largely because I'm just getting a little physical, like my neck is getting sore, you know? I think I've just been sitting too much today. So
Yeah, it's a long week. It's so
and
we all want to respect your time.
yeah,
So
yeah,
how do you
especially if people want
feel?
to meet sometime. If there's a possibility of popping on in the other evenings this weekend, which is possible, but I don't know yet. If anybody wants to, if that even be remotely possible, don't wear me out. I got some work to do in the morning. But yeah, I don't think much longer.
Okay, so let's just go ahead. Maybe the plan is to finish out with the panel for tonight, and those that are in the guest requests, we love you being here. But we're gonna close out after this. So um, and I'll let Mohammed or French. They're having a discussion, so whoever wants to go, please do.
French
And
has
for the chat, please
longer.
like and share the live.
Oh, thanks, bro. Yeah, your shoulders hurt, Doc, because you're carrying. Do you know what that means in online gaming? You're carrying us all. You're the goat, right? You're the greatest of all time. So
I thought that was Erica and Athena and Jax and
yeah,
not me.
totally. Hey, also, just this is totally 10-second. If you want to do D&D, you got to do it virtually these days, Doc. We got to do it on Roll20. So if you want in, we'll do it.
Yeah, you know, I did do one game like that once. I was talked into, and it actually turned out to be a lot more fun than I thought. But I did it kind of like as a joke. It was somebody else was running the game, and I literally let people on my social media choose what kind of character I was going to play. You know, it was a bunch of polls. It was fun. But I don't. I don't have time to like figure out, you know, any kind of digital systems to do it to run a game effectively that way. So I'd just be playing somebody else's. You know, for me to actually run a game again, which would be a lot of fun, it's still got to be
and be a character. I'll DM for you.
But I wouldn't mind jumping into somebody else's game and just playing because it's a nice social activity. It's weird for me to do online, but it's probably not markedly weirder than this is. And I did do it once, and it was okay. I resisted it for years. I have a friend who's been doing online games for years now, and he kept trying to talk me into it. And I was no. There's something about like sitting around the table with pizza and beer, and you know your maps are scattered around, you're rolling dice, and it's a social activity that I enjoyed. So I had a hard time, like, you know, it didn't seem like the same thing, you know.
It's totally a different experience, that's for sure. Totally.
But I do it, you know. It was the one time I did it. It was actually a good experience. So, you know, I do it. So yeah, if you want to invite me to a game sometime, I'll show up.
Sweet. Well, I had two questions, but I'll save another one because it's a longer discussion for another day. But this one is kind of, hopefully it will be kind of brief. Obviously, maybe I'm wrong here. It feels like for the vast majority of history that the Islamic world has been the greatest recipients of those of the Jewish faith in terms of living amongst them and allowing them sort of more freedom of worship, as particularly in the medieval era, I guess I'm thinking of. When did the shift occur to where, at least it seems like, obviously with the conflict ensuing right now, there seems to be this, whatever you want to call it, bitter rivalry or whatever. Does that shift of sort of whatever you want to call it, antagonism or rivalry or anger towards the other group, does that happen merely because of the establishment of the State of Israel, or does it happen before then? When does the shift sort of happen?
Yeah, so Jews were a relatively small minority in the Muslim world, but the numbers were markedly higher there than in Europe for a long time. The European Jewish population only took off because of what we were talking about a bit ago. Capital and empire caused European diets to improve markedly. When they got to the Americas and they found shit like tomatoes and potatoes and everything, like the European diet went way the hell up, so the population exploded in the 18th and 19th centuries. And that affects the Jewish population as well. The rivalries only, though, there's the Israel-Palestine conflict is the main one. But there's a couple of other places where Jews in the Muslim world were specifically exploited by colonizing powers. The best example of that is Algeria. When, hey, nut, minime. Cats will knock anything over if they can get away with it. When the French went into Algeria, the Jews had been emancipated there politically already. Napoleon did that in 1803, I think. So there were Jewish organizations around, and the Alliance Israélite Universelle went into Algeria and built schools and started teaching Algerian Jews French and European administrative techniques and things like that. So suddenly your Jewish neighbor had a bigger house than you and more money. And you ended up with like social resentments building up there. And it just so happened a lot of those Jews ended up getting all the cushy jobs with the colonizer, and that made it look like they were sellouts. So it started creating tensions in that specific corner. But it doesn't spread into the wider Muslim world until the Israel-Palestine conflict. It's much more recent than people tend to think. There was always some level of tension. People trying to say it was this perfect paradise and Jews were loved and there was no discrimination. Those are people definitely not writing from a Jewish perspective. It was never perfect. There were always problems and a sense of social inferiority, but it wasn't as bad as in Europe. So, and I make a lot of points about that in classes. I'll show like the Europeans were a hell of a lot worse, but it wasn't perfect. But it at least the history of Muslim social superiority to Jews combined with all the rest of it, it does at least create the possibility of importing much more antagonistic rhetoric. And honestly, the simple fact that the Europeans had been so awful to Jews for so long and had so many terrible stories about them, Muslims started running with those. They picked them up. Like Syrian state television used to run one of those little made-for-TV movies that was a Syrianized version of the European blood libel, where instead of like some Christian child being like, having their blood drained for Passover matzah, it was a good, Arab or Palestinian child or something. I can't remember if it was a Palestinian specifically, but it was definitely an Arab, like, draining some Arab's blood to make Passover matzah. It's literally importing a medieval lie about Jews into the Muslim world. So there's a lot of places that have played with that, and they've done it specifically because of the state rivalries with Israel, the fight there. So it feeds that. People have found it useful to get ordinary Muslims to dislike Jews because it supports the wider discussion of the Israel-Palestine conflict and its dimensions in the area. So it just... some people have manipulated that. And in some areas it's been completely ineffective. There's a lot of people in the Muslim world that never got it. Like, what the hell? There's no theological basis for this, and oftentimes it's because people, if you've got better educated people, they're going to be fine with that. They're not going to get it. They know enough of their religion. They know there's no theological basis for this. But I've also there's a lot of ignorant people in the Muslim world that have fallen for a lot of that stuff and repeat a lot of the worst, most anti-Semitic horse shit that's been imported. But it's only because of the political situation in the modern world. So.
Yeah, that totally makes sense. Yeah, it just seemed to me, with like the treatment on the Iberian Peninsula of Jews is, I don't know, it's at least in my reading, it seemed like they had a fair bit, for being as you mentioned, a pretty small minority, a fair bit of political sway, even I would say, as well as and then rights of worship in the various Turkish, the various empires that occupied what we call Turkey now. But that's interesting. So thank you.
Often had more autonomy in some big states, but they could also face more discrimination in them. They did relatively well in a lot of Iberia because it was politically fragmented and already highly diverse, because there were also tons of Catholics and tons of like Aryan Christians at the time the Muslims got there. There was a very diverse religious population religiously, and the Jews simply did well in that. In many places, they didn't have the same level of political influence because the states were larger. When the states were larger, they couldn't compete in the same way. But they often would have an easier time being completely ignored by the state too and thriving on their own.
Totally. Well, thank you for that. I appreciate it. I will let you hurry and answer the other questions and get to bed. Love you all, and we'll talk to you soon. And I'll let you know about D&D. I'll send you a DM.
You've got another person spreading the Khazar lies in here too, so that's lovely.
Yeah, that's been that might be a good lead in. Thank you, French. It's always so good to see you. If you want to touch on
the algorithm, whatever, go ahead and do that.
Okay, sounds good. It's always a pleasure to see you. That was actually a quick question for the chat. If you just want to address that, debunk the Khazar real quick, there are some people that are wanting that.
Yeah,
you can do that.
What people are doing with it is trying to say that Ashkenazim are Khazars, and neither Sephardim nor Ashkenazim have anything to do with them. The Khazars themselves are a Turkic people. There is a Jewish source that says that the ruling class adopted Judaism at one point. We don't know that even happened. If it did happen, we don't know it went beyond the ruling class, and we don't know that it stuck because there's no other sources, because the Khazars themselves disappear from history by assimilating into the other populations around them. As they began to interact with more settled peoples in the area, they ended up slowly blending into the other cultures. They blended in amongst like the Alan peoples, for example, of the far North Caucasus. They just ceased to exist. They didn't spread into Europe at any point. Unless you're counting like the far eastern fringes of Ukraine as Europe at the time, but like you're talking about a part of like, someone says bored and buy. That's great, cool. I don't care if you're bored. It's like you didn't need to tell me. It's fine, I mean, I'm not a pop star. If you wanted like a pop singer, cool, go somewhere else. Sorry, I'm just
not an airport.
If you're not into hairy nerds, you're not into hairy nerds. I'm not going to get everyone excited, But they didn't spread into Western Europe. They literally assimilated into other populations and died out. That was that. It's as simple as that. If a part of the population did actually convert to Judaism and they stayed Jewish, they would have blended into Central Asian Judaism. And survived in those communities. But realistically, the population as a whole probably didn't convert, and it probably just faded away. The Ashkenazim are literally from the Rhine River Valley in Western Germany. They're in the far western part of where today Germany is. It's where their language comes from. It's where their culture comes from. And we have records of them appearing there in the centuries immediately after the collapse of the Western Empire. So they're a population that moved up from the Mediterranean and settled in that area. And from there, they gradually spread eastward in Europe because of discrimination, particularly like in the Crusader period, there were massacres of Jews along the Rhine River Valley. So people are like, well, I guess it's not safe here anymore, so we're going to start heading that way where the population is smaller and we can establish new villages where there's no people around. The Ashkenazim spoke German. Yiddish is a form of medieval German that developed in that area. We know how long they've been there. We know where their language comes from. We know where their culture comes from, and it has literally fuck all to do with the Khazars. They are culturally, historically, biologically, they're Mediterranean Jews like anybody else. They just settled in Western Europe, and they gradually moved eastward. The Khazars were a Turkic people already in the far east of Europe, and they died out. So it's as easy as that. When people are spreading it, they're literally spreading a delegitimizing anti-Semitic conspiracy, and it's not really an attempt to even delegitimize Israel. It's honestly attacking Jews for being Jews. And it doesn't even make sense because realistically, if somebody converts to Judaism, they are literally Jewish. That's it, period. Sure as hell, their descendants 1,000 years later would be Jews. If you want to say that somebody doesn't have a claim to conquer territory based on biology, I completely agree with you. No one does anywhere. But that's a different argument. It has nothing. You don't have to be racist to say that, a Zionist claim based on biology somehow gives them the right to conquer some other people and establish an ethno-state. It's being racist for no fucking reason at all. So that's the long and short of that.
Thank you. All right, Mohammed. The floor is yours.
Hello.
Welcome.
I want to first off say, on behalf of Muslim people, that those type of people don't represent the true people that understand our brothers and sisters in religion. I came to join lives that are like this. I want to say this is a beautiful live. I love the knowledge I'm learning. When Nasser said something about sleeping earlier, I didn't think that was an insult either. I was listening and I was just so intrigued, and you have such a kind and demeanor, and the knowledge is just so intriguing. You could fall asleep to it by learning it, but I was just intrigued.
Thanks. It's funny. I have fun with these things.
But yeah, so that's the issue with these lives that's been frustrating. I was going to get in a dialogue about ethics, but because you're tired and everything, and I came in a little later, that is a huge topic, so I will save that for another time.
Depends on what it is. I'm at least intrigued. Can you let me know what you were thinking? Because I'm insatiably curious if you can't tell.
So, as a Muslim who lives in America, I consider myself 100% Muslim. I consider myself 100% Jordanian, and I consider myself 100% American. And looking at history, I'm not by any means a history buff, but I'm a graduate in forensic science, and we had to take an ethics class. And in these ethics class, we learned about the Tuskegee studies. We learned about the film Wit and how ethic comes into play multiple times throughout history. And what's happening in Palestine is something you would not think is feasibly possible, that people would justify murder in any innocent way whatsoever. This world has become a society of misinformation, which baffles me because the amount of technology, you can literally look up anything online. But the scary part is people can literally post anything online. There was a post about on Facebook that this elderly person a friend of mine that I know, and she was telling people, stop drinking water, don't drink water, it has hydrogen dioxide in it. It's this disgusting.
I love that one.
Oh, and I was baffled. I was like, that's H2O. What are you talking about? That's water. That's the molecular. I'm 100% scientist too, because in my religion we believe to read Iqra. So, and I know you know this as a historian. That's one of the things we are taught, because our book, we believe, has historical and scientific backing, but I don't want to get into that. That's another whole issue. But like back to ethics.
That's a complicated one.
Yes, but back to ethics, like the Tuskegee study. The people justified this Tuskegee study as, oh, this is for research purposes. So yes, their current lives don't matter because the Tuskegee studies want to know what the biological so and so happens to the body, and based on this whole German study and blah blah blah, and it just throws away all ethical issues. And it was the same thing with the Harvard prison study. It just like ethics keeps getting downplayed for science. That's the plus and minus of science. Is yes, we want to learn, but so and so. But ethic wise, this is not an ethical war. This is not a war of religion. This is a war of region and oil. And it is terrifying because the people that do not care about those things are the ones suffering, the civilians. So my question, I guess it's more of a dialogue by accident, but my question is, based on ethical things, I feel like scientifically we move forward, ethically we keep going down. Because we keep telling ourselves, oh, there's these principles, like after World War II, and the Nazis were doing all these studies, there was this whole, I forget the name of it, you could probably refresh it, but this whole principle of these new rules of science, and you can't do these things anymore, and so, and just basic knowledge things you should know, but they had to publish it. Why do you think people have such a disconnect with ethics when it comes to, like, people just forget about ethics when it comes to their religion? Like, you just saw it when someone bashed Jews, and the Jewish faith is beautiful, so is Islam, so is Christianity. We all have the right to believe in what we want to believe in. Like, someone had, the previous conversation was, does Muslims protect Jews and stuff? Historically, it did happen, but there was also atrocities that happened. There's both ways. I'm sorry, I'm turning this into a monologue instead of a question. But it just so confuses me, because when someone has a belief system, be it religion, be it politics, they go so gung-ho about it that the rest of it doesn't matter. So, like, why do you think that is? Why do you think people 100% go on a policy, on a religion, and forget about people are people? Like in our faith, these rules are for us and not to judge others. If you force others to have that religion, then you're a bad Muslim. Like you said before.
You know what's hilarious about it? All three of the Abrahamic faiths tell the believers not to judge other people and to leave the other religions alone. All three of them do. Yeah. Judge not, lest ye be judged yourself. Ooh, but tell that to most American Christians, and they're like, "What?"
Yeah, and it's just baffling.
For me,
it just baffles me, because you get these people who forget that part. Because you're right, that's in all Abrahamic religions, is not to judge others. These are religions to base your own soul on, not to base all of society on. You're your own judge, and God will judge you afterwards. So let other people believe what they want. But people use misquotes and mishistory. Like, someone just asked you that question in the comments, and you went on that conversation that you seem to be sick of, because I'm guessing you get that question a lot. Yeah.
No, I'm not. I'll answer as many times as possible, because we need to stop that crap from spreading around.
That's so. This world changed into well, it didn't change because propaganda has always been here, but a war on misinformation. As soon as you hear that first misinformation, that's it. It doesn't matter if it's debunked. It doesn't matter if someone said, oh, that's not true later on. It's the first value you heard, the first information, like the 40 babies. That wasn't true. Muhammad slaughtered Jews in his lifetime. That's not true. So many other things, like in who's dominated by Islam. Yes, we taxed people who didn't convert, but there was discrepancies. Those people who didn't pay tax also didn't have to go into our wars. They didn't have to go into these things. They were protected by us. They were under our protection, but they were taxed. and that was the bargaining chip for losing that war. I could be wrong. That's something I researched minimally.
Were killed by the early Muslims, but over political issues, not religious ones.
Exactly.
So at the Battle of Uhud, one of the tribes of Medina decided to sit on their hands and not participate, waiting to see who would win, which meant that they literally broke a deal that had made them part of the Ummah and gave them an obligation to fight to defend the Muslims. So afterwards, all the men were unalived and the women and children sold off. But the other tribe was fine. And there also was the attacks on Khaybar. I mean, there are places where it happened, but it doesn't have a theological basis. That's the thing. There are specific political circumstances and social circumstances that caused some of those tensions, but it's not. People twist that into like, oh, Muslims have always hated Jews. That's a lie. But as you were saying earlier before, we can't defeat lies by making other ones too. Like the past is much more complicated than we tend to think it is. There's a lot of nuance in this.
Absolutely, and that's the thing. Like what was it? Was it Bush that was like, when we pushed into Iran, and it's like, oh, this is a Christian war. This is blah blah blah. This is a crusade, and it's like, no, this was political gain. Do I think that was based on Christianity? No. Do I believe the KKK was based on Christianity? No. I just hate the rhetoric that you use history on people who based wars on religion when it's actually on power, money, and so on. And then it's like, those people are evil. Like, your Muslim neighbors, your Muslim doctors, if they believed half the things that you guys spread, do you think that America would be having the issues, like, would not have constant issues with Muslims in the world? No. And same thing with Jews, same thing with Christians. At the end of the day, we're people. We aren't.
It's politics that divides us. Yeah, it's
exactly.
The ruling class always has an interest in getting people to fight each other. Because it keeps us, weak enough that we can't face them. So it's a normal thing in every society, everywhere, once people started settling, So yeah, there's a lot of that.
Not that tall. I was sorry. I just wanted to address not that tall's comment. Yes, I meant Iraq, and I said Iran, and I was like, I can't go back on that comment. It's too late. I made the mistake.
I knew what you meant. Yeah. Speaking of comments, somebody asked earlier what this was. It's a trapel, if anybody cares. I like Belgian ales, so.
For educational purposes, TikTok, it's.
What was it? Oh,
for educational purposes.
I found the space where you get to hit the age thing. So, and I think it probably because it says they're supposed to be for 18 over anyway, but there is a thing that says audience control. So I'm guessing it's for the alcohol, because that came up in a previous one where it gave me that little message, and I've had this thing out a lot, and but yeah, the last couple of lives I hit the little button that says audience control, so I'm assuming we can say 21 plus stuff now.
Yeah, but still, I think, still to keep it like apple juice.
Yeah, it's a Trapel apple juice, right? It's a Belgian apple juice. The Belgians make the finest apple juices. Did you boot the person who said takia?
I think I just muted him for a couple minutes.
Okay, because it disappeared there. It was an opportunity at least to point that out briefly. I hate that people raise that shit, because it's as pernicious as the Khazar thing in a sense. Taqiyya is a specifically Shia Muslim principle that says if Shia Muslims are being persecuted by Sunni Muslims, they can pretend to be Sunni. That's all it is. It's literally a medieval idea when Shia were a tiny minority surrounded by Sunnis who didn't like them. And people take it today and they say, oh, this means Muslims can all lie about everything, and they lie to the non-believers. It's fucking stupid. People using Taqiyya that way are as racist as people using, the Khazars, the way that we were just talking about a minute ago. It's just nonsense people spread around, But again, it gets into your ethical question too, because of the ethics of prejudice in this sense. And I'm assuming you raised medical ethics, but I'm assuming that has nothing to do with the actual question. There were two main ways that you can approach it, and actually the ethical part I think is, in its base, easier to answer than than it sounded like you thought it might be, but we could obviously dive further into it in other ones. But pardon me, what I take as the core of your question about the ethical challenges of the contemporary world, I'd say that on the one hand, human beings have an astonishing capacity to rationalize things and to join in with others in unaliving people. So while a basic ethical principle might say, don't unalive anybody, we actually get a high from doing it if we're doing it for reasons to support an in-group versus an out-group. We actually, there was a long-term selective process that was finished by the time we got to Homo sapiens that says that we became less violent in relation to our own group. So we're not like chimpanzees where we'll turn on each other and tear each other apart and eat each other, but we'll do it to an out-group that isn't like us, that doesn't use our symbolic language to signify that we're members of the tribe. And if the tribe approves of that violence and says that those are the bad guys, those are the bad guys, really? And if I go and attack those bad guys, there's actually I'm actually releasing chemicals in my brain that tell me that's a really good thing to do. So it's people manipulate that tribal wiring in our neurology for politics, which is really fucked up. But there is a sense in which that kind of violence and rationalizing that kind of violence isn't always bad on a biological level for us. And that gets to the other half of it for me, in that we often tend to assume, and I know that you know that there's multiple ethical systems in the world, there's massive differences between them, but there's also differences in our basic neurological wiring in terms of morality. Because at the end of the day, morality is a mammalian thing. Cats have morals too. They have very different morals than we do, but they do have something. All mammalian brains have certain things shaping your behavior in ways that would be appropriate to do. And the simple fact is, our complicated hominin brain has multiple approaches to ethics and morality. So for some people, attacking the person in the other tribe might seem the most moral thing possible, and for somebody else it wouldn't be. And we have predispositions that push us in certain directions, but we can also choose a system. So somebody can choose a system that makes it always immoral to do that, and then they might struggle to take hold to that because their natural inclination is not to hold that, but they can do it. But other people are going to run with it because their natural inclination is to say, no, it's good to do that. It's good to go after those people because they're different from me, and different people are bad. It's not moral relativism in a sense that somebody's bringing up there, but there's moral differences. Oh, pardon me. This is one of the key things. It gets back to the much, much earlier topic when we were talking about with Cheddar and whatnot, like framing and how different people approach issues in different ways. Moral language works, but the same moral language doesn't work with the same people in the same way. Because we have different natural sympathies for ways of understanding something. So for some Christians, the basic elements of the Gospels that make Jesus a radical pacifist are appealing. And for others, that makes him some kind of woke commie, and their appeal to Christianity is actually more like with the one you dismissed, the Klan's approach to Christianity. Because Klan members were literally Christians. They just had a really fucked version of it that fit their morals and departed from the actual Gospels. So you can say they're bad Christians, but they wouldn't think so, because their moral wiring made that a good thing to do. And of course, if I grow up in a religion and my brain tells me this is ethical to do, then of course the religion gets implicated in that as well. And when we squish these things together and we say that my moral inclinations are a part of my religion, that's how you get your Al-Qaeda Klan type peoples that think that they're actually living their own religion. What they're living is their own approach to ethics, and they're reading into that the wider system. So it's a little complicated in that way, but the core of, I think, the answer that I had offhand to your question is that there's variations in our natural inclinations to ethical systems,
as well as differences between ethical systems themselves. And there are elements of our tribal wiring that are very easy to manipulate, and we have an astonishing capacity to rationalize the most horrific shit. For a lot of the people who are defending what is happening today in the Strip, is not, for them, it's moral. It's not that they're dismissed. It's not that they're less ethical or dismissing the ethics of it or saying or something. For them, it really does seem the right thing to do, and that's our problem. Our problem is their ethical code tells them this is a moral act, and that's not something that's truly a modern shift. It's not a change or a degradation in the way morals work. It's something that's always been possible. It just depends on what you're looking at the time. Like these things like this have always come up with us. So there is somebody's asking about are morals natural or taught? It's both. There is a natural morality so there are certain things like we have natural inclinations to think that stealing is bad, unaliving is bad, which is why moral codes all around the world have precepts like that. But there are also taught morals that could say stealing is bad except, or unaliving is bad unless, and there's qualifications and more specifics that come in. There's a huge number of systems that can be taught, but there's a basic mammalian morality as well for each species. So it's a big mix between the two. The whole nature versus nurture debate is largely a nonsense because it's not a debate at all. It's literally a mix of the two.
I just want to say you were fantastic. Every thought I said, like when Bird mentioned that question about nature versus nurture, and I was like, not nature versus if it's taught or learned, and you brought up nature versus nurture, that was the first thing that came up in my head too. So you brought up the points I was going to bring up.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, I've always had a bit of an interest in evolutionary biology and evolutionary anthropology and things like that. So I've run into a lot of those debates. I've got a whole shelf on sociobiology. So
it's such an interesting topic, and the fact, like you said,
and there are so many people who read their own social circumstances and systems into the material. So it's difficult to read. Honestly, I think that if there wasn't such a phobia between the social sciences and biology, we could help each other. Because when a historian or an anthropologist reads a lot of that shit, they're like, holy crap, you got that wrong. Because they're looking at the data and they're assuming that what they're seeing must be purely in the biology. But a lot of it is actually social and acquired. It's a mix of the two. And it's harder for somebody purely in the physical sciences to see that, because they don't have the training in our discipline. Oftentimes vice versa. A lot of people in my discipline are terrified of biology because they remember eugenics and the Yahtzees and all the rest of that crap, and they think it'll naturally lead to that. If we just talk to each other more, we'd have a much more well-rounded picture of how this stuff works.
The whole thing perspective, nature versus nurture. I'm gonna make this quick because Kristen's been waiting for a while. Your neck is hurting, and I know you want to go to sleep. But in our faith, we address that. Like there's always been a question of what if there's people that have never heard of God, have never heard of Islam and stuff. It's taught in our religion. Those people, as well as people who die in a horrific way, or children who do not know ethically what's right and wrong yet until taught to them, we believe they're forgiven when they die. Because they're not taught that, they're not learned that. It's the same thing if someone, I worked in mental health for a long time, and what if someone was born without the concept of right and wrong because of a genetic deformity that just they don't have the id or ego or whichever. I always get those mixed up. You'd think working mental health for 4 years you'd know that, but it's been a while. But it's just it's something that I love about my religion, and I love about people. The right for people to believe in the religion is it for at least me, because depending on how you read something, you'll take that knowledge how you read it. If you read something angrily, if you read something happily, then you're going to take that knowledge happily or angrily. But
Sure.
Honestly,
one of the things there are so many parts I like about it, but one of the things that really stands out about Quran for me is parts where you're saying that God created all this diversity in the world, all this diversity of beliefs and cultures and religions and whatnot, and who are you to question that?
If people choose to accept the religion of the believers, then great, let them do that. But there's no compulsion in religion because God created that fucking diversity. That's a woke as hell comment. You know, there's a lot of brilliant things in all of the scriptural traditions, and it's sad that so many of the believers in all these traditions ignore that shit. And they ignore it because of not only the things that they learn in society, so the learned moral problems we were talking about, like the things in our social structures and our ideologies and whatnot, but also because we're easily manipulated into hatreds. You know, there are elements in our biology that make it possible for people to manipulate us into terrible ideas, and we have to be vigilant about that. You know, there's ways around it. There's ways to insulate ourselves from some of that stuff, but we have to put the work into it. You know, and there's a lot of great work in not only ethics but also in evolutionary anthropology and biology and whatnot. We could have a much more interesting conversation a longer day about things like this, about how people can better insulate themselves from those kind of lures, because people are oftentimes really playing with, you know, stuff that worked perfectly well for us when we were moving around in a band of only 200 people. But once there's 8 billion of us, it's a nightmare, and it allows demagogues to manipulate us in horrifying ways. So we do need to get better at this stuff on an individual level so that we can get past the way that our societies keep manipulating us into hating each other. And I think one of the reasons that so many of our religions in the world, you know, whether you're talking East Asian, South Asian, West Asian, whatever, it doesn't matter where you're looking. Like, they all have brilliant moral nuggets in them because part of our morality is natural. And we can trend in certain really beneficial ways, but it can also just as easily be twisted in terrible ways. So it's not that, again, our ethics are getting worse. It's that our social systems are playing with our worst instincts. It's manipulating us in the wrong ways. And I think that we can find a way around that shit.
Absolutely. I like you said, this is a discussion for another time. Every time
Yeah,
you
we can dive much deeper on another day for sure. Because this is fun. And the fact that we can talk, like, because I mean, I got a wall of philosophy. I fucking love philosophy, but I also have a huge interest in biology. So I think your background and your question could make for a really fun conversation. So definitely come back, please.
Absolutely. I'm definitely wanting to come back tomorrow. And I'm as a pro pally myself, I am just like heartbroken with everything that's going on. Even now in the comment, we're having an intellectual conversation, and a guy, Johnny D. Lucky, just puts the Palestinian flag in flames next to it. And it's like, that's not a discussion. That's not a discussion. That's just hate.
Oh, he's already gone.
That's not a conversation.
Oh, wait. Is that what that is? Oh, that's Johnny. Is that what
I'm,
that is?
I'm
Is he
hoping
burning
not.
flags?
Unless
I'm sorry,
unless
I missed
no,
that. I got it.
you're fine.
Or is he saying
It's
like Palestinians are fire, like good? Because
that's what I'm hoping in my heart. That's what I'm hoping in my heart. That's
like,
why I don't.
Yeah, Pellies are fire, man. Pellies, but
I would,
yeah, I could also
because I don't want to judge just based on that, because there's so many
No, that's not
textual.
what he meant.
Yeah, I
Okay,
figured, but
I've never seen that before.
I just would love to give people benefit of the doubt, but that's the thing. It hurts on both sides, because there's people who genuinely want to learn on the Israeli and Jewish side. There's a panelist that always joins other lives. Her name is Bella. She's a fantastic speaker, and she's Jewish but defends Palestine like you guys do. And it's just the blatant hate and the blatant yelling. I'm tired of these other lives because I stay up like 2, 3, 4 a.m. like I am doing now, and I have to wake up early. And I know people that have been up for days having these fights, and it's just getting violence because they're lacking sleep, because they're so passionate about how they feel. So lack of sleep, hate begets more hate. It's just it's sad.
Good that Erica and the rest are looking out for me, because I can get sucked into conversations and I will forget to eat. I'll forget to sleep. You know, I'm very easily distracted by stuff like this. I get sucked up in my own head. You know, I've gone days without, crap, I forgot to eat today. You know, because I got interested in something. You know, so
Erica keeps apologizing. It's like, you're human. Being a mod is awful sometimes because you can't always have your eyes on the chat. You have to check on your life too. It's not fair to say, "Oh, you're not a good moderator." I've heard so many people yell at people and do these things. It's like these are people at the end of the day. Like I'm a Muslim, but I'm a person too. Everybody are people. So
The
when
fact
people
that I'm
just
still here, after 3 months, I mean, obviously they're doing a pretty good job. they haven't kicked me off yet.
right, because you have an open dialogue, you're open for discussion, and you shut down hate comments quick, and that's what I like about you and Erica. And I heard someone made a comment to Erica that you should open up a live for like religious discussions, and I agree that I would love to see that. But yeah, I'm gonna end my conversation here because I know Christian has been patiently waiting and you're patiently waiting. So this was a great dialogue, and I would love to have that conversation tomorrow.
Yeah,
Appreciate you,
if
Mohammed.
nothing else, I'm on every Friday for sure, and that'll continue for the next 8 months or so until my schedule changes again. Because my in the fall term, my Fridays are more complicated, and I have to start later or do a different day. But for the next 8 months, every Friday I'm going to start sometime in my afternoon and go as long as people want to go or until I get tired. But I can do a little bit more often in winter. Not always. I'm not sure if I can, but I may be on tomorrow night. I'm still not sure yet. But if I'm not on tomorrow or the next day, I will definitely be back next Friday. And I'll always post it in advance, so I'll let people know.
Yeah, I
I
didn't
know
mean to
that
assume
I'm.
that you would be live. Sorry about that.
No,
Oh,
it,
you're okay.
it was discussed earlier. I thought you picked it up from the discussion. Yeah, because somebody asked if I was, and I was like, I didn't think about it, but it's possible because I have a bunch of work to do in the morning. But it's a Saturday, and then there's Sunday, and Monday is a holiday. I don't have to drive. I don't have to commute in. So I literally could come back as long as I get enough stuff done in the morning. So, but today went really well. Somebody asked, and I'm sure they're not here in the live, but it just occurs to me. Somebody asked when I got the little treadmill thingy for my office here, because I get to lose some on my beer gut here. But I found out I can write while I'm on a freaking treadmill, which is hilarious. I got another 2 pages edited in my manuscript, just like sitting there, and like it somehow works, because I get one of those like rising standing desks, and I'm like walking the whole time while I'm tapping away. Just I I was amazed
I
it
love
worked,
it.
but it does. So try it. It really worked.
I installed a treadmill in my room for a similar purpose so I could read or watch TV and not just lay in my bed and fall asleep for the 15th time
Yeah.
that day.
It was
So,
neat. They have
okay.
these now that don't have the rails on them. It just like it slides underneath my desk. So I can slide the thing forward underneath my standing desk, raise the desk, and then just start typing away or grade papers or something or reading. I can just be walking. So it seems like it might work. Today was I got it installed yesterday, and today's the first day I used it, and I had a pretty good morning. So yay.
I love
Um,
Anyway,
that.
so tomorrow
right.
tomorrow seems like tomorrow seems probable but not definite. But yeah, either way, every Friday's for sure.
Okay,
I'm
awesome.
not the only one that has put
Plug.
Fridays in my calendar and told all my friends that I'm not available on Friday night. So I will be here. Thank you so much, Mohammed. I appreciate you coming up. Um, yeah, I'll just make one comment before on that same topic before Kristen too, because I know that I mentioned it to you, Liam, when here in Colorado, when the JNF, it was the global conference for Israel that was here, and it's the largest fundraising for the JNF that was here. So I was at those protests. And some of the, first of all, I mean, obviously lots of presents there, and they had the conference and a hotel that were like right next to each other. And so they had it barricaded and they had, I mean, I've never seen that many police officers in my entire life. And so they had that like lined up all along. And so the people at the conference were going from here to here, and that's where all the protesters were. And I saw a few people just like screaming at them. They're like, "You're not a real Jew." Like, and like, I was like, some of the pictures of like those images are burned in my brain, and I actually couldn't go back to the protest the next day because I was like, I really have to sit with some pretty horrible things that I saw on the side that I morally agree on. Um, it was, yeah. So I'll say
The
that. And then
fighting,
Kristen, thank you for being so patient.
all this fighting and internecine squabbling, it's so infuriating. It's ugh. Why can't humans get along? I mean, all of our religions say love each other, and we're all like, nah, bro, it's fine. I don't want to. Come on. Ugh.
All right,
Everyone,
Kristen, all
everyone wants
yours.
to hit somebody.
Um, hey Liam, closing out the show again this week.
Hey,
Um, um, I want that cat so much, but
he's a
I
good
have
kid. I mean, look at this. She's very confident in herself and very trusting in me.
yes,
It's a great
clearly.
combination.
I've been thinking of like questions throughout the week to ask, but I'm just going to ask like a couple quick ones for now. One is about the cats, actually, but I'll start with the slightly more serious one first. um, I have been thinking about, I kind of feel like joy should be a human right, like joy slash beauty. And I'm just really curious to see what you think of that.
Yeah. I mean, uh, I has anybody ever seen like the gross national happiness measurements that they've been doing?
Heard
There's a
of
lot
it?
of like really interesting attempts to build better economic measures, better socioeconomic measures, because yeah, if people are happy and healthy, then great. That's a society that's doing well. You don't need to like have the highest level of growth if everyone is actually doing well already. So I think that happiness, yes, it should be a human right in the same way that I think food and housing and everything else should be a basic human right. If somebody is struggling to do that, then there's something wrong with the system because we make so much in surplus that no one should be struggling. That people are is our fucking fault.
Mm-hmm. Um, yeah, I mean, I figured you would probably agree, but and there's others who like that idea, but I'm sure that it would be a fierce debate with a lot of folks, I feel like, who aren't naturally, I don't know, inclined towards that idea. Um,
I think one thing that's useful there, one thing that I've run into with a lot of people like that, because that's the core of what they're after is they just don't on some level they don't care and they don't think people deserve it or whatever. But they'll often say, well, that's not what rights are. Rights don't come from that, and they try to like come up. They come up with the weirdest things like, well, rights are things that are in our constitution. I'm like, okay, cool. Well, who put them there? Like, what made them rights in the first place? I'm like, what? Like, so God gave you a right to pew pews? No. It's like somebody decided you had a right to pew pews and wrote it down. So if I decide we have a right to houses, how the fuck is that any different? It's like all rights are decided by society. They all are. None of them come from anything else. They're all people sitting around and saying, you know what? I think people should all have this. And if enough people agree, then it becomes a right. Until then, it's like you're asserting it as a right, and then you can convince people of it. And if you can't convince people of it, if I said that all people should have a free pony, and we don't agree that people should have a free pony, and I'm riffing on like Vermin Supreme, but if we don't agree that people should all have free ponies, then that's never going to take off and become a right. But I think housing, maybe people could. Joy, maybe people could. Yeah.
mhm.
So yeah, just shut those people down. Just say like all rights are our choice, and when we decide people deserve happiness, it's a right.
Mhm. Yes, I agree with that. And then I just have a question or two about the cats. There was one live you did where you said something along the lines of like, if you know how to, I don't know, like connect with a cat or like kind of, like give them the right autonomy or something. I'm not quite sure how you put it, but like how you said it just like really intrigued me, and I was really curious if you could expand on that, because like I I'm just interested in how you connect with these cats. Like I've never seen somebody be so cuddly with a cat. So yeah. So I'm just curious.
Yeah, I'm okay. So somebody once asked me, what did having all these critters in your life teach you about people? And, I wanted to think about it for a second. It's like, because I've never heard that before. Oh, well, it's that they're all different and people are all different. And if I have to pay attention and listen to what their needs are, then it can help me to better figure out what the needs are for people. People are a lot more complicated. So, and I struggle with a lot of like nonverbal cues. So I might not know what somebody needs, but at the end of the day, they can help me with that. But they're simpler. So if you learn some basic psychological principles, because there's still a range within any species. At the end of the day, dogs and cats are as different as it gets. You know, when people say my cat is like my dog, you probably haven't spent enough time really studying either animal, because their psychologies are wildly different. But if you really think about what they need within a particular range, right, and figure out their need, because some are a little bit more like that than the other, because there's a spectrum, right? So they can overlap a little bit, but they are markedly different critters in terms of their basic drives and impulses. Dogs are social animals. They're pack animals, which means in some way, and one of the reasons a lot of humans relate well to dogs is because we're herd animals and they're pack animals. So we recognize a common social aspect to it. But cats are naturally solitary creatures. They're solitary hunters. Once they're weaned, they take off on their own and they don't spend much time ever around other cats. You can build a clouder of cats, but it takes some finesse. To get cats to really like each other and build good, solid bonds, it takes a little work, but you can do it. To do that, as well as with people getting to know them, like, you know, getting cats really, really happy with you, it's a matter of recognizing what the individual cat needs within that basic range of their own psychological makeup. So, because they're all a little different, you know? They're all more comfortable things. So if you observe them, if you see what makes them, you know, more comfortable or more uncomfortable, more scared or more happy, they have facial expressions. They don't have as many as we do, but they do have them. And they have a lot of body cues. The position they'll put their tail in, the way they'll move the tail, the way they'll move the ears. There's a lot of language there. And it's a kind of nonverbal communication. And I think one of the things that helped me get better at humans as an autistic is studying animal psychology. Because by mastering some of the nonverbal cues that cats give off, I got better at detecting some of the ones humans give off. Once people, of course, explain what a particular one means. But I got better at picking them out. I'm still not perfect, but I'm a lot better than I was as a kid, I'll tell you that. And I think that's one of the things that helped sustain my interest in it, other than the fact that they're just adorable, you know? But studying their nonverbal cues, like the language that they have, because they're actually quite expressive. You know, and if you're attuned to the nuances of the way they move their eyes, then you can figure out what they most need. And if you give them what they need, they will adore you. And it's the same thing with dogs, but with many people, the problems they have with dogs are more like behavioral. My dog tears things up. My dog is always peeing in the house. What's the problem? The dog is bad. My dog attacks people. My dog is bad. The dog isn't bad. You are. Like, all dogs have a set of needs because they're bred in different ways. So they have things that they have to have. If your dog, if your dog's genes mean I need to run around a lot and you lock them in your apartment, your dog is going to be a pain in the ass. But if your dog is bred to run around a lot and you take that dog to the park and you make them tired, that dog is going to be happy as hell. It's a matter of recognizing their needs. Dogs are easier in that way because dogs were artificially selected. So other than mutts, where you got to, like with her, I had to learn a few things because she's mixed up. But I figured them out pretty quickly because it's only a handful of possible breeds. With other ones, it's pretty obvious. People would know. And if you give them what they need, it's easy. cats were never bred. People who do it, we started doing it only in the 19th century to make like weird, fur patterns and shit. But cats domesticated themselves. They chose to live next to us because we gave them something and they gave us something. So they still have the full natural wild range of intelligence and personality variation, right? So it takes a little bit more to pay attention to them. You have to know what are the range of behaviors here, and then what are the specifics of my cat. Where with a dog, the breed can help a lot. You don't have that advantage with a cat at all. So they're more complicated. And I think the fact that I spent so much time with cats early on and bonded with them easily, I think the fact that they're loners, also that made it easier for me. Like I was too. So, but I can relate to them. But I spent a lot of time with them, and that made dogs super easy, and it's helped with a lot of other things too. So I don't know if that helps, but
No, that definitely helps. I feel like I have a better sense of what to Google also, because I've never had a pet, and I was thinking about getting a cat or a dog, and so I was like leaning away from cats until I saw you with your cats, and then I was like, maybe I'll like give that another thought.
honestly, if you're willing to put the time in to learn the cat, they're easier, especially if I think for a first time pet owner too, because cats are much more low maintenance.
Hmm.
If you're gone all day, the cat doesn't give a shit. They'll love you when you get home, but they're very autonomous. They're comfortable with their own space as long as they have something to do. Right? They're okay, and they don't need to, you don't have to take them out for a walk or this or that. They're territorial. They love their houses. So taking the cat with you to different places is actually psychologically bad for them. Where my dog loves going to work with me. She's 14 now. It's hard for her, but she's so excited. Every morning she wants to go to campus with me. Right? It'd be torture for her to do that, because she knows her space. So they're easier in some ways, to live with if you're not used to putting the work in. Dogs will take more of the time physically. Cats will take a little bit more mental energy if you want a good relationship with them to learn them, but they're less physically demanding than a dog is.
Yeah, no, I mean that's all really interesting because I've not ever really, I guess, heard someone talk about the differences between cats and dogs like that, and then like just kind of trying to figure out a cat. Like, had I gotten a cat and not heard you talk about cats, I feel like I would have had no idea what to do. Like, just that they're more complicated in that way that you describe, and like just figuring that out. That just, I don't know, that wouldn't have occurred to me because I don't know, I don't feel like people always, maybe I haven't known enough pet owners or something, but
Yeah, and
that
honestly,
that
I
all really
think
helps actually.
I've met a lot of people with pets that probably shouldn't have them too. Because many people just don't put the work into it. Like if you're chaining your dog up outside, you shouldn't have a dog. If you're treating your cat like a dog, you shouldn't have a cat. It just, a lot of people really never put the time in to learn, and they think of them as accessories. They're just like, I
Right.
want love, and you give me my love, and if they don't like do it with the way, but they're people too. Like they have their own instincts and brains and emotions. Cats have feelings. Like they have thoughts. They're not as complicated as ours, but they're not like fucking robots. So
Yeah.
it's really annoying the way a lot of people treat them. If you consider doing it, I can give you a few fun like tricks. I'll give you like as example, right? So somebody considering, I might want to get a cat. Like, well, where would I get a cat from? Well, there's a cat shelter. Okay, so you go to the cat shelter, right? Don't walk up to the cats. Go into the cat shelter, go into the room, bring a book, sit down in a chair, and completely ignore the cats. Never make eye contact, don't look at them. Just sit there and read. And then out of the corner of your eye, you'll see cats starting to approach you a little bit at a time. When they do, drop your hand down, but don't look. Just leave your hand down here. So there's some fingers out, hand down, and then just keep reading. And they'll come up and they will sniff your fingers. And then they'll walk away. And they'll come back and they'll sniff your fingers again. And then they'll walk away. And they'll come back and then they'll rub up against your hand. If you do it that way, you're going to make a friend. Because they realize you're not a threat and they can start bonding with you. But if you walk right up to a cat and pet them, they are not going to like you.
Okay.
let's have protocol. You walk up to a cat, let them sniff first. You know, cats are very fussy about protocol if you want to make friends with them. Dogs,
Okay.
because dogs are pack animals. They're used to tussling around with each other. Cats are solitary, so they just think differently. But if you meet them halfway on that, yeah, you'll find somebody that's just gonna love you.
And so, okay, so that's kind of like step one. What's step two to bonding then?
Um, so let's see. There's ways to make a house a bit more comfortable for them. Setting up spaces right. A lot of like distractions, loud noises, kids charging toward them, going to cause all kinds of problems. If you want your cat to be healthy and live longer, keep the cat indoors. Indoor-outdoor cats have a markedly lower lifespan. They just don't do well in a lot of areas around here. And they're fine with it as long as they have enough space. They can move around because they establish a territory, and they're always fine with different territories. When you come home, like you get home from work or whatever, walk closer to the cat, and then just put your hand out. It's a way of greeting for them, and then quick sniff, and then bump, and then rub, and then they're happy, and then you walk up to your thing, and they're gonna follow you. But never force your attention on them. Some cats are friendlier than others naturally. A more bolder cat will bond with you very fast and be super affectionate. A more retiring cat, a more standoffish cat will take time. If you force it, it'll never happen. But if you give them that space, they always. I've never had one that hasn't come around. I've had a lot of cats over the years, and I frequently adopt literal ferals. My boy that I still miss, my Moshe, who's now buried in the backyard. Yeah, he died only 3 months ago, and I still miss him. But Moshe was a harbor feral. Literally from the port of Los Angeles. So he grew up dodging containers and trucks and whatnot, and he was skittish as hell, like just terrified of everything. And he got to where people will come into my house, and within a half an hour he's purring in their lap. Total strangers. He
Oh,
got
wow.
very comfortable with people and in his environment. But it took years for him to be really comfortable. Like with sleep, like at night in bed. Initially, not in the bed at all. Then he slept at my feet. Then he slept along the side of my leg. Then he slept along the side of my body. And then he's like, "Well, I can't touch your bare skin. That's weird for me." So I put a sheet over there, and then he started leaning up against me. And then eventually got to where he just curls up right on top of me and curled up in my arms. Just baby like. It was like gradual stages. It was
Okay.
him, and it worked. With some of them, it's much easier because she's naturally much bolder. So you got to feel out the individual cat, but you'll get a sense of that if you're going. If one nice thing about shelters for people that don't have as much experience, if you're going to pick one out, you get a chance to observe them. And some, if you want to bond more easily, pick a bolder cat. Because you'll have an easier time making a good friend as long as you follow basic protocol. With her, very basic protocol, and she's happy as a clam. But the harder ones that take a lot of effort, you can still get them to the same place, but it does take a lot of effort.
Okay. No, that's super helpful. And I will let you know if I end up being a cat owner.
Yeah, if you pick either of them, let me know. I've even got some books too. I just because I'm interested in like human biology, I studied theirs as well. Looked up certain things. So like there's one of the reasons they like certain areas. So don't rub a cat backwards. Like it goes down. Don't bathe your cat because they have natural oils. It takes it out. It's harmful for them. But like one of the reasons that they like rubs here, and they like rubs the space right here, is because the natural scent glands there, and they rub them up against you. So if a cat rubs up against your leg, they're passing oil from this spot onto your trouser legs, saying, "That's my bitch. She's mine. my property." And then the other cats come over and do that, and then they're rubbing up against you. But they're like claiming some. They're putting some of their scent on there, and that's a good thing, So, like knowing that certain areas, it's comforting to them, Like you find certain areas, like because they're naturally inclined to rub those areas themselves. So if you do it, it feels calming, and they know that you're taking some of their scent onto your hand too, so it feels relaxing to them. In the same way that like
some dogs really love licking you because the salt from your skin bonds them to you, and they feel some connection to you from taking in your salt, right?
Hmm.
So, like people who don't like licky dogs don't get a licky dog because the dog wants to do it. It makes them happy. But it's like you're using some of their biology to bond with them, you know?
Hmm.
Knowing how
Hmm.
these oils work is similar to like knowing how her tongue works, the dogs, you know? Like you can find a way to make it easier for them to be very comfortable with you.
Hmm.
So they're yeah. By the way, yeah, dogs and cats are both fun, you know?
Hmm. Yeah, for sure. And I mean, animals are just so great, and I think like part of, joy, I suppose, at least for people who are into pets. Um, and so like that's all really super helpful. I feel like I
Yeah,
don't
yeah.
know, that's just that's such a much better way to kind of like think about animals and pets and stuff. Like I've never really been taught about how to like connect with them or understand them. It's always like they're here for us,
Yeah.
and I don't like, I want it like that more like, relationship kind of thing, not just like they're here for just us. That doesn't like, that's not a connection. That's not like,
It's toxic.
hmm.
You know, it's honestly one of the downsides of the Abrahamic faiths is teaching that like they were all created for us. There's a sense it separates us from nature. But
Hmm.
the difference between me and her is one of degree, not of kind. We're both mammals. We share a lot. They're people. They're less complicated mentally than I am, but they're still people. And recognizing those things makes it easier to build a real relationship, you know. And if you're respectful to them and their needs, they're going to love you.
Hmm.
So, but they,
Awesome.
yeah, there's I there was one set of a number of years where I couldn't live with cats, so I had rats for a while, so that was fun, you know. And then I grew up around a bunch of other animals. Like my grandfather had Mojave Desert tortoises, so I grew up with tortoises too. I was actually the third generation caretaker of his tortoises until they finally all passed, you know. Um, but
How
you
old
know,
how old was
the
the tortoise?
the last one was 80 when he went, um, which is pretty good. Their lifespan is supposed to be 50 to 75 years for the Mojave variety. Um,
Wow.
but but yeah, with any of them, it's the same thing. I mean, they're much simpler animals than cats are, but they still have things you got to pay attention to. You know,
Hmm. Hmm.
learning things about them, and then if you learn enough about them, you can create an environment that works for them,
Hmm.
that's healthy. You know, and
Hmm.
a healthy environment for them is ultimately better for us. You know, it makes for a better relationship for us. It means we can get more love from it than somebody just shoving a dog in their purse and going off. You know, like they're not they're not getting as much out of this as they could have. You know.
Hmm. Hmm. Yeah. I yeah, hopefully someday I will have a dog as well, but I don't think I can do all of that right now. But no, that's all really super helpful to know.
Yeah, yeah, no worries. Always happy
I
to
love
help out. You know?
talking.
I,
I love
I
talking
really
pets.
feel bad for people that struggle with it, that don't have good relationships. You know, I mean, when I hear people talking all the time about the problems they have with their dog or their cat, and I always like, oh, come on, like, and like, how can we figure out what's going on? What's wrong here? You know, why are you not happy? Why not they're not happy? You know, because most of the time it's pretty easily solvable too.
Hmm, interesting.
I'll say, since we're talking about pets, and I just showed Ruthie, she came with the name Ruth Bader Ginsburg, and I didn't know until I was like filling out the paperwork. And it was that she's a rescue, and the lady says, "Oh, are you going to change your name?" And I just knew her name was Ruth. And I look down and I see Ruth Bader Ginsburg like on the vet paperwork. And I just like laugh hysterically. And this was my soul dog, like, and I've had her for several years now. And she's like, she picked me, I picked her. Like, we're soulmates. Just but yeah, I looked down at the paperwork and was like, Ruth Bader Ginsburg, she's like named after my idol. No, I'm not gonna name her.
That's
So this is Ruthie, and my daughter, when she was really little, she's white fluffy, so little kids always want to touch her. And my daughter would be like, or pet her. My daughter would be like, "This is Ruth Bader Ginsburg, the dog," like going around to everyone, and like the adults just like clearly, conservative or whatever, would just like look at me and be like, "Yeah, well, like that." But I
that's
will,
great.
I will say that it's been amazing because when I first got her, she was a rescue, and she didn't know how to play. So if a puppy never plays, like they won't have that skill. So when I got Ruthie, I was really, really worried the first week because she would not take like high reward treat out of my hand for a week. Um, I was I was a little worried, but years later she came fully around. But I taught her how to play first with like a cat toy. It was like a cat mouse, it's probably like the size of just small, but that's how she started learning how to play. And then we gradually moved up to now she'll go after balls and stuff, but it took years for that. But thank you for letting me talk about my dog because I'll use any opportunity.
Super cute.
Yeah, thanks, Kristen.
Fur babies are all cute.
Yeah.
Hmm.
And Doc, you made it on the hour, like to the minute.
Oh, well, look at
Thank you so much, Kristen. We're
Thank
gonna go
you.
ahead and close it. We'll see you next
Thanks,
time.
Liam.
Have a good one.
Um, I I get so nervous on live and then doing this, and now I'm like,
I just thought of
how
a
I feel.
completely random. I thought of like a fun little like closing factoid for people.
Mhm.
Um, Cats can learn a lot of words just like dogs can, but they often don't give a shit. So, but you can get them to respond to tons of different words. It takes a little bit more work. Like, she's mischievous and will get up into all kinds of shit. But I can belch a string of Latin at her and she'll pop down and come right over to me and she knows exactly what I'm talking about. Oh, you were doing something bad. Like they can learn a lot of words too. They're not bred to behave. So they don't have a natural desire to please in the same way that pack animals do. But they'll still learn. They're actually quite intelligent. Dogs are technically a hair smarter, but like they're both quite intelligent. Their psychology is different. But you can get them to learn a lot of words, which I think is hilarious. You know,
Oh
I
yeah.
so just takes a little work.
Yeah, I've fallen in love with a couple cats. I've never like personally owned one just like of my own, but I've had a few cats live with me through roommates. And I fell in love with them that way. Yeah, thank you so much. Is it okay if I tell you one brief story that I've been wanting to tell you and it seems like a good opportunity to?
Actually, yes. If you show me your doggy again, because I'm
Oh,
gonna do this, and then I want to see a doggy.
I want a big screen.
Well, I can't see the dog when it's in a tiny box. Oh, look at that!
This is Ruby.
Oh,
Yeah,
it's so cute.
yeah. We're working on some of the tear stains, these white dogs. So she's a Havanese. Um, but yeah, so sweet. Um, she's like looking at me like, why aren't we in bed?
Right.
Okay, quick story. But do you want me to keep okay, yeah,
Oh,
she'll stay over there.
that's
Um,
great.
no,
You
no,
can
no, no,
finish off
no.
the night. Finish off the night.
On the big screen! Doc Liam! No! Just me being up here is too much. You're gonna put me on big
Look how
screen.
tiny
No,
you
no,
are
no,
when
no.
you look at this little
No,
tiny
no,
picture.
let's switch it. Put me little, please. That's way too much.
I'm doing it. I'm doing
Thank
it.
you. Um, I do want to tell you this story, and it's I have I'm giving myself grace for the younger version of myself that didn't know what I didn't know at that time. Um, but like 10 years ago, I spent a lot of time traveling. So about 10 years ago, I traveled alone as a white American woman through India, Nepal, Sikkim. So I've spent some time over there. And when I was especially up in North India, it took me several months before I realized that there was, and someone's going to ask me, and I'm not going to know, but there was a dish that is just so common on like every Indian restaurant, And I thought it was an Indian dish, and I later found out that it was an Israeli dish. And that was like so surprising to me. Like, why do all, you know, um, why do all of the restaurants have this Israeli dish? And I would encounter a lot of Israeli um, young people. It was usually
Yep.
before they go into the draft. They would take that year before draft, and they would come in to that into India. So I met a lot of people that way. And I remember several Israelis that I became friends with, and I asked so many questions. I didn't understand why they had a draft. Like, I just didn't know. And over these last few weeks, I've looked up some of those friends to, those contacts that I made all those years ago to see, what they were up to. And not surprisingly, very extreme Z. But I've been reflecting on a lot of those conversations, and I just didn't fully understand until, a few years later. But I just wanted to share that for
Uh,
whatever it's worth.
Honestly, I think it's cool. A lot of Israelis really do go there. They there's really weird, interesting like cultural links back and forth.
Oh
Music
yeah,
too, like the west part of India and in Israel both jointly developed psychedelic trance music. Like in the club scenes there, it's an interesting collaboration. There's a lot of fun stuff like that develops. So yeah, you said Sikkim. Like I'm like,
hmm
holy shit, are you kidding? Because that got absorbed into India a long time ago. Like, no one ever mentions that as a distinct place to go anymore. That's cool.
I
It
loved
was it was
Sikkim.
briefly an independent country, but yeah.
Yeah, I did a trek in Sikkim. It was to the top of Zongri. So from Zongri, you could see Kanchenjunga. So it goes Everest, K2, and then Kanchenjunga. So it took, I think that was like a 5 day, or maybe it was 3 day trek. I don't remember in Sikkim. I thought I was gonna die, but I didn't. But yeah, I that was
Well, it's
Sikkim
great that you
was,
did it though. Yeah, that sounds like fun. It's on my bucket list, but
yeah, I was doing like some Rinpoche jumping at that time. I was a pretty like, um, yeah, devout kind of Buddhist at that time. I hadn't quite like dismantled all of that. So I was Rinpoche jumping, but yeah. Well, I'm super nervous. I'll let you finish out. Yeah, I appreciate you so much, Doc Liam. I feel so guilty. I get this like one-on-one time with you and whoever's here, but thank you everyone for joining. And um, yeah, we just appreciate you so much, Liam.
oh, fun one because we were just doing this a minute ago. When you're meeting cats, it goes back to the whole shelter thing. Close your eyes, like blink slowly. Closing eyes is a sign of submission to cats. That shows that you're not afraid of them. You're showing no fear, like you're trustful of them. Right? If you show that you trust them, it makes it easier for them to trust you. When your cat is blinking at you, they're saying, "I love you and trust you." It's a very specific signal to them.
I
So
love
it
that.
really that kind of stuff really really matters. So again, all kinds of like fun stuff that you can pick up there that make things like this easier. So
I
hi.
love that. And it's not so different with humans. I think that that's really
Yeah.
important. That's really important to note is that like the brain and people's beliefs can't suspend if they don't feel safe. Like if
Yeah.
so I think that I love how you're talking about more of I I put it in my brain of like almost like an interreligious dialogue, from my background, but like switching into these other languages. I think that
Yeah.
the trick with some of that can be a little bit hard because it some people who are listening in might not understand exactly um, yeah, you're not going to just like start teaching calculus. You know what I mean? Like you're going to start at like wherever the student is.
Right.
So, but I think that yeah, safety is huge. So
It really is. I mean, is if we feel comfortable in the relationship, then we'll open up more, right? If we feel heard and trusted and loved and respected, then we have an easier time giving that to somebody else. If somebody's had a traumatic life, if they've suffered in bad relationships, then they're going to have a hard time just trusting. And you can't just say, "Well, trust me, I'm not like that other guy," or whatever. That just doesn't work, you know. If you can find ways to communicate, um, your own trust and whatnot, and be open up to what they need and help them. Yeah, it's a long process with people too, but there's the same kind of thing. People often spend a lot more time learning the tricks about how to talk to other people than they do these folks that live with us as well. And it makes sense, that to I don't know, try to give respect to everybody that you're around, in a sense. So
totally. I'm
yeah.
listening to Michael Brooks. Um,
What was that?
how to know a person? Is it Michael Brooks? How to know a person?
I
Um,
don't I know it. The name,
he's
the author sounds familiar.
yeah. He passed away a few years ago. You would absolutely know him, but the Audible is in his voice. But it's how to know a person, and it's just very, very heart-centered. Um,
I think that might be something that Amanda gave me. It's some, not that book, but something by
oh,
I
for
don't know.
sure.
Name sounds
Oh,
very
for
familiar.
sure. Yeah, because he's Jewish scholar, Profi, um, and then he passed away a few years ago. But lovely, lovely, lovely person, and yeah, for someone in the chat that likes him, that his books on Audible is read in his voice, which is just so sweet.
Nice.
So
Oh, speaking of chat, somebody said something about rubbing the cat's belly. That's a real sign of trust. When the cat walks up to you, flops down on their back, and shows their belly, that's a sign that's a sign of vulnerability. Like, because it's where they're most vulnerable. So they're like showing you, I'm not afraid of you. I trust you. You're my family. So
yeah,
if your cat is allowing you to play with their belly and not attacking you, you've done a good job. Because
purr,
naturally,
purr, purr.
it takes work to get there.
Yeah, purr, purr, purr.
So
All right. Well, thank you so
anyway,
much.
this is
We'll
always
see
been
you
fun.
over the weekend. I'll drop down. Thank you,
We're gonna go
everyone.
see y'all again.